the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51. Remarks on the release. I talked to the editor today, and it will be on the shelves tomorrow at 12 noon. First of all, let me tell you about the schedule of the burst update after the release. In the first 3 days, there will be 5 updates every day. Because the average number of words in each chapter is relatively large, the total number of words is about 100,000. Then, the update speed will be maintained at 10,000 per day. As a newcomer, I'm very happy that this book can get the support of so many friends. The 3 leaders, all the friends in the book club, and everyone who criticized and corrected in the comment area are the most precious wealth I have gained in this journey. My original intention of writing this book is actually very simple. 1. Gideon has not yet written a book about the European and American entertainment of Generation Z, and I hope to fill this gap. 2016 may start late for many people, but there are actually a lot of interesting content waiting to be discovered. The booming electronic music scene in the 2010s, the hip-hop music culture that is about to take over the Billboard charts, American dramas and American movies in the post-golden age, and the complex world situation and the impact and transformation of the black swan on the entertainment industry too. I hope to show you a real, wonderful and vibrant world through my writing. I hope to take you on a wonderful journey through my words, pictures, and videos. The effect I want to achieve is that no matter whether you go to Los Angeles, New York or other cities I will describe in the future, you can have a certain understanding of the local customs and folk culture through my book. From this point of view, I hope that my book can play a role of Lonely Planet plus Michelin Guide. 3. The music industry, film, and television industry, and even the entire entertainment industry are not just the glamorous ones seen on the stage. I hope that through my professional knowledge, everyone can really understand the operating rules of the European and American entertainment industry while reading the book. In other words, I hope that people who really like this industry can learn accurate, detailed, real and timely professional knowledge through reading this book, which can encourage you to really devote yourself to the work of music, film, and television and other entertainment industries. Now that we have discussed the original intention, let's talk about the future development of this book. 1. We will stick to the business axis of European and American music as the main line, and film and television investment, fashion investment and technology investment as the auxiliary lines. I currently have about 300,000 words of manuscripts and a relatively detailed outline. What I can tell you is that my book will not follow the routine of releasing songs, hitting the face, winning the championship, releasing again. Many development routes have been laid out in the front, including record companies, copyright distribution, live performances, label mergers and acquisitions, user integration and development, etc. Each section has 3-dimensional characters and rich plots, and will not follow the mode of finishing this copy and going to the next copy to develop. Just like a real career, it will run in parallel and the fireworks of the plot will bloom at different times too. I don't know how to describe my emotional line description, but I can be sure that it will not be a mainstream harem operation. The overall emotional description will be more realistic, but there will indeed be 4 heroines. The first 2 chapters after the release are the appearance time of the 3rd heroine, and the next 2 heroines will be real-world characters. The backgrounds, personalities, pursuits, and preferences of the 4 heroines are all very different. I don't like to write female characters who only turn for the male protagonist. Although my writing skills are not good enough, I still hope to give each character a character arc. 3. The overall story structure will be similar to the current one. The daily life plus career line of the super rich will be carefully balanced. 4. Another important thing I want to emphasize to everyone is that all the popular science in my article will be supplemented by a lot of detailed information, but in essence it is not the so-called copy and paste. Needless to say, I can call up these data with my eyes closed. This is my old business and I will never lose my skills. And the popular science of American society, such as restaurants, cuisines, cars, and houses, is partly adapted from my own experience. The reason for doing this is to increase the sense of reality. The super rich is originally a type that has little to do with most people, and it is difficult to generate a real sense of substitution, especially when the story does not take place in China. At least for me, knowing every part of the protagonist's life in detail can greatly increase the sense of immersion, which can help me and everyone else to build a world with flesh and blood. So will there be popular science in the future? Of course. Will these popular sciences affect the development of the story? Of course, but in a positive way. What I can assure you is that all the so-called popular sciences will not be nonsense. Each one serves a story, and each one will bring you closer to the world, presented in Hollywood Billionaires. Finally, thank you all for your company and support over the past month. All the praises are remembered in my heart, and all the criticisms are accepted with an open mind. I love you. See you at 12 noon on April 18th. Chapter 52 Film and Television Investment. How can you describe Jumanji, the masterpiece of Dwayne Johnson and Kevin Hart's career? Number 5 on the 2017 global box office list. Total revenue exceeded that of Spider-Man: Homecoming by nearly $100 million. Sony Pictures' biggest surprise in the past decade. Before the release of the first film in the Jumanji reboot series, Welcome to the Jungle, no media outlet could have predicted that its final box office would reach $962 million. The original series was not the most dazzling gold sign in Hollywood, and it was not considered the first echelon within Sony Pictures. Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson do have a good chemistry, but the previous film, The Golden Circle, cost $50 million to produce, and the final global box office was just $220 million. For a medium-cost movie, this result is indeed not bad. But does this prove that Hart and Johnson have the appeal to star in a big production? Yes. Others certainly can't see through it, because in April 2016, even the first rivalry between Hart and Johnson was not officially released for 2 months. But Han Ye, who returned in 2023, naturally knew it very well. The production cost of $90 million and the total expenditure of $252 million in exchange for a global total box office of $962 million. Not to mention the share that can be earned. Let's talk about the return on investment value that they use as a reward judgment standard. How many times should he be rewarded for this level of return? Just thinking about this, Han Ye was a little excited. Not to mention, if he invests in this film, Han Ye can not only take this opportunity to invest in Kevin Hart's personal production company and deeply participate in the career of this loyal Utah customer, but also be able to get in touch with 7 Block Productions, which is the leading actor of Dwayne Johnson. 7 Block Productions participated in the production of every work of Dwayne Johnson after 2017. Until 2023, the global box office of film projects shot by 7 Block Productions has reached $4.6 billion. The development progress of Utah is still unknown. The various music companies he founded are still in the preparation stage. It will take some time for Billie Eilish and Finneas, who signed contracts with him, to come to the fore. After his rebirth, Jumanji, an unexpected surprise that was not originally in Han Ye's plan, has become his most determined investment project. As long as it can be kept as it is, you can make a lot of money without adding a drop of oil or vinegar. Jumanji, Kevin Hart, Dwayne Johnson. The film and television sector, which Han Ye is not very good at, suddenly has the chess piece to break the game. The role he should play in the film industry has become clearer at this moment. Since I don't know much about the film and television industry, I will follow the footsteps of those future winners. Wherever they go, I will invest there. In just a few minutes, Han Ye thought of a way to play. He cooperated with Kevin Hart to run his own production company, using the fame and influence of the famous comedian, coupled with his own bottomless financial strength, to get the opportunity to sit at the negotiation table for film and television investment. And then through the filming of Jumanji, he found an opportunity to invest in Dwayne Johnson's 7 blockbuster productions and participate in the $4.60 billion Carnival Feast. After all, even if we put aside the huge success of Jumanji itself, Kevin Hart and Dwayne Johnson, the 2 golden partners who have played against each other several times, have been a textbook-level American celebrity transformation history for the next 7 years, since 2016. Kevin Hart went from a comedy talk show actor to a top-tier comedy movie star, while Dwayne Johnson transformed from a WWE wrestler to a new generation of Hollywood action superstar. More importantly, if there is an insider to escort, plus Jordan Bromley's man at entertainment checks the details of the contract. How to lose. Must vote. Kevin, you have your own production company, right? 2. Kevin Hart licked his lower lip, laugh out loud and heartbeat. The former is mainly full of comedy content, and the latter involves movies, television, and variety shows. Kevin Hart founded these two companies as early as 2009, but so far, neither Laugh Out Loud nor Heartbeat has participated in a real big budget movie, and even lacks a masterpiece. The first and second parts of the popular action comedy The Boss in the past 2 years were co-produced by Cube Vision, a personal production company under Ice Cube, another star and also a Utah client, in conjunction with Relativity Media and Universal Pictures. And The Man from Nowhere, which will be released in June with Dwayne Johnson as a co-star, is a cake that has long been divided up by industry giants such as New Line Pictures, Universal Pictures and Perfect World Pictures. Even Scott Stuber, chairman of Netflix Film Company, has used his own company to get involved. In short, Kevin Hart may be a humorous face that the new generation of audiences like to see, but in Hollywood, he is not yet at the level of sitting at the table. The key is not his resume, but the capital he can attract. Without capital, there is no bargaining chip. Han Yi is the capital that can hand him the bargaining chip. If an outsider makes an investment invitation, Kevin Hart may have to put on a celebrity attitude and speak in a full tone. But Han Yi is a man of the hour who has just become the largest institutional investor of Utah with $190 million. His first step into the entertainment industry has been closely linked to Kevin Hart's career. If this important figure, who even the performing arts agency he signed with has to carefully serve, is willing to invest in his personal production company, then, leaving aside the overall industry environment, just talking about the United Artists Agency, can Kevin Hart also get more resources? As long as Han Yi is willing to speak up at the board meeting, there is a great possibility that his name will appear in the bundle deal that Utah is closely preparing with major film companies. It's too noisy today. Han Yi turned his head to look at the door. Corey McIntosh, and Rutu and others were already receiving the guests who arrived one after another. Maybe we should arrange a private conversation. Do you know Jordan Bromley? Of course, Man at Entertainment is the legal advisor of Heartbeat, and also of Utah. Kevin Hart nodded and replied. The world of Hollywood is very small, especially for the top class. Man at Entertainment is the first choice of almost all clients of United Artists Agency. Yes. Jeremy Zimmer smiled and responded softly. Compared with the talkativeness 10 minutes ago, he is unusually silent now. Of course, this is not because Jeremy has any opinion on Han Yi's diversified investment. On the contrary, he has been perceptive and has noticed another role of Han Yi and is conducting a complex and intense brainstorming. Utah packages a large number of film and television projects every year and sells them to various production companies. If Han Yi has a strong interest in investing in this area, perhaps United Artists Agency can be more than just an agency. Why can't there be Utah Films? If a film and television company, based on Utah's artist resources and project packaging capabilities, can be established independently, its own pattern may be able to break free from the shackles of the triumvirate. Using a higher dimensional means to completely suppress is the best way to defeat the enemy. Thinking of this, Jeremy Zimmer subconsciously glanced at Jim Berkus and found that the other party was also looking at him with almost the same eyes. Both of them seized the opportunity to completely crush the other party. That's a coincidence. Jordan himself is now my legal advisor. Han Yi saw the thoughts of the two Utah leaders, but he did not express anything and continued to talk with Kevin Hart with a smile. Kevin, you can choose a suitable time. You bring your man at consultant, I will bring mine, and we will have a good talk about this matter. No problem. It just so happens that there is no filming plan recently, and I have been in LA. Kevin Hart clenched his right fist and stretched it in front of Han Yi. I know that calling you boss is the right thing to do. I look forward to our cooperation, boss. Me too, Kevin. Han Yi clenched his fist and touched Kevin Hart. Welcome to the jungle. This is a pun. Not only the title of the first part of Jumanji, but also a further reminder to Kevin Hart. Follow me, let's go through the capital jungle of Hollywood. The investment agreement still needs to go through a lengthy negotiation process to be finalized, but from Kevin Hart's subsequent performance, he has already regarded Hanyi as a business helper that must be won. Kevin Hart accompanied Hanyi step by step and stood in front of the entrance door as the host of the party, enthusiastically introducing every familiar star who attended the party to the latter. In addition to Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen, Jim Burkus and Jeremy Zimmer also accompanied Hanyi. When receiving the guests they invited, the two did not forget to bring them to Hanyi and introduced this young Chinese tycoon in the name of partner. Everyone regarded Hanyi as a career booster. After all, this financial owner who spent billions of dollars at the beginning and now seems to have a lot of spare energy is kind and humble, and it seems that he can chat with anyone. Apart from wanting to become famous in Hollywood, no other intentions can be seen for the time being. And this is exactly the disguise that Hanyi wants to show to the world. A truly meticulous plan should never be on the lips all the time, using a seemingly benevolent thin line to trap the target, slowly tightening it without being noticed. It is best to wait for the prey to fall into the net, and no one can guess who the hunter is. This is in line with Hanyi's personality and mind. Walter, Shirley, it's great to see you again. Billy, Phineas, this way. Jordan, welcome to the house. Oh, of course, you will come often in the future. Mr. Cumberbatch, okay, haha. Benedict, I'm a loyal fan of yours. Miss Julie, I have heard of you for a long time, and it is an honor to invite you to attend. Hosting a formal party in the United States, especially in the Platinum Triangle, is a drudgery. As an American cultural convention, Hanyi must show the standard 8 teeth to every arriving guest, and then use some exaggerated rhetoric to show a warm welcome. On the other hand, considering the upper class social culture, he also has to grasp the subtle differences with different conversation partners, while consolidating his own image and social status, so that everyone can get the right amount of care, not too much, and definitely not too little. Enthusiastic and reserved. It is no easier to grasp such a social scale than to design colorful black. In less than an hour, Hanyi transformed into a social robot with an American smile welded on his face, and greetings and handshakes became subconscious mechanical movements. The increasingly fierce complaints in his heart became an effective way for him to relieve this boring and flashy. Benedict Cumberbatch's horseface is older than human history. Some people describe Owen Wilson's mouth as, well, it really looks like it. Gwyneth Paltrow, is she British or American? Angelina Jolie is indeed old, and no amount of botox can support her cheekbones. In Hollywood, especially in the last 20 years, most of those who can become first-line stars are no longer the flawless beauties like Audrey Hepburn, Bridget Bardot and Grace Kelly in the era of big studios. A memorable appearance is the primary condition that helps movie stars and musicians quickly gain public recognition. Whether it is Don Cheadle's weird head, Benedict Cumberbatch's long face, or Angelina Jolie's plump lips, from the perspective of public aesthetics, they are all slightly exaggerated. In film and television works, there are triple covers of lenses, make-up and filters. Back to reality, extreme facial features plus a body that becomes abnormally thin for the sake of being on camera make this impact more obvious. Welcoming dozens of stars, Hanyi became more and more certain of his inner thoughts. Angelina Jolie in 1993 might be worth his money to win a beautiful smile. But what about 2016? Hollywood is a cruel meat grinder that requires ability, qualifications, connections, and luck. Even if you are gifted, you have to endure enough years before you can really stand in the center of the stage. Angelina Jolie is already a successful template in this industry, but it was not until she starred in Tomb Raider in 2001 that she truly gained extraordinary commercial appeal worldwide. By then, it had been 8 years since her official debut. One film contract after another, one notice after another, and perhaps one pill after another. Even the most gorgeous and timeless beauty will be worn out in the timescale of extreme fatigue and deep stimulation. In fact, in terms of beauty alone, the 20-year-old Zuyiro and Zhao Yaozhen can easily surpass most of the well-dressed female celebrities present. Gwyneth Paltrow's proud tall figure is eclipsed by Zhao Yaozhen like a candlelight in the moonlight. Elizabeth Banks' signature sweet smile is not as good as Zhu Yiru's even in her heyday, let alone now. Of course, among them, there are still a small number of young and graceful girls who can compete with Xiaoru and Yaozhen. For example, Yi, please allow me to introduce you to this future star. Madison Beal. Please subscribe for the first time, please vote for the monthly ticket, and please kiss me. Chapter 53 Madison Beal. Yi, please allow me to introduce this future star to you. Jeremy Zimmer warmly hugged Madison Beal, and then turned his head, and looked at Han Yi with a smile. Madison Beal, we hope to have her join the star-studded lineup of musicians at Utah. Hello, Ms. Beal, nice to meet you. Han Yi extended his hand, and showed a warm smile that he had polished tonight. My name is Han Yi, you can call me Yi. As he spoke, Han Yi looked at Madison Beal generously, with a look of curiosity that only a time traveler could have. Han Yi had naturally heard of Madison Beal's name. She was by no means one of the most famous and accomplished in the music industry, but when people talked about the hottest musicians, the most dazzling singers, or the most popular artists with the most online exposure, Madison Beal was the golden sign that absolutely could not be ignored. 4.2 billion streaming plays, 38.5 million Instagram followers, 17 million TikTok followers. Madison Beal in 2023 is a stunning goddess that boys all over the world dream of, and a beauty queen that girls all over the world are vying to emulate. Compared with Taylor Swift or Ariana Grande, Madison Beal is much inferior in music career, but her personal image can be said to be a complete victory. Discovered by Justin Bieber in 2012, Madison Beal, who was born in Long Island and has a good family background, has not had many negative news, let alone the imprisonment, divorce, addiction, and quarrels that other European and American stars are accustomed to. If you say that she admitted to having lip augmentation injections and then melting them away, or that she was unfortunately diagnosed with borderline personality disorder and actively received treatment, it can be considered negative news. Madison Beal not only won the favor of the entire network with her cute performance in front of the camera, but every fan who has seen her offline also praised her authenticity, humility, and approachability. If she meets a fan on the street, she can chat with him for more than 10 minutes and help him with his relationship problems. She happened to see a girl named Lina's analysis of her personality on the internet, so she sent a private message to him with great interest and even invited him to Los Angeles for 2 months. The fans became best friends. Such a beautiful and pure soul can be said to be extremely consistent with Disney's requirements for the new era princess in the 21st century. It is no wonder that when The Little Mermaid was just beginning to be cast, so many people suggested to Disney that Madison Beal and Ariel were a perfect match. In April 2016, Madison Beal was far from reaching the peak of her beauty, but she had lost the immature aura when she first debuted and had found a fashion look and makeup style that suited her. A starry silver evening dress by Zahamiera, outlining the hot curves that belong to the Apennine Peninsula, coupled with a beautiful face that even Barbie dolls dream of. Madison Beal is the only actress Han Yi has seen today who has the confidence to compete with Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen. Hi, good afternoon, Yi. Madison Beal greeted Han Yi with the same generous and straightforward eyes, and her smile was even brighter. My friends call me Madison, or Maddie, whatever you want to call me. Grace, it's great to meet you. You are so cute, Maddie. Yaozhen. I like the song I Won't Let You Walk Away that you and Mako sang. Grace, Yaozhen, thank you. You two are the cutest girls I have ever seen. Madison Beal gave Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen a big hug. Hey, Madison. To many people's surprise, Kevin Hart and Justin Bieber have a close personal relationship, not only on stage, but also behind the scenes. That's why Kevin Hart was the roast master of the evening at the Comedy Center's roast for Bieber. Therefore, Kevin Hart has met this newcomer who was discovered by Justin Bieber and managed by Scooter Braun several times. How is Scooter doing recently? I think he should be pretty good, but I have no way to verify it. Hearing Kevin Hart's words, Madison Beal's pupils shrank slightly, and the smile on her face faded a little. Maybe you don't know yet, Kevin, I just terminated my management contract with Braun. Oh, this? I really don't know. Kevin Hart grinned awkwardly. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's actually a very peaceful and friendly termination. Madison Beale obviously didn't want to linger on this topic for too long. She winked playfully. I'm so thirsty. It would be great if I could have a glass of iced lemonade or something. Ms. Beale, this way please. You can go to the bar counter to order strong alcoholic drinks from the bartender, and the waiters will serve cocktails and non-alcoholic drinks directly. Corey McIntosh joined the conversation at the right time and politely led Madison Beale to the salon area so that both parties avoided the embarrassment of continuing to talk about the termination of the contract. Madison Beale turned around and waved to everyone in a friendly way. In response, Han Yi also smiled and nodded. Madison had already walked a distance away. She was a little nearsighted and didn't like wearing contact lenses, so she couldn't catch Han Yi's eyes that were getting brighter and brighter. Yuzhan, what do you think of her? Han Yi turned sideways and whispered in Zhao Yuzhan's ear. Han Yi's leather shoes have an insoles effect, and Zhao Yuzhan's high heels are also of a considerable size. The former doesn't even need to tilt his head, and the two are naturally at the same altitude. You mean, sign her to the record company? Yeah, and the management company. Didn't she say that she just terminated her contract with Scooter? Great idea. Zhao Yuzhan carefully looked at Madison Beale, who had just picked up a martini glass and was greeting Dylan Francis at the far end. The appearance, singing skills, and current popularity are all quite in line with our requirements. Unlike Billie Eilish, the step from 0 to 1 has been omitted. I agree with you. Han Yi pointed in the direction of Madison covertly. Leave it to you? As a woman, Zhao Yuzhan's ice-breaking communication should be more effective than Han Yi's. Okay, let's go now. Zhao Yuzhan, who has a strong execution ability, did not hesitate at all. He did what he said and took a glass of margarita from the passing waiter and then strode towards Madison Beale. It was indeed capable. Han Yi looked at Zhao Yuzhan's charming figure with swaying steps and nodded with appreciation. When he saw Yuzhan's hand on Madison's shoulder, Han Yi moved his eyes away with satisfaction. He ran into Zhu Yiru's expressionless and meaningful gaze. Damn it. How to explain? Say that I'm just praising Yuzhan's workability? We have almost received the guests here. Zaoru. Han Yi coughed twice and clicked skip in his heart. Is there a reward like a remote control for life? Go over there with me? Looking in the direction pointed by Han Yi, Walter Wang and Shirley Wang were at the far end of the lawn, chatting and laughing with Principal Nikias and Vice President of the school Scott Labanold. Standing with them were two faces that they had never met, but were not unfamiliar. Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre. Business is important, and we will torture them later. After repeating this 3 times in her mind, Zhu Yiru took a deep breath, put on her signature sweet smile, and clasped her hands around Han Yi's right arm. This time, she clasped them directly on the softest part of Han Yi's arm. Hey. Han Yi took a breath. It hurts. Ah, sorry. Zhu Yiru raised her little head and squinted her eyes with a fake smile. I was distracted. Okay. It's my turn. Patting the back of Zhu Yiru's hand, Han Yi sighed softly and led his female companion forward. His attention was all on Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre, and he didn't notice that the girl from Taiwan beside him had any intention of complaining. Her eyes were filled with his figure, reflecting the tenderness that was about to overflow with attachment. Grace. Shirley Wang saw her favorite girl from a distance. Shirley raised her eyebrows with joy, opened her arms to Zhu Yiru, and shouted loudly, Auntie Wang. Playing the role of a good daughter-in-law is a specialty ingrained in Zaoru's genes. She took small steps and threw herself into Shirley Wang's arms like a young swallow. The quietly changing address was of course intentional by Zaoru. In Chinese culture, the most intimate address between strangers, especially between the old and the young, is to use the name of the other party's relatives. Ms. Wang, Shirley, Auntie Wang. The degree of pleasing each other also increased accordingly. Uncle Wang. Zhu Yiru in Shirley's arms raised her eyes and called Walter Wang in a muffled voice. Walter Wang was overjoyed by her cute and beautiful appearance. Uncle, aunt. With Zaoru's help, Han Yi changed his words without hesitation. Principal Nikias, Mr. Labanoud. At this point, Han Yi wiped his right hand on the hem of his suit and reached out to Jimmy Joven and Dr. Dre. "Mr. Joven, Mr. Yang." Han Yi's attitude was humble but not humble, and he played the role of a young man who admired the industry giants very well. "It's an honor to finally meet the two legends. Maximum, you see what I said? The Trojans all have powdered sugar on their mouths." Dr. Dre raised his eyebrows, which were so light that they were almost invisible, and shook Han Yi's hand. In fact, there was almost no hair on his face. "I go by Andre, or Dre. Jimmy." Jimmy Joven's eyebrows were thicker, but the top of his head was similar to Dr. Dre's, as empty as the Mojave Desert. The two partners have worked together for many years, and their looks and temperaments are getting closer and closer. The only thing that can distinguish them, besides the obvious black and white skin color, is the light purple dimmer glasses that Jimmy Ivan almost never takes off. That's why we love Trojans, not brown bears. People who are familiar with Jimmy Ivan know that he rarely jokes, not because he is withdrawn, but because he really lacks a sense of humor. Any jokes squeezed out of that rusty scrap iron throat have to be discounted. But even so, Jimmy still chose to start with a witty remark. Because Maximum Nikias called him 2 days ago to communicate with him, and told him that, if he has time, he must participate in Utah's welcome party. Because the host of this party is Han Yi, who is going to donate $10 million to Ivan and Young College. Moreover, he is still a senior student. Out of caution, after the last charity dinner, Maximum Nikias asked his secretary to look up Han Yi's information in the school's alumni library. There are many Yi Han or Han Yi among the alumni, but there is only one senior student majoring in music industry at the Thornton School of Music who matches Han Yi's identity. The one who wants to donate $10 million to the school is a young man who has not yet received his diploma. Of course, this did not make Maximum Nikias look down on Han Yi. In fact, this astonishing fact made him more awed by Han Yi and the forces behind him. The reason? It is not much different from the managers of Chase Private Bank. If a family can give a senior student more than $100 million to acquire Utah, more than $30 million to buy a Beverly mansion, and then casually give $10 million to his alma mater, then, no matter where this family is, and what they want to do, they are a wealthy sponsor worthy of the University of Southern California's deep binding. "Jimmy, this is not fair. Walter and Shirley are all brown bears." Maximum Nikias still spoke in a strong Greek accented English, and tried to smooth things over with a kind look. The president of this top-ranked university governs nearly 50,000 people, almost the population of a small urban area. He can effectively balance the interests of everyone and ensure the healthy development of USC. Nikias's mind is naturally different from ordinary people's meticulousness. We don't like brown bears, but we have to protect them. Since Han Yi did not choose to tell anyone about his status as a student at the beginning, Maximum Nikias would definitely not mention this to anyone, and Walter Wang and Shirley Wang would never learn any confidential information about Han Yi's identity from him. However, confidentiality is also limited. As the founders of the Joven and Young College, Jimmy Joven and Dr. Dre undoubtedly have the right to know. And how did they react after they knew that Han Yi was a student? Looking at the tacit cooperation between Andre and Jimmy, anyone who is smart will make the same choice as Nikias. "Surely, we are surrounded by the Trojans." Walter didn't care about the funny words between the two schools. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Yes, it's a pity." Shirley stroked Zuiru's hair lovingly. "Grace, why did you choose the dark side?" "Because." This was a difficult joke, but the girl from Taiwan quickly gave the answer with her eyes rolling. "I want to feel like I'm in a foreign country. If I were at UCLA, I could drink bubble tea every day, just like at home, or the pizza at Parkside is more to my taste." Hearing Zuiru's clever answer, everyone laughed happily. USC wants to compete with UCLA in everything, except for the cafeteria, where USC loses convincingly. The cafeteria at the University of California, Los Angeles ranks second in the United States all year round, with 5 fast service restaurants and 3 self-service student cafeterias. Among them, Feast, located in the River Residence building, is the only Pan-Asian University cafeteria in the United States. Chinese, Hawaiian, Indian, Japanese, Korean, Philippine, Thai and Vietnamese cuisines, not to mention bubble tea. Even Raujiamo is available. With this as an excuse, Zhu Yiru not only praised Walter and Shirley, but also did not offend Principal Nikias. This kind of heart is so exquisite that anyone who sees it will like it. I received your message, Grace. Scott Labanold put his index and middle fingers together in front of his forehead and saluted. I will submit this proposal to the board of directors. We really need to add more places for Asian students. Maybe it can be placed in the Jovan and Young College. Maximum Nikias quietly brought the topic back to the track he was concerned about. It sounds good. Han Yi looked at Jimmy and Dre. What do you think? Hey, your donation, your choice. I won't complain. Andre spread his hands and smiled. I will really open a milk tea shop in the college. Andre, I'm not kidding. At this point, Han Yi put away his lazy smile and changed the subject. Seriously speaking, I mentioned to President Nikias before that I agree very much with the philosophy of running the school of Yaon and Yang College. The reason why I chose to make the donation is because I think I should also do my part. After all, I will soon become a part of the music industry. Oh, really? Jimmy asked with interest. You mean the music department of Utah? No. Han Yi paused and said slowly, I mean, I will soon set up a music copyright distribution company, a record company, and a live performance company. Really enter the music industry in depth. So that's it. Jimmy Yaon and Dr. Dre looked at each other and finally understood why this young Asian college student donated a huge sum of $10 million to this college that was only established in 2014. If it were an ordinary business project, $10 million would not be enough to bring Jimmy and Andre, two industry giants, together and have someone's welcome party at the same time. In fact, even if this number was doubled, it would be impossible. Why? Have you heard of Beats? On August 1st, 2014, the world's leading headphone company co-founded by Jimmy and Andre was sold to Apple for $3 billion in cash and stock. The Jovan and Young College of USC was a plan that the two had put into practice after receiving the first acquisition payment. A simple business invitation will never attract the two who are already financially free. Only by starting with the spiritual world that they are more concerned about now, recognizing their school philosophy and expressing support for their educational plans, can we really get into the sight of Jimmy and Andre. This kid is a bit smart. That's great. We should find time to sit down and plan the use of this donation. Hey, by the way, I almost forgot. Jimmy tapped his temple, as if he suddenly remembered something. At the end of this month, Apple Music will do a 1-week innovation workshop in the college, and Andre and I will be in school most of the week. Is it convenient for you during that time, Yi? Maybe we can have a formal meeting with President Nikias at that time. Apple Music. Hearing this keyword, Han Yi couldn't help but smile. Jimmy and Andre are indeed the only successful black and white partnership in the American business world. He didn't need further hints. The two had already figured out who Han Yi wanted to donate the $10 million to. To whom? To competitor Interscope? No way. To Aftermath, which is under Dr. Dre and has signed Eminem and Kendrick Lamar? No matter how well it does, it is just a sub-label with only 3 or 4 artists now. Is it worth spending $10 million just to pave the way? Then why? The answer, of course, is Apple Music. Before June 30th, 2015, Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre had many identities that could define them at the same time. But after that day, their most dazzling label will always be only that one. Co-founder of Apple Music, a music streaming launched by Apple, a $1 trillion company. The only terminal platform that can compete head-on with Spotify. Since Han Yi is about to get involved in music copyright and record distribution, what does he need most now? Of course, the protection of a streaming giant. Considering Han Yi's age, the wealth he possesses is indeed astonishing. But everyone present, whether it was the Wan couple, USC, or Jimmy and Andre, the resources they could control were several levels higher than Han Yi. Any favor from any of them would benefit Han Yi greatly, especially Jimmy and Andre, who were in the same industry as him. They not only had billions of dollars in personal wealth, but also the support of the entire Apple ecosystem. The gates they controlled only needed to be opened an inch, and the outflow of traffic and wealth would be enough for Han Yi's music business group. to complete the initial accumulation. This was the fundamental reason why Han Yi deliberately wanted to connect with his alma mater and specifically donated to the Zhaoan and Yang colleges. "Thank you very much, Jimmy." Han Yi patted Jimmy Zhaoan's back gently and gave him a sincere look of gratitude. "It's just a small effort, Yi." Jimmy Zhaoan pinched Han Yi's arm in return and smiled easily and calmly. Han Yi's little thoughts were used just right. Not only did he not feel calculated, but he also had a sense of respect for being treated cautiously by a strong young man. More importantly, Han Yi himself didn't ask for much. He didn't need their investment, nor did he need to worry too much. Just saying hello and giving some traffic wouldn't take even 5 minutes. All the difficulties in the world are nothing more than 2 points. One is capital, and the other is channels. Han Yi has already paved the way to them with capital. Since he has come so far, why not Jimmy and Andre open the door and take him on a tour of the music world? What can he do in this country? Whether to become the Greek states in the Battle of Plataea or the Persian Empire is not a problem that Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre need to consider. We've talked too much about business. Today is your big day, Yi. You should enjoy this party. Seeing that his partner had communicated the important information, Dr. Dre, who is more sociable, began to establish a personal connection with Han Yi. He grabbed the latter's wrist and twisted his body to the strong rhythm of the live EDM trap music. "Come on, everybody. Don't forget, this is a party." Dr. Dre encouraged the group of elderly people while turning around slightly with Han Yi to face the DJ booth at the other end of the infinity pool. "See who's on the stage. Diplo. What wonderful music, isn't it? Please subscribe first. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Please kiss me." Chapter 54. Bright stars. The wind blows around us. Holding tightly is to let go better. A flying kiss. A gunshot. Everyone needs someone to rely on. On the DJ stage, Diplo, a representative client of the electronic music section of United Artists Management, is playing his most popular single "Lean On." "Utah, let me see your hands." The original version of Major Lazer is playing, without remix or edit, but the cheerful and lively Moombahton melody is the most suitable rhythm for this hot afternoon. Old guns like Dr. Dre are just swaying their bodies in place, while the main force of the party, the Utah Junior agents who are almost tipsy, have already shouted in unison with the drums, and every strong beat is a signal for the crowd to leave the ground. No matter from which angle, the welcome party organized by Utah for Han Capital and Bohu Capital can be regarded as a first-tier industry gathering in Hollywood. Needless to say, the guest lineup, except for Johnny Depp, who has a grudge against Utah, all the stars of United Artists Management are present. Channing Tatum from Magic Mike, Kevin Hart from 2011, Elizabeth Banks from Pitch Perfect, Benedict Cumberbatch from The Imitation Game, Paul Rudd from Ant-Man, Mark Ruffalo from The Avengers, Bryan Cranston from Breaking Bad, January Jones from Mad Men, and Chris Pratt from Guardians of the Galaxy, who just defected from CAA. All of these popular actors who have been in the limelight in recent years were present. What's even more astonishing is that the legends of the previous generation who rarely appear in public, or the successful superstars like Angelina Jolie, all took the time to attend. Harrison Ford, Owen Wilson, Susan Sarandon, Edward Norton, Ewan McGregor, Anthony Hopkins, Michael Douglas, and even Barbara Streisand, who lives in seclusion in a cliff manor worth $100 million all day and never leaves the house, all combed her iconic middle-parted hair and arrived at 864 Stradella Road in the admiring eyes of the crowd. In addition, the big players behind the scenes, represented by Utah, were basically all present. Chuck Lorre, the producer of 2.5 Men and The Big Bang Theory, David Chase, the creative mastermind of The Sopranos, and the Coen brothers, who have produced countless classics, are just a small part of the list. It is no exaggeration to say that even this year's Oscars could not gather these legendary figures. And the reason why they chose to gather at Han Yi's house on this hot and lazy Friday afternoon is only two reasons: money and power. Entering the second decade of the 21st century, the struggle of capital in the performing arts agency industry has intensified. Silver Lake Capital invested heavily in WME. Not only did it invest $700 million out of its own pocket to buy 51% of the absolute controlling rights, it also found a group of bigwigs in the capital circle to escort it and raised $2.4 billion to acquire IMG. It is just one step away from the final step of listing and cashing out. Utah's mortal enemy CAA found a big brother in TPG Capital. In 2010, it acquired 35% of CAA's equity for $500 million in cash and investment funds. In 2014, it sold 18% more, allowing TPG Capital to achieve an absolute controlling stake of 53%. The boosting effect of capital injection on the development of brokerage business is obvious. In recent years, both WMEIMG and CAA have become well-deserved leaders in the fields of film, music, television, and fashion. 8 of the 10 highest-grossing films in the world in 2015 were starred by clients of these two companies. Matt Damon in The Martian, Chris Hemsworth in Avengers, Age of Ultron, Jennifer Lawrence in The Hunger Games, and Daniel Craig in Spectre are all like this. Among the 10 films, only 2 were starred by Utah clients. Harrison Ford in Star Wars, The Force Awakens, was able to get the starring role because he was the original Han Solo. Chris Pratt in Jurassic Park had just signed a contract with Utah, and the contract was actually negotiated by CAA. As for music, the advantages of WMEIMG and CAA are even more obvious. Let's just list a few names: Adele, Bruno Mars, Travis Scott, Taylor Swift. Judging from the concert box office alone, even if all Utah's musician clients are added together, they can't beat these 4. Even Adele alone can beat half of United Artists Agency. In April 2016, Utah's most impressive pop music artist was Demi Lovato. This fact alone shows how serious the situation is. Seeing that the competition among the 4 major forces is about to turn into a 2-man showdown, it is not only the management and agents within United Artists Agency who are anxious, but also the celebrity clients who are closely related to the company, especially the film and television clients who are more dependent on performing arts agents, who are also making their own calculations. Old people like Harrison Ford and Anthony Hopkins who have spent their entire lives at Utah will certainly not leave. What they are eagerly looking forward to is that the agency can find a good partner as soon as possible and get on the fast track of capitalization operations like WMEIMG and CAA. In this way, the influence and reputation legacy they have worked hard to build for many years inside and outside the industry, especially within Utah, can be preserved and developed. As for the new generation of clients with low stickiness, they are all different. Some express their loyalty, some make demands, and some begin to calculate the expiration date of the agency contract. Especially in the past 2 or 3 months when Johnny Depp and Utah were at odds, almost every client who got wind of the news, whether in front of or behind the scenes, left a backup plan for themselves at WMEIMG, ICM and CAA. If there were any danger signs at United Artists Agency, valuable clients would be lost in less than 2 or 3 weeks. It is the 2010s now, and no one is stupid enough to sink into the deep sea with the Titanic. Therefore, at this delicate moment, when people's minds are changing, the $190 million capital injection from Han Yi and Le Pen is a reassurance to new clients and a shot of adrenaline to old clients. Utah has finally found a big tree to live in, and there is a glimmer of hope for the company's future development. This is the fundamental reason why all the stars of United Artists Agency are present. The new generation is here to quell the rumors about job hopping in the industry, and the old generation is here to help the new shareholders to show their support. Of course, Utah itself has spared no effort to promote this all-star party. After all, nothing can better show the unity of the company than this. The schedules of all clients on April 8th, as long as they are not particularly important announcements and filming, have basically been postponed or cancelled. Faced with the mountain that even Jim Burkus and Jeremy Zimmer need to pay a visit, Hollywood celebrities who are more savvy than one another will naturally not let it go. Just Parkway Capital alone is enough for everyone present to look up to. After all, the total assets of all Utah's clients combined are not even 1/5 of the $85 billion. What is even more shocking is that in this press release, the first place among the acquirers is not Parkway, but the unknown Han Capital. Everyone knows what this ranking means. It means that the real behind the scenes pusher, which accounts for the majority of the investment share, is this capital management company that no one has ever heard of. The first move is 190 million. How long will it take to get to know this mysterious boss before no one knows about him? If they are lucky, they may not only get the honor of being friends with the capital giants, but also the favor of piles of green banknotes. Just like Kevin Hart. Although Han Yi was mentally prepared, it was not until he was at the party and was tightly surrounded by the superstars that he realized how powerful the gifts they gave were. These world-class superstars, who ordinary people would scream uncontrollably when they saw them on the street, and it was difficult to get an autograph, were now like children in the school cafeteria, queuing up obediently and quietly waiting for the opportunity to chat with Han Yi for 2 or 3 minutes. No matter how calm and composed one is, he would be a little dazed by the surging vanity and satisfaction brought by the huge power in such a courtesy. Walter, I really like your, what? Oh my god, sorry, Brian. I'm not the only one who calls you that. Oh, really, Chuck? A spin-off about young Sheldon sounds interesting. Don't spoil it, Paul. I don't want to know who won the Civil War yet. Premiere? Of course. That will be fun. Walter Wang and Shirley Wang were behind Han Yi, whispering to Zhu Yiru and Bryan Cranston. Principal Maximum Nikias and Vice President Scott Labanold were talking loudly with Chuck Lorre on the left about the possibility of holding a lecture at the film school next semester. Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre sandwiched the young Chinese tycoon in the middle, chatting and laughing with Paul Rudd and Billie Eilish, who had somehow gotten into the circle. Jim Burkus and Jeremy Zimmer were standing on the right with Edward Norton and Ewan McGregor, chatting with Douglas Lebon and Vincent D. Who wouldn't be confused by such a grand scene? Madison Beale quietly raised her phone and took a lot of photos of the star-studded scene. In terms of net worth alone, the value of this photo is much higher than that classic Oscar selfie. With a touch of her finger, she zoomed in on Han Yi standing in the middle of the crowd in the photo, and Madison looked at his smiling face carefully. If it was Scooter Braun, would he be the focus of attention of this group of people? At this moment, Zhao Yaozhen didn't need to waste any more words. Madison Beale had already made up her mind. She had to find the time to have a good chat with him. Maybe being abandoned by Island Records and being terminated by Scooter Braun was not the end of his acting career, but a new beginning full of hope. Yaozhen, who had been with Madison and Phineas for the past hour, also stopped talking to the Italian singer in a roundabout way. Just by looking at Madison Beale's action of enlarging the photo, Zhao Yaozhen was certain that the girl had been moved by her invitation to cooperate. However, how much does the reason for being moved have to do with her rhetoric? Thinking of this, Zhao Yaozhen couldn't help but narrow her eyes slightly and looked at Han Yi, who was shining with inexplicable brilliance in the sunshine of Los Angeles. She didn't raise her mobile phone to record like Madison, but it didn't mean that the touch in her heart was reduced. For Yaozhen, who regards music as a lifelong career pursuit, the names of Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre are hanging high in the unattainable pantheon. Even if one day she becomes successful and famous, and going in and out of the Grammy Awards is as common as sleeping and eating, these two people will never have any intersection with her. Too high, too far. But now, Han Yi stood in the middle of the two bald heads, one black and one white. Andre swayed his body to the song Still Dre that Diplo played specially to pay tribute to him, while Jimmy beat the beat with his hands, revealing a naughty smile that the outside media had never seen before. Is this what I chose? No, my business partner? This might be the life of a wealthy family that my mother imagined. Zhao Yaozhen sighed, and Zhu Yiru, who looked past Bryan Cranston and secretly glanced at her best friend, was also sighing. The descendant of the largest business family in Taiwan was called uncle and aunt by herself. A Hollywood star who would be reported by the media for 2 or 3 days after going to Taipei, and even revealed what meals he ordered in the guest room, was chatting with her about which brunch in Los Angeles was the most delicious. Who could ask for more? Zhu Yiru raised her head and breathed a long sigh of relief. It was dusk in Los Angeles on April 8, 2016. The sun gradually sank to the west, and the sky, dyed orange-red by the last ray of sunlight, was reflected on the water surface of 864 Stradella Road, splashing a magnificent and scorching light. Not far away, the street lights in Century City and West Hollywood began to light up one by one, and the warm yellow lights extended along the winding mountain road to the foot of Bel-Air. The most beautiful moment in the City of Lights is the sunset. Otherwise, the famous avenue known to everyone would not be named Sunset. Los Angeles people don't care about the so-called concept of saving electricity. They turn on the lights very early, whether it is street lights, car lights or indoor lights in buildings, and some places are even lit all night. The candlelight created by the development of human civilization for thousands of years and the gift of the magnificent nature for billions of years are combined to illuminate Hanyi's mansion like the Golden Temple on Mount Olympus, forming this beautiful picture that makes people wonder how to describe it. What is slightly abrupt is that in the beautiful scenery, there is a thin woman standing alone. Angelina Jolie. 10 minutes ago, Jolie stood in front of Xiaoru with a graceful manner, with a perfect smile that was always exquisite and elegant on her face, and talked to her cordially. But now, at the edge of the crowd where no one cared, in the empty and lonely corner of the party, this goddess who made Xiaoru look up at her, has completely changed her appearance. If a beautiful and charming appearance and a haggard look can appear on one person at the same time, then this person must be Angelina Jolie at this moment. Standing alone by the infinity pool, holding a wine glass with both hands clasped together, Jolie, who was looking into the distance at this magnificent view, half of her feet were hanging outside the lawn, making people sweat for her. Because even if she moved half an inch forward, her fate would be to fall into the water. What was she thinking about? Was it the marriage that existed in name only, the frail body, or herself who first climbed this mountain 23 years ago? Xiaoru looked at the overly weak Julie in reality and felt a little more bitter and panic for no reason. In sharp contrast, this grand party scene that can be described as perfect boombox cartel and Diplo had just finished their extremely hot trap, Moombahton and G-Funk set, and the person who took over the stage was the phenomenal rapper G-Eazy, who was full of ruffian spirit and extremely handsome. The prelude of the hit single Me, Myself and I in collaboration with B-Bricks has sounded, and the whole audience began to sing along with the strong drum beats. Stella Maxwell is by my side. I buy 3 Ferraris at a time. A wardrobe of Saint Laurent. Anything I want is at my fingertips. This hunger drives me. But I'm the only one on this journey, alone. Always walk alone until the end. Because for the rest of my life, I only have myself. G-Eazy bent down to the rhythm on the stage, sweating to his heart's content, and roared out his life motto. These lyrics, which were unique enough in their attitude, sounded so harsh. They violently rushed into Xiaoru's nerve center, giving her a headache. She didn't know how long it had been before a burst of noise from Hanyi's end rescued her from the pain of needles and knives. Hey, Yi, look who I brought to you. Please subscribe first, please vote for me, and please kiss me. The last 2 chapters will be posted tonight at 5 o'clock. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Mad Decent. Hanyi raised his head. Standing in front of him was Peter Benedek, who had been missing all day. Beside Peter, Diplo, with his dark blonde hair, was looking at Hanyi. In person, he looked a little tired and a little old, but it still couldn't hide Diplo's fatal attraction to women. In terms of temperament and type, Diplo and G-Eazy are similar in many ways. Both are fuckboy styles that have been extremely popular in European and American societies in recent years. They are casual, uninhibited, and have a signal of you can sleep with me, but I'm not responsible. Yo, man, a great set. When facing people with different personalities and identities, the way of greeting is naturally different. Hanyi raised his palm and joined it with Diplo's right hand. The two hooked each other's thumbs, moved their bodies closer, and patted each other's backs. Oh, thanks, brother. Diplo pointed his hands at Dr. Dre. Thanks for the inspiration of this legend. Nonsense, I don't do trap. Dr. Dre also greeted Diplo in the same way, but the set is really exciting. Peter, I finally meet you today. Taking advantage of the time when Diplo and Dr. Dre were chatting, Hanyi turned his attention to Peter Benedek. Han Yi's face was still wearing a warm smile that no one else could see any difference, but the look in his eyes when he looked at Peter Benedek revealed a hint of playfulness. When he talked to Jordan Bromley about the plan related to Diplo at the Grove Shopping Center a few days ago, he asked this lawyer to help ask someone familiar with Diplo in Utah to introduce him. It's not that Han Yi can't find Diplo himself, and he has to establish a relationship through the United Artists Management Company. He was not unaware that, from the perspective of musicians, Diplo's bond with Utah was not as strong as that of film and television actors. If he wanted to introduce him, any of the three giants could have the same effect. The reason why he did this was mainly to see where his newly hired legal advisor stood in the power structure within Utah and what role he played. It must be said that the result of the test was somewhat beyond Han Yi's expectations. He originally thought that Jordan Bromley would be closer to Jeremy Zimmer or Jim Berkus. After all, these two were the real power figures active on the stage. But the one who brought Diplo here to say hello today was actually Peter Benedek, who had retired to the second line. Jordan Bromley's intentions and the deep meaning behind this line were worth pondering. Did Jordan choose to bypass Jeremy and Jim because he deliberately avoided suspicion, or did he, as a core consultant in the music section, have an offensive and defensive alliance with Peter? If it was the latter, the drama that was about to be staged at the United Artists Management Company would be even more exciting. Oh, sorry, Yi, the old man has nothing to do. It was still the familiar Peter Benedek style, with swear words in his jokes, but I can still stay awake when it matters. Last time we met, I remember you said you were very interested in music, especially in the field of electronic music. At this point, Peter Benedek patted Diplo on the back, reminding the latter that the main topic was about to begin. So, I brought him to you as soon as I got off the stage. Yi, let me formally introduce you to Thomas Wesley Pence, stage name Diplo, founder of Mad Decent. Of course, Mad Decent Major Lazer, Jack, Peter, I have heard of Thomas for a long time. Diplo, DJ Mag's 2015 Top 100 DJs list ranked 20th. Of course, this list is a pile of rotten shit wrapped in gold foil. Whoever buys more advertising packages will rank higher, and this is the only reason why the Belgian brothers are at the top of the list. So, although Diplo seems to have a good ranking, in fact, among the 19 people ahead of him, at least 10 people's achievements are far inferior to his, and the other 5 people are also better than him. Only the industry veterans like Armin van Buuren and David Guetta, who have been famous for many years, are qualified to say that they are superior to him in status. In 2016, Diplo is not an exaggeration to be called one of the top 5 in the electronic music industry. Thomas Wesley Pence was born in 1978 in Tupelo, a small town with only 38,000 people in Mississippi. Although his hometown is on the Mississippi River in the Deep South, Thomas spent most of his youth in Miami. At that time, Miami had the most prosperous electronic music scene in the United States. It was there that Thomas came into contact with Miami bass and was conquered by the hot rhythm of 108 BPM. Later, whether at the University of Central Florida in Orange County, Temple University in Philadelphia, or during his study tour in Delhi, India, Thomas began to be active on the stage as Diplo. Since 2003, he has held a series of extremely successful electronic music events in the Philadelphia area. The lucrative income has given him enough capital to establish his own art space, the Mausoleum, which combines recording, video, gallery and music events. Christina Aguilera, Shakira, and Maya, who completely changed the trajectory of his life, have all recorded music here. On February 11th, 2008, Diplo's hit single Paper Plane in collaboration with Maya was officially released. It ranked number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100 chart and was nominated for the 51st Grammy Award for Best Single. This allowed Diplo, as a single producer, to truly enter the mainstream music scene in Europe and the United States, and also put him on the fast track of rapper development. Chris Brown, Lil Wayne and Busta Rhymes' Look at Me Now, Alex Clare's Too Close, Sire and The Weeknd's Elastic Heart were all produced by him. In addition, Diplo himself has released a number of phenomenal works in the past 2 years, including Dirty Vibe with G-Dragon, CL and Skrillex, Take There with Keezer as a member of Jack, and Where Are Now sung by Justin Bieber, all of which have achieved huge commercial success. Of course, what really pushed Diplo's career to the peak was the electronic music label Mad Decent, which he founded in 2006 and is completely independent of the three major music groups, and the song Lean On released on the same label as Major Lazer with DJ Snake and female singer M in 2015. Even Diplo himself could not have imagined that this Moombahton, which is full of Punjabi style, could achieve the best results that can be said to be unprecedented under independent channels and independent releases, including the Billboard Mainstream Top 40, Lean On Top 28 charts, and ranked in the top 10 of 52 charts. As of November 12, 2015, Lean On has become the most played single since Spotify was founded, surpassing Ed Sheeran's Thinking Out Loud with 526 million streams, ranking first. Not only did it make him a lot of money, but it also brought electronic music and even music streaming to a new level. It needs to be repeatedly emphasized that unlike Dr. Dre's Death Row or Jamiah Iyovine's Interscope, Diplo's Mad Decent is a real, completely independent label outside the system of the three major music groups, and even the distribution channels have nothing to do with Universal, Sony or Warner. Under such circumstances, Mad Decent has been able to launch popular singles and emerging musicians for many years, which is an amazing achievement. Harlem Shake, which became a hit on YouTube in 2012, as well as many singles by Alice in Wonderland, Boombox Cartel, Dylan Francis, Herobust, Jaws, Slander, Troy Boy and Yellow Claw, all have complete master copyrights controlled by Mad Decent. This is also the reason why Kanye has a special liking for Diplo among the dazzling list of electronic music artists in the United Artists Management Company. The electronic music producer in front of him is not only a top 100 DJ with explosive live effects, but also a trendy entrepreneur who can sit down with him to discuss mergers and acquisitions. The target of the merger? Of course, it is Mad Decent. I heard that Mad Decent is still an independent label now, which is really a great thing. Kanye's target this time is the record business segment of Mad Decent that controls the master copyright. He plans to purchase about 40-50% of the shares, or more, so that Mad Decent can become a sub-label under the record company to be established. As for the distribution business segment of Diplo's music copyright management, he does not plan to start now. In 2016, the music copyright market was still in a relatively chaotic early stage. There were not many investors interested in buying music copyrights, and most artists who wanted to sell music copyrights asked for exorbitant prices. Kanye's plan was to start with a world-renowned legendary musician in terms of music copyrights, and use this person's purchase price to anchor the market's benchmark price, so that it would be convenient to promote the next series of copyright purchases. For example, if you use $50 million to purchase Diplo's existing music copyrights at the beginning, then wouldn't it be too much to ask for $300 million for Bob Dylan? Therefore, the correct logic should be to first deal with the copyright acquisition of Music Hall of Fame members such as Bob Dylan, Bruce Springsteen or James Brown, and use their prices as a benchmark, and then squeeze down the bargaining space of other musicians. In this way, Kanye can reach an agreement with the musicians at the most reasonable price. It's really difficult. I'm just barely making ends meet now. Diplo's blood may be full of drugs and alcohol, but this can't slow down his shrewd business mind. Peter Benedict's special introduction and Kanye's casual inquiry have already formed a basic concept in his mind. This capital tycoon wants to use cash to get a share of the booming Mad Decent. Coincidentally, this is also his next plan. Operating an independent label does not mean that Diplo rejects capital. On the contrary, it is precisely because he wants to embrace capital wholeheartedly and gain as much favor from the capital circle as possible that Diplo has always insisted on letting Mad Decent operate independently instead of signing a contract with the three major music groups. Diplo knows very well that only by maintaining an independent status and a simple equity structure can he sit at the face-to-face negotiation table with the capital management company. Otherwise, the only group that can cash out from the capital market is a group that pockets him. Just getting by is not our original intention of entering this industry. Kanye smiled and patted Diplo's arm, throwing out his point of view. $1 today is always more valuable than $1 tomorrow. While you are young, you should live as freely as possible. I couldn't agree more with this, brother. Hearing Hanyi's words, Diplo leaned back and laughed out loud. In his previous life, Diplo revealed to the media the reason why he chose to cash out as soon as possible after he sold his music copyrights for $110 million in 2022. All the singles, including Lean On, have indeed had an amazing number of plays, but in any case, the realization of royalties is also a long process. A month, a quarter, a fiscal year, no matter how loose the settlement terms are, musicians always have to wait a long time before they can see the funds coming in, and they come in batches. For celebrities who spend money like water, batches and one-time withdrawals are completely different concepts. If you earn $200,000 a month, you may spend it all before the middle of the month. Even if you can receive this money for 30 or 40 years, you will still be stretched every day. But if you can get 60 million, 70 million, or even hundreds of millions of dollars at a time, even if you will never see the revenue share again in this life, it is also a very favorable situation for them. Because in this case, the stars have sufficient funds that can't be consumed in a short time, which can help them become a capital force that is small in size, but can pay out cash. They can use this money to purchase assets or make other business investments. If the investment is appropriate, they may be like George Clooney, who sells a tequila brand for billions, completely crosses the class, and becomes a formal member of the upper class. Even if they put the money in the investment fund account of a capital management company and do nothing, the wealth generated every year is enough for them to live a happy life. This is the underlying logic of copyright transactions between capital and musicians. Becoming a star only means that you have taken the first step in your career. Grassroots, celebrities, superstars, capital. Once you start this road, if you can't cross the last level, you may retreat back to the old road at any time. So for musicians, what is the fastest way to raise funds and become a member of the capital circle? 6 words. Songs for you, money for me. After the success of Lean On, some capital institutions have begun to make preliminary contacts with Mad Decent's management team, and Hanyi's timing is neither too early nor too late. Let's see what price he can offer. Jordan is your legal advisor, right? Hanyi asked knowingly. Yeah, also yours? Diplo was not at all inferior in pretending to be stupid. Yes, that's a coincidence. With the same lawyer, there is no need to go back and forth so much when drafting documents. Absolutely correct. Diplo pretended to think for a moment and then asked, by the way, do you have any plans for this time next week? Not yet. Hanyi shook his head and asked, what's wrong? Jordan and I just happened to meet up to review the contract documents for the block party tour artist Lindoop. Diplo pointed to the Century City hanging outside the infinity pool. It's in their office. If we have time, we can talk about it in detail there. You know, it's easier to do anything in a lawyer's office. After all, they have a fax machine. Yes, they do have a fax machine. After catching the key information in Diplo's words, Hanyi's eyes suddenly brightened a little. After all his calculations, he still missed this key link. Isn't live performance the biggest charm of electronic music and the most important money-making part? The Block Party Tour Music Festival held by Mad Decent every year is the most eye-catching live performance brand in Diplo's brand matrix. It has been held for 8 consecutive years, since 2008, and there are a large number of ravers around the world following this series of performances. As the name implies, Mad Decent wants to present a small carnival for electronic music lovers, just like the block party held spontaneously by neighbors. Therefore, the venues chosen by the Block Party Tour Music Festival in each city are not too large, and the smallest can accommodate 1,000 to 2,000 people, and the largest is no more than 10,000 people. In Hanyi's opinion, the 10 or so block parties every year are certainly interesting, but if a unified theme and publicity effect can be formed, and an ultimate electronic music festival with a scale of 30,000 to 50,000 people can be held in the big ticket warehouse after the national tour, it can be regarded as the real use of the rising brand value of Mad Decent and Block Party. It is necessary to open a live performance company. Instead of starting from scratch by creating a new hype, why not participate in the operation of a mature music festival? The same logic may be extended to many music festivals. For example, Excision's When will block party start this year? Hanyi asked, while his mind was running fast. The first one will be on July 30th, in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The second one will be on August 6th and 7th, at the MCU Park in Coney Island, New York. The citizen venues for the rest are still being finalized. Have you found a financing institution? No, we have always funded block party ourselves. Are you interested? Diplo took a breath, and his eyes, which seemed to be always lazy, became energetic. My principle, if we want to cooperate, we should cooperate to the end. Hanyi blinked and chuckled. Block party should become a neighborhood event that residents of the entire city participate in. Chapter 56 Double Reward Experiment. After initially communicating with Diplo about the acquisition intention, Hanyi did not discuss more business in the following time, but let himself relax completely. However, Hanyi's so-called relaxation has nothing to do with the passionate and restless carnival tone of the party. He does not drink alcohol, has no interest in cigarettes and cigars, and does not touch any psychotropic drugs popular at American parties. Many people pursue psychedelic bliss, but Hanyi enjoys the feeling of being sober more. Keep agile thinking and open senses, constantly explore and understand, until you have a complete voice in life. What Hanyi loves most is this sense of control over everything in the world. Seeing the plans and pictures in his mind become reality step by step. Isn't this pleasure stronger, more exciting, purer, and nobler than those crooked things? This is the most boring and uninteresting part of Hanyi in the eyes of most Americans. Of course, it is also the most terrifying part of him. I sneaked to the master bedroom on the second floor, sat on the rattan chair on the terrace, and slowly sipped a glass of Arizona iced tea with more ice than liquid, admiring the angel city at sunset, which was as gorgeous as the divine world, and observing the bright meteors wearing various masks and constantly rotating around each other in the courtyard. The audience thought that the handsome faces on the stage were the gods. The actors thought that the behind-the-scenes promoters who managed the stage and controlled the life and death of the characters in the play were the gods. Only a very small number of people knew that the real rulers were the group of people who owned the entire theater. Now, I was standing in that group of people. Hanyi held a straw in his mouth, looking at the extravagant feast under his feet, a little dazed. Many people will never see a real rainbow in their entire lives, but in Los Angeles, every 24 hours, 9.83 million people only need to look up to see the masterpiece that the creator is most proud of. This is the dusk in California, the highest point of the sky purple, the sapphire blue intertwined with the Santa Monica Mountains, and the gradually thickening blood orange red that finally landed on the Pacific Ocean and was dyed by the last ray of sunlight. Three distinct colors, in the ingenious fusion of nature, merged in the most elegant way into a breathtakingly beautiful scenery. Yee! Are you tired? The door of the master bedroom was pushed open silently until the purple that was hanging down like a curtain was about to drown the remaining blue. Zioru tiptoed and quietly walked behind Hanyi. A little bit. What about you? Hanyi answered softly without looking back. I'm fine. Zuyuru put her hand on Hanyi's temple very naturally and massaged him gently. Zioru had never done this before, but her movements were so skilled that they seemed like a conditioned reflex that had been tempered for a lifetime. Have we talked about everything we should talk about? Yeah. Hanyi couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly and raised his head back in comfort, but the next moment, he realized that this behavior of treating a girl as a masser was not particularly appropriate. He coughed twice, sat up straight, shook off Zuyuru's hands without leaving any trace, and poured her a glass of iced tea. Sit down and talk. We've gained a lot today. Zuyuru sat on another rattan chair on Hanyi's left, put her hands on her knees, and looked at Hanyi quietly and obediently. Zioru is beautiful and charming in many ways, but the most fascinating thing about her is her almond eyes that are as clear and calm as the surface of a lake. Especially now, with her lower jaw slightly retracted, and her eyes raised to look at people. I don't know how many men fell in love with Ankazu in front of the TV screen in her previous life. Really? Music? Not all of it. Hanyi glanced to the upper right and recalled. First of all, Jimmy and Andre, they should be interested in testing the waters with me to see the effect. In this way, the record company's initial traffic pool will at least be settled. Next, I will find a way to connect with Spotify, and then the streaming media will be a success. It doesn't matter whether I find them or not for Tidal, as they don't have that many users anyway. Then, you saw Peter bring Diplo to me just now. I mentioned the acquisition of Mad Decent to him, and made an appointment to meet with him next week to discuss the details. It's more convenient, since we both use the same lawyer. Yes, and then he also mentioned a music festival, which I am also very interested in. For music, live performances are also a very important part. And that Madison Beal, the very beautiful girl, I think she's more in line with the type of artist I want to sign, and she just recently terminated her contract with her manager and label, so I asked you, Zio, to try and see if I can convince her to sign. What did she say? Zuyeru put her right hand on the armrest of the rattan chair, propped up her chin, and asked softly. She said that, if we talk further, there should be a play, but let's wait and see. It doesn't matter if you don't want to sign. This one is not enough. Han Yi took a sip of iced tea to moisten his throat. Finally, there is an unexpected surprise. That is Kevin Hart. I'm really optimistic about his Jumanji. Now the film and television investment issue is also solved. Have you written all these in the plan? Yes. Han Yi turned around and pointed to the iPad on the bedside table and smiled. It's all in there. Although not everything is written so detailed, there is a general framework. With so many things, can you handle it? Zuyeru looked at Han Yi dimly. It's definitely not possible for one person, so I've been building a team recently. Jeremy and the others are also considered half of the team members. There is Corey on the home side, Jordan on the legal side, and Sister Yuzin. Zuyeru lowered her eyes, and there was no special emotion in her tone. Yujin, sister? Han Yi looked at Zioru in surprise. She's older than you? Her birthday is August 20th, don't you know? Zuyeru pouted. I don't know. Han Yi thought about it and shook his head. He only guessed that the Korean girl was a Leo, but he had never talked about the exact date. Shout like this. Zuyeru cleared her throat, pursed her lips, and tried to make the dimples on her cheeks look less obvious. What about me? What do you mean what about you? My birthday? Zuyeru stared. October 15th, Libra. Han Yi raised his eyebrows helplessly. 2015. No, last year. Who gave you the birthday? Don't you remember? I don't remember. Zuyeru bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, trying hard to hold back her laughter. I remember I was studying that day, preparing for midterm. Well, it seems that it was postponed for 2 days, to Saturday. So, wasn't it just me who packed Lady M and Yard House for you on your birthday? Thank you so much. Zuyeru rolled her eyes coquettishly. You forgot to postpone it. Just tell me whether you ate or not. Han Yi snorted angrily. I ate. Zuyeru patted her face lightly, which was considered a sincere admission of her mistake. Then, she turned her body around, facing Han Yi, staring into his eyes, and whispered, thank you, for everything. What are you doing? You're so polite all of a sudden. Han Yi grinned, feeling a little uncomfortable. I just think you've been working really hard all this time. Zuyeru's eyes were as soft as water and as thick as honey. Is there anything I can do for you? Like Sister Yujin? Are there any careers that interest you? Interested? I don't know. Zuyeru thought seriously, and before she knew it, she began to reveal her truest views on things in front of Han Yi. To be honest, I don't really like news. I just think that the job of a reporter is quite suitable for me, because I have good writing skills. But if you want to say I'm interested, I really don't. You can be the best on the island in a career that you are not interested in, right? Han Yi silently complained about the girls vessels in his heart. Of course, the achievements of the previous life cannot be placed on Zioru in this life. In 2016, Zioru still had 2 full years to get her master's degree. Then you can think about it. Han Yi looked at her with a smile. You can do whatever you want. The reason why I asked Zio to be my partner is not entirely because she can help me. The most important thing is that she really loves music and regards it as important as life. I especially admire her for this and want to help her realize her wish. He said this, but only Han Yi knew what he was thinking. Spending money on yourself can get rewards. There is no doubt about this. Spending money on others can also get rewards. This has been tested on Zaoru. Then if others are your partners, every penny spent on yourself is equivalent to spending money on others. Can this kind of bug behavior spend a single amount of money, but get double rewards? Han Yi tried to ask the memo, but except for the flashing black vertical line, they did not respond at all. So Han Yi decided to try it himself. If it really works, why not take off directly? At that time, she will be my wings, and you can't escape. Classmate Ziozu. Han Yi looked at Zuiru with burning eyes, and smiled in his heart. I said I was helping you, not asking you to help. Zuiru's unpleasant answer came to an abrupt end, because she caught a glimpse of Zhao Yaozhen standing at the bedroom door. Han Yi, who was facing the terrace, couldn't see, but Zaoru, who was leaning sideways, could see clearly. How long had she been there? What did she hear? Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you. Zuiru's hesitation caught Han Yi's attention. He turned his head and followed Zaoru's gaze, and also found the figure of the Korean girl. Zhao Yaozhen brushed her hair, bowed slightly to express her apology, and said in Chinese, I wanted to tell Han Yi about Madison and Billie Eilish's situation. Okay, come on. Zuiru put on a sweet smile, stood up and walked to the door, pulling Zhao Yaozhen in. Sister Yaozhen, you guys chat. I'll go see how Alex's dinner is prepared. I'll bring you 2 servings. What's wrong with them? After watching Zuiru's figure disappear in the doorframe, Han Yi looked at Zhao Yaozhen and asked, you tell me, Billie gets along well with everyone here. I introduced her to a lot of people. Well, I also met a lot of people myself. Zhao Yaozhen tilted her head, a smile appearing on her face. Especially Jimmy Joven, he likes Billie Eilish very much. I also took the opportunity to let him play the demo of Ocean Eyes. He said that, after it is released, he will let Apple Music promote it with resources. That's great. Han Yi gave Zhao Yaozhen a thumbs up. You did a great job. When we manage artists, we have to think of ourselves as salesmen at all times. Artists are products that will never expire. The harder we promote them, the longer their shelf life will be. I understand. Zhao Yaozhen nodded. I've talked to Madison about everything I need to talk about. It's unlikely that she will make a decision today. I can see that she's still a little afraid of things like contracts. I even feel a little stress reaction. Stress reaction? Han Yi frowned. Well, when she talks about the previous contract and label, she gets very excited. Zhao Yaozhen breathed a sigh of relief. It's not the kind of excitement that a normal person would have. Borderline personality disorder. Han Yi muttered to himself. What did you say? Borderline personality disorder. Han Yi paused and explained. I seem to have seen an interview with her in the media. She talked about this before. A bit like that. But it's best not to judge her mental state. Zhao Yaozhen shook her head and sighed softly. I still like her very much, and from her image to her singing skills, she is very suitable for the current market. Her voice is really good. I like the slightly hoarse mezzo soprano, which is memorable. I know, I won't judge. If she needs help in this regard, we'll talk about it. Han Yi smiled and lowered his voice. Yaozhen, it's okay. If she doesn't want to sign, it's okay. We still have a lot of options. As for Diplo, I also hope that we will be his managers in the end. Will he be willing? If the price is right, of course he won't be unwilling. Han Yi spread his hands and smiled. I bought his label and the copyright of his music. If he doesn't ask me to be his manager, who can he ask? Understood. At this point, Zhao Yaozhen paused for a few seconds, as if thinking about how to naturally change the topic to another issue that she cares about. But after about half a minute, the girl who is not good at speaking still couldn't think of a sufficiently obscure way. So, as if she had accepted her fate, she pressed her hands under her legs, straightened her body, and asked in a stiff and awkward voice. I didn't want to hear it just now, but you said you would help me realize my wish. I don't know if it is. It's true. Han Yi nodded firmly, looking at Yaozhen, his tone soft and warm. In terms of music, I feel that you are more obsessed than me, which is something I have never seen in real life. I admire people like you who are obsessed with one thing. Actually, it's not just love. Zhao Yaozen's 2 index fingers pressed under her legs entangled with each other, tied a tight knot. There are other reasons. What reason? Zhao Yaozen opened her mouth and found that she still couldn't find the courage to talk. I'll tell you when I have a chance. Okay. Although he was quite curious, Han Yi still turned the page. He could vaguely realize that the girl's love for music should be closely related to the biggest scar in her heart. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, you like music. We are fellow travelers. Han Yi said seriously, word by word. If we are fellow travelers, then every dream of yours is very important to me. Because it can be exchanged for money. Really? Zhao Yaozen certainly couldn't hear the voiceover that Han Yi said in his heart. Her pupils shrank slightly, and the joyful smile that appeared on her face involuntarily was so beautiful that no magic pen could describe it. My dream? Yes, yours. Not mine, not your father's, not someone else's, it's your own. Han Yi pointed at Zhao Yaozen and smiled sincerely. If it's not yours, I can't exchange it for money. I know. Zhao Yaozen wanted to take a deep breath, but halfway through, she let it out with 1,000 hopes and expectations. She stood up and walked to the terrace, holding onto the railing, letting the neon lights, sunlight, and gentle mountain breeze overlap and sprinkle all over her body, giving her black cocktail dress a layer of light ripples and halos, highlighting her peerless grace. I figured out what the artist management company should be called. After a while, Zhao Yaozen turned around, with a smile so bright and lively that Han Yi was a little dazed. Even when Peter Lugger swallowed his first bite of steak, the girl had never been so happy. Did you suddenly think of it? Yes, I've thought of it, and I must use this. Zhao Yaozen put her index finger on her lips and winked playfully, stirring up all kinds of amorous feelings. It should be called the Gifted Ones Management. Let me tell you about it. In order to thank the first silver ally of this book, 10 chapters will be added to the explosive update, which means there will be 5 chapters every day for 5 consecutive days. Chapter 57, Xinghu Building. The Gifted Ones Management. The Gifted Ones Management, TGO. Han Yi chewed the name Zhao Yaozen throughout carefully, and the smile on his face became more and more intense. It sounds pretty good, easy to remember, and the meaning is good. Gifted. It's not just a gift given by the creator. Zhao Yaozen turned around, leaning against the edge of the black glass terrace, and explained seriously, in my opinion, we, especially you, are the ones who gave them the gift of life. Why? Han Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Just like you do to me. Zhao Yaozen brushed the hair that was blown to the corner of his lips by the wind and replied softly, if it were only me, I don't know how long it would take to get here, to the place where we are standing today. Zhao Yaozen looked back at the infinity pool outside the terrace. At this time, another top 100 DJ Dylan Francis on stage pushed the atmosphere of the scene to another peak with a song of Moombacore. After a few drinks of Metropolitan and Riesling, the Utah agent, who was almost lost for words, jumped into the water in various postures in a suit and dress, causing the crowd to burst into deafening whistles, applause, and cheers. I need to remember, all the artists we sign and manage need to remember. Yaozen's eyes were like magnets, firmly attached to Han Yi's face. No matter what stage of your career, it was you who gave us trust and support without reservation at the beginning. This is the true meaning of the Gifted Ones. It's not talent, but people given. In Chinese, it's most appropriate to call it people given management. Okay. Zhao Yaozen's words touched Han Yi a lot. He finally closed his half-open mouth after a long while and turned into a firm look. TGO, people given management, just do as you said. I think it's nice and meaningful. Sister Yaozen has ears, and Zioru followed suit, knocking on the door at the critical moment to prevent the atmosphere of the conversation between the two from heating up. Dinner is here. Zuyiru placed the tray with 3 lunch boxes on the coffee table beside Han Yi, letting her long black hair fall down from her shoulders. Through the gaps in her hair, she looked at Han Yi coquettishly. There are too many people downstairs, and they are all cold buffets. Alex brought some up for us. It's not easy to put it here, it's too low. Han Yi brought the tray to another slightly higher black metal coffee table in front of the bed, dragged a rattan chair over, and motioned the 2 girls to sit on the 2 low black leather chairs. that were originally placed next to the table. This is the result of having too much money for interior decoration and nowhere to use it. There are even 2 sets of tables and chairs in different styles in the master bedroom. This. After the 3 of them sat down, Han-yi opened the lid of the lunchbox. After just one look, his face quickly wrinkled into a bitter good. Chipotle? Not chipotle, but almost. It's burrito bowl. Zooyeru knew very well why Han-yi suddenly became so upset, and she gave him a comforting smile and a wooden spoon. Well, this is made by the catering team, in order to meet the needs of all the guests present. Alex is still preparing the party food and drinks in the evening. What's wrong? Zhao Yaozhen looked at Han-yi, who was holding the spoon tightly but still refused to put it in the bowl, with some surprise. He hates Mexican food the most. Zooyeru glanced at Zhao Yaozhen with an inexplicable sense of pride in her eyes. I've been in the United States for 4 years, and I've only eaten chipotle once. Really? After hearing Zioru's answer, Zhao Yaozhen thought about it, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. I thought you ate everything, Yi. Except for Mexican food. What is this? Han-yi scooped up a spoonful of avocado and smiled bitterly. It has no taste and is greasy. Avocado is very good for weight loss. It has fiber, healthy fats, vitamin C, and folic acid. Zhao Yaozhen handed his lunchbox to Han-yi. If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Han-yi hurriedly transferred all the avocado in the bowl to Yaozhen. It was not until the last spoonful that he noticed Zooyeru's terrifying death stare in silence. What are you doing? Han-yi shrank his shoulders, still not realizing that his behavior had any special meaning. Would you like some too? Motorcycle. Zooyeru muttered, mashing the avocado chunks in the bowl into a paste. Zhao Yaozhen also realized at this time that her actions were a bit too intimate. With a slightly red face, she quickly stuffed a large mouthful of avocado into her mouth, trying to destroy the evidence physically. Ziozu was full of temper, while Zhao had a mouthful of green fruit pulp. The master bedroom welcomed nearly 10 minutes of silence. In fact, this was also the first time that Han-yi had enjoyed such a long-lasting tranquility since he opened his eyes today. He couldn't eat the food in front of him, and finally had the opportunity to take a serious look at the 2 girls in front of him. No matter from which aspect, there is a strong contrast between Zooyeru and Zhao Yaozhen. Zhao Yaozhen wore a black halter dress from the Icon series by cocktail dress master Hervé Hervé, paired with a minimalist Sandagoji satin handbag of the same color, Celine's brass hoop earrings on her earlobes, Bulgari's 18K gold bracelet inlaid with 12 diamonds on her left wrist, and a pair of Stuart Weitzman nudist curve 100 black sandals on her feet. The fashion language of her whole body can be said to be simple and capable with a sexy and boldness embedded in her bones. As for Zooyeru, it is naturally impossible for her to wear the channel number 56 couture suit given by Han-yi to every important party. This time, Zioru still insisted on her aesthetic preference of decorating her whole body with one brand. The ice blue ankle-length silk long skirt, the milky white tulle shawl, the pearl necklace, the square diamond earrings, and the pure white leather high heels that were faintly visible under the swaying skirt are all masterpieces from Prada. Her dressing concept always carries a sense of freshness and elegance that is out of this world. They both have the same stunning appearance, but one is a witch and the other is the goddess of a Luo river. Zooyeru's figure is like a flying swallow in the palm of your hand in the light body of a Han Empress, which best fits the beautiful fantasy of Chinese traditional culture, that women are delicate, weak and frail. Zhao Yaozhen, on the other hand, has surpassed the physical dimensions of ordinary Asian women. The beautiful description of Freya, the goddess of abundance, fertility and love in Norse mythology, is probably the best match. As for the 2 equally beautiful faces, Zioru and Yaozhen are even more stunning and different. Zooyeru has almond eyes without a trace of impurities, and Zhao Yaozhen has peach blossom eyes with ripples and amorous feelings. Even the eyebrows can highlight the different personalities of the 2 girls. Zioxu's eyebrows are as soft as willow leaves, just like her personality. Zhao, on the other hand, had his eyebrows arched upwards, and wherever he looked, he had a powerful aura that looked down on everything. Such 2 rare and precious artworks were vividly presented in front of Han-yi in all directions, making him a little dazed. His eyes could not help but wander between the two of them, and he even forgot to put down the wooden spoon that had not been touched by a grain of rice. How could he be so lucky to have both crouching dragon and phoenix chick at the same time? No, that's not the right word. By the way, that Zuyeru didn't raise her head until there was no trace of green in the bowl. She was ready to break the silence, but she was met with Han Yi's intense gaze. What are you looking at? Is there something? Zuyeru wiped the corner of his mouth subconsciously. There was no foreign object. No. Han Yi shook his head awkwardly and coughed twice. What do you want to say? Just, have you chosen an office? I have already chosen one. It's just opposite Westfield. So convenient? Yes, Constellation Place. Have you heard of it? I know Constellation Boulevard. It's on that road. Han Yi smiled and nodded. Yuzin has been to the site to see it. The conditions of the office itself are very good, and it is allowed to be rented in the name of an individual, so I plan to go and get it tomorrow morning. Want to go together? Hearing Han Yi's words, Zhao Yuzin quickly raised his head and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end he sighed imperceptibly and didn't say anything. Yuzin thought that this would be a separate trip for the two of them. Next to it is the West Park Shopping Center. After entering the office, it is obvious that Zhao Yuzin thought he was hiding it very well, but the subtle changes in his expression were still clearly seen by Zuyeru, who was close at hand. Okay, let's go together tomorrow. Zuyeru put down the lunchbox, put on a warm smile like a hostess, and looked at Zhao Yuzin. Sister Yuzin, let's stay here today. We left early in the morning. I'm close. Zhao Yuzin wiped the avocado paste on her lips, glanced at Zuyeru calmly, and said slowly after a moment of silence. But it's okay, let's stay here. The three of them were not party animals who liked noisy and chaotic things, but the guests were still there, so they could only take a break from their busy schedule as an interlude. After dinner, Han Yi took Zuyeru and Zhao Yuzin downstairs to continue entertaining a group of important guests. According to social conventions, the more respected the guest's status, the later he will arrive at the party, and the time he leaves the scene will be inversely proportional to the time of arrival. The clock just pointed to 8 o'clock in the evening. 21 Savage was still preparing to go on stage, and Barbara Streisand and other older legendary stars left one after another. Walter Wang, Shirley Wang and Principal Nikias, whose aura was incompatible with the entertainment industry, left even earlier. About an hour later, Angelina Jolie, Uma Thurman and others gradually left the stage. Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre also left in a luxury limousine, after exchanging contact information with Han Yi and confirming the time to meet at the school next time. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, Deadmau 5 finished his closing set. At this time, except for Kevin Hart, Diplo and Madison Beer, 3 stars who had cooperation with Han Yi in the future, everyone who participated in the party, including the Utah Big 3, the core management and even the catering team, had left. The welcome party held by Utah was indeed grand and had enough gimmicks, but after all, it was also a formal gathering in suits and ties. In other words, in the colorful nightlife of Los Angeles, the party at 864 Stradella Road can only be regarded as a warm-up match. Next, the decadent dramas staged in various nightclubs and hotels in West Hollywood are the real dramas that will make you ecstatic. But in Han Yi's mansion, it is impossible to see such R-rated scenes. Han Yi, Zuyeru, Zhao Yuzin, Kevin Hart, Diplo and Madison Beer, except for Han Yi himself, who still does not drink alcohol and is calm with a glass of iced tea in his hand. The other 5 people became the first to taste the wine cellar at 864 Stradella. Han Yi knows nothing about red wine, but the developers Jonathan Adler and Joe Ingranov are veterans. Although the collection in the mansion is mainly champagne and whiskey, the few red wines can be said to be exquisite. Corey McIntosh, the property manager who knew the inventory well, carefully selected a bottle of Screaming Eagle Cabernet Sauvignon from Napa Valley in 2013 for the guests. The rich aromas of blackcurrant, red fruit, spices and tobacco intertwined and entangled, achieving a perfect balance. The wine was medium to full-bodied and the tannins were as smooth as silk. This top quality wine, paired with the starry sky at midnight in Los Angeles and the Italian cured meat and cheese platter presented by Alex, made a good start for a relaxed and pleasant conversation. Cooperation. Only when you are in sync can you make a difference. It doesn't matter what you do, the key lies in the chemistry between people. It seems like chatting, but in fact it is looking for subsets of each other, and the 6 smart people present know this well. They talked about Philadelphia, which Kevin Hart and Diplo both love, the city's famous beef and cheese sandwich, and the Eagles who made people feel sad last season. They also talked about Long Island, the hometown that Madison Beal missed, and the girl's perfect imitation of Naomi, the Duchess of the Wolf of Wall Street. Of course, there are also Chengdu, Taipei, Seoul, giant pandas, Taipei Arena and pickled crabs. At 1 o'clock in the morning, when they were reluctant to say goodbye, several future partners exchanged many unknown secrets. For example, Diplo's severe insomnia that has plagued him for a long time, Kevin Hart's difficult childhood without his father, and Madison Beer's inner struggle after Scooter Braun terminated his contract. Of course, this so-called secret can be easily seen in the in-depth video interviews of Vogue or Wired. Each star will select a few unique, but not fatal vulnerabilities as bargaining chips to share with others. First, it is to show the public the human side of the star, rather than the divine side, so that fans will feel close to, and want to protect them, and further increase their popularity. Second, it is to show their sincerity to valuable partners like now. Whether in the business field, family gatherings, or even between the beds of husband and wife, the truth is presented to a limited extent. The secrets that everyone really buries deep in their hearts will never be known, unless they are on the verge of death. A miserable childhood, a painful marriage, drug addiction. What secrets are these? They are the inevitable journey of most Americans. Do you dare to confess to your wife the person you truly love? Do you have the courage to describe to your partner the knife that is about to be stabbed in his body? Do you want your parents to know how you abused your body at a fraternity party? This process, which humans call heart to heart, is no different from the behavior of puppies and kittens showing their bellies in front of their owners. Appropriate display of vulnerability can help them eat more delicious meat. Han Yi saw this very clearly, so he didn't mind this reserved way of talking at all. In fact, he didn't care what kind of people Kevin, Thomas and Madison were, as long as they showed their bellies and sent a signal of weakness and cooperation, it would be fine. However, even if there was still room for maneuver, everyone could see that compared with the two men, the young and immature Madison Beal's heartfelt words were much more real and strong. The sincerity, friendliness, innocence, cuteness, hesitation and vulnerability she showed could move people of any character, especially women. Therefore, after the conversation, the friendship between Madison Beal, Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen, which had only started for one day, had become quite deep. Even Zhao and Yaozhen's increasingly subtle relationship seemed to become closer with the addition of Madison. So, as expected, Madison also changed into the nightgown prepared by Johanna, and stayed at 864 Stradella Road. Although this was Han Yi's home, it turned into a sleepover where the three girls talked all night. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Fei Yamu took them on time, and the original number of people increased from 3 to 4. Han Yi, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, had a good rest without dreams all night, but the girls in the back seat who talked about the love history of their parents could only be sleepy and yawning. In the previous life, Han Yi rarely came to Beverly, unless he went to a high-end restaurant to eat or went shopping very occasionally. His activity radius is 2 or 3 miles centered on University Gateway, of course, not counting the frequently visited Chinese area. But since starting a new life and moving to 864 Stradella Road, Han Yi found that, except for the few times he went to school, he basically stayed in the Platinum Triangle and had not even been to Santa Monica, which was so close. Everyone thinks Hollywood is a vast world, but only when you walk in do you realize that it is so small. Driving into a narrow place, it is difficult to even turn around. The fame, wealth, honor and disgrace of countless people, in the end, are just moving from one street to another, and then from that street back to this street. The so-called top circle, the ultimate vanity, is hidden between these carefully built barriers, looking at the world with deep intoxication but extremely vigilant. This can well explain why Zhao Yaozhen and Han Yi searched all the office buildings in Los Angeles on the internet, but in the end they still couldn't escape Century City. The Xinghu building is located at 10,250 Xinghu Avenue, opposite the West Park Century City Shopping Center that Han Yi has long been familiar with. One street to the right is the place where this dream began, 2029 Century Park. The entire Los Angeles County is 4,753 square miles, and it takes 5 or 6 hours to drive from south to north. Even in such a big pie, there are only a few buildings that meet Han Yi's requirements for offices, and the Xinghu building is the best one. Designed by Johnson Fine and officially completed in 2003, the Xinghu building is 35 stories high, with a total area of 803,530 square feet and an average usable area of 22,143 square feet per floor. It is surrounded by star-rated hotels, luxury apartments, high-end restaurants, high-quality medical facilities and convenient bus routes. Yes, Los Angeles, located next to the San Andreas earthquake zone, has only 6 underground railways and ground trams so far. The Expo line, which runs from downtown to Santa Monica Beach and has been proposed by every city government, was built slowly from 2006 and took 9 years to be completed. In the end, citizens sadly discovered that it was not as fast as the expressway. Therefore, whether it is a subway line or a city bus line, there is no problem of lack of supporting facilities for 5-star office buildings in Los Angeles. This is not New York. People who don't drive have no human rights. When the Chevrolet Pathfinder slowly stopped on the shoulder of number 10,250, LA Hunter Barnett, the real estate agent of the real estate partnership, had been waiting here for a long time. After reminding himself again not to forget to call Erica to pick up another Bentayga for commuting, Han Yi and his party, led by Barnett, stepped into the elevator hall and gradually ascended to the 10th floor of the Xinghu building. Room 1000, located on the 10th floor, has a usable area of about 14,160 square feet, presenting an inverted C shape. Exiting the central lobby, where 6 elevators are running at the same time, going southeast through the glass door that can be entered and exited with an ID card, you will arrive at the interior of room 1000. On the right side of the entrance is a multifunctional conference room that can accommodate 28 people, and then 27 landscape offices with floor-to-ceiling glass windows are lined up. In the middle of the C, there is an open work area that can accommodate about 30 people working at the same time, and it is also equipped with an executive kitchen, a lounge and a storage room. Although it is a low to medium-sized floor, most houses in Los Angeles are only 2 or 3 stories high. In addition to the apartment buildings of Century Park and the Century Plaza branch of the Fairmont Hotel in the east, there are open city views to the south and north. Looking south, you can see Culver City and Marina del Rey in the southwest corner. To the north, you can see the entire West Park Century City Shopping Center, the Los Angeles Country Club, and the endless Beverly Hills. Copyright distribution companies, record companies, artist management companies, and film and television investment companies will all work together here. I plan to leave the south side to the music business group, the east side to the film and television company, and the 5 rooms with the best scenery and the largest area in the north, to be used as executive offices. This side will be used as a second reception desk. Anyone who wants to go to the executive area must make an appointment first. Zhu Yiru listened to Han Yi's description carefully and nodded constantly, but soon, she was pulled to the window by Madison Bill, who had no intention of paying attention to this place. Madison put his arm around her shoulders, pointed to the West Park Century City Shopping Center under her feet, and planned an entertainment itinerary with a girl from Taiwan after the visit. Therefore, when they reached the last CEO's office at the end of the inverted C, only Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen were left. Great job, Yaozhen. This is a perfect office. Han Yi's fingertips gently slid across the solid wood table of the black desk, and he looked at the Korean girl standing in front of him with appreciation. In Los Angeles, unless they built another office building, this is the top office location that any company can find. More importantly, Xinghu building has equipped it with a full set of office facilities, even 2 paper shredders. All Han Yi needs to do is sign the contract and pay the rent, and then he can move in directly to work. I should do it. Zhao Yaozhen nodded calmly and smiled. I said, you can rest assured about the things entrusted to me. Got it. Han Yi pointed to another spacious office behind Zhao Yuzhen, right next to here. There, how about making it your office? I won't complain. Zhao Yuzhen looked back, and the arc of the corners of his mouth became a little bigger. Except for class time, this will be my second home. Second home, huh? It sounds very motivated. Manager Zhao. Han Yi laughed softly. I like this name. Zhao Yuzhen put her hands behind her back, and took a deep breath. Her expression seemed a little intoxicated. It seemed that even the smell of brand new leather goods in the office could make her ambition burn. It sounds long lasting. I hope you can keep this enthusiasm, manager, and I hope more and more people will call you this. Han Yi walked to the back of the desk, kicked the leather chair back a distance in a casual manner, and stretched out his hand to Zhao Yuzhen. It's our first meeting in the business world. Hello, Zhao Yuzhen. My name is Han Yi. Hello, Han Yi. Zhao Yuzhen was finally amused by Han Yi's serious look. She covered her mouth with one hand and laughed secretly, and stretched out the other hand to shake hands with Han Yi. Next, we will officially become partners. Are you ready for the first battle? Yes. Zhao Yuzhen nodded heavily, with hope in his eyes. I have been waiting for this moment. I will raid you tonight. The other 4 updates will be tomorrow morning. Chapter 58 Music Group. This visit to the landmark tower was more than just a simple visit. Zhao Yuzhen had communicated the intention to sign the contract 2 days in advance. Therefore, not only was real estate agent Hunter Barnett present, but Jordi Tarantino, the owner and manager of the Landmark Tower and the Southern California regional manager of JMB Real Estate Group responsible for commercial building leasing, also arrived at 10,250 Landmark Avenue on this sunny Saturday morning with a full set of documents, ready to welcome another heavyweight tenant. The building itself was started in 2001 by JMB Real Estate, a real estate investment group from Chicago. However, just 1 year later, JMB Real Estate, which was in deep financial crisis, filed for bankruptcy protection. During the asset restructuring process, most of JMB Real Estate's assets were purchased by billionaire Philip Anschutz and incorporated under the wings of the Anschutz Group. This billionaire, who graduated from the University of Kansas, is worth $10.1 billion and is the co-founder of the Major League Soccer, the Los Angeles Galaxy, Chicago Fire, Colorado Rapids, Houston Dynamo, San Jose Earthquakes, and New York Red Bulls are all his teams. It can be said that one person can influence the ownership of the championship of the entire league. He has been deeply involved in the West Coast and has also bought a majority stake in the NHL Los Angeles Kings. He even bought some shares from the Buss family and became one of the shareholders of the Los Angeles Lakers. Of course, sports are only part of his billion-dollar empire. The Anschutz Group also owns Live, the world's second largest live performance company, and indirectly owns the Coachella Music Festival, known as the world's first music festival, through this company. The world's second largest cinema chain, Regal Entertainment Group, is also in his pocket, with a total of 7,000 active screens. Not only that, Forest Oil, the largest energy group in Colorado, Pacific Energy Group, one of the largest energy suppliers on the West Coast, and world-class venues around the world, such as the Staples Center in Los Angeles and the O2 Arena in London, are all owned by Philip Anschutz. Fortune magazine compared this 21st century federal tycoon to his 19th century tycoon predecessor JP Morgan, saying that they both made their fortunes in a very unique way, doing business in a series of industries that ordinary people could not imagine, controlling and reshaping the economic landscape of the entire country. Even if all the wealth Han Yi has now is added together, it is just a drop in the bucket compared to the Anschutz Group. His most valuable asset, United Artists Management, has a total market value of less than 1/3 of the Los Angeles Kings. Even if he continues to invest at the current rate and gets rewards, it is still a long-term goal to surpass the scale of the Anschutz Group. In this level of capital game, Han Yi is not even a flyweight player at present, but can only be said to be an ordinary spectator who has just received a ticket to the boxing championship. However, Han Yi is not discouraged by this. After all, he is only 22 years old this year, and God has left him a lot of time. This time, the company's first location was chosen in Xinhu Building. In addition to the excellent quality of the office itself, the future business cooperation relationship with Philip Anschutz is also within his consideration. If he can step into Philip Anschutz's world step by step through this lease and have business dealings with him, then no matter how expensive the rent is, Hanyi will be happy. You know, Philip Anschutz had thought about selling Eaglive in 2012, but no buyer offered a price that reached his psychological price, so he took the performance giant off the shelf at the end of 2013. If it were me, after a few more years of hard work, could Eaglive return to the market and change its surname? Hanyi signed his name on the commercial lease document while thinking about it. Xinghu Building has extremely high requirements for tenants. The minimum signing period is at least 5 years and a maximum of 10 years. The rent is $6.50 per square foot per month. The down payment method is to deposit 3 months and pay 6 months. If you choose to pay the rent for 1 year at a time, the average annual price per square foot can be discounted to $72. In other words, if you want to get the key to room 1000, Hanyi needs to pay at least $828,360 at a time. If you don't know how shocking this price is, here is a sharp contrast. In 2016, there were only 36,161 companies in the United States with annual revenues of $1 million to $2.49 million. Guess how many of these 36,161 companies can make a profit of $828,000? However, for Hanyi, who is used to 7-digit spending, this price is hard to stir up even a ripple in his heart. In the end, he chose to sign a 5-year lease and paid the entire first year's rent in one lump sum, plus a 3-month deposit and a brokerage fee equivalent to 1 month's rent, a total of $1.3594 million. After going through the $39.5 million luxury home purchase process, Hanyi thought that the $1 million office lease was handled quite quickly. The transfer authorized by Fernando Gonzalez was approved by Chase Bank in less than an hour. It was not even lunchtime when he received the office identification card from the respectful regional manager Jody Tarantino. Chase account. A purchase of $1,359,360 was made to JMB Realty Los Angeles on the 4th of September 2016. 11 hours, 17 minutes and 25 seconds PST, which exceeds the $1,000 limit in your warning settings. Chase account. S42H19 LLC deposited $1,359,360 to account 6102 on the 4th of September 2016. 11 hours, 17 minutes and 26 seconds PST, which exceeds the $2,500 limit in your warning settings. Chase free risk control information. Is the $1,359,360 just deposited your transaction? To confirm, reply 1, call the Chase service hotline, and reply 2, reply stop to stop subscription. Hanyi secretly glanced at the 3 text message prompts that popped up on the phone screen at the same time. Well, after working for a long time, I didn't spend a penny. If Zuyero, Zhao Yaozhen and Madison, who were sitting next to Hanyi and marveling at the sky high rent, could hear his inner Versailles monologue, I wonder what the 3 girls would think. Is this something a normal human being can say? The multiple insurances for the office and internal property continue to be handled by Nationwide, the insurance company at 864 Stradella Road. With general liability insurance, commercial asset insurance and civil liability insurance added together, Hanyi has to pay $3,400.75 per month for room 1000 and the several companies that work there. This fee alone is enough for an ordinary company to rent a modern office of about 1,000 square feet anywhere in Los Angeles. After getting the office space, Hanyi has already completed most of the preliminary preparations he needs to do. The next thing to do is to wait for the company to pass the review of the Beverly Hills city government. Fortunately, the lawyer Jordan Bromley lived up to Hanyi's expectations. The former had extremely deep and extensive connections in Beverly Hills. He didn't need to personally register a company, so he asked Manor Entertainment's assistant lawyer to go to the finance office with a handwritten note, and the company registration process, which originally took 30 working days, was shortened to 1 week. The 3 companies that Han Yi wanted to register were not in the special regulatory industries of Beverly Hills, so they did not need to apply for business licenses separately. After obtaining the business tax license, spending $153 to obtain an employer ID card, and paying $96 to the California Department of Justice as a processing fee for state-level corporate registration, the 3 music companies were officially established. Han Publishing, Han Music and the Gifted Ones Management, representing the copyright distribution company Han Publishing, the record company Han Music, and the artist management company Renew Management, are wholly owned by Han Limited, the family business previously established by Han Yi, which is the official registered name of Han Capital in Los Angeles County. The structure of an artist management company is very simple. Always remember that for an efficient artist team, the most important roles are only these 3: artist manager, legal advisor and business manager. The manager is responsible for planning and guiding the career of the signed artist, and providing creative and resource support for their success. The legal advisor is responsible for compliance review and business negotiation, and grabs as much deserved benefits for the artist as possible without touching the legal bottom line. The scope of authority of the business manager is to manage the financial status of the artist management company and ensure that the artist and the company carry out sustainable profit distribution and financial investment without violating tax regulations. The first manager of Renew Management has been confirmed to be Zhao Yaozhen. She will do her best to sign Billie Eilish, Phineas and Madison Beal, who met by chance at the welcome party, so that the artist management company has assets that can be operated and realized. Whether Renew Management will welcome new managers in the future, and whether these managers need to report to Zhao Yaozhen, it depends on Zhao's own ability. The more capable you are, the more you get. Only when you have strong skills can you get a high position. Han Yi will not let Zhao Yaozhen have any privileges just because of her beauty. The more beautiful the flower is, the sharper the barbs are needed to survive in the cruel and changeable business world. Otherwise, it is easier to go back to Seoul and be the daughter of the chief prosecutor. Although he said so, Han Yi still found Jordan Bromley, a music law expert, to escort the Korean girl in advance, ensuring that the latter will not make any irreparable major mistakes due to lack of experience. As for the business manager of the artist management company, Han Yi sent Zhao Yaozhen several contact information, and the latter will meet with these candidates and make the final choice after consultation with Han Yi. The structure of the copyright distribution company is more complicated. The first thing Han Yi needs to find is the head of the R&R department. The R&R department of the copyright distribution company has 3 important job responsibilities: discovering music, managing music and promoting music. In the process of discovering music, R&R managers need to find potential music creators and sign music distribution contracts with them. Managing the music section requires a staff of the R&R department to continuously provide guidance and suggestions during the creative process of musicians, which music is more popular in the market, which styles are the next popular trends, and which singers are the target customers of these music. R&R always knows more about these commercial issues than musicians. Of course, in order to let creators write better music, R&R may sometimes need to make various attempts, such as gathering the musicians under its umbrella, finding a picturesque town to hold a creative camp, or pairing 2 composers with similar styles that can produce chemical reactions to collide with brighter sparks, or contacting singers who are interested in cooperation and tailoring them directly. Therefore, although the specific composition, lyrics, and arrangement process are completed by the signed musicians, the energy and wisdom required by the R&R department are no less than them. The presentation of an excellent work is not only the names on the production list, but also the R&R staff who are several times more than this behind the scenes. The last responsibility of R&R is to promote the finished music. The written music will not be recorded into a master tape by itself. The R&R managers of copyright distribution companies need to record the music into demos and send them to different record companies, film and television companies, advertising companies or other companies that have demand for original music in order to use the music. In recent years, more and more singer-songwriters have emerged in the industry. For this type of creators, the target of the copyright distribution company R&R has changed from music to people. They will take their creators to visit various labels and do their best to help them get a record contract. In this way, the music copyrights in the hands of the copyright distribution company will have a channel for monetization. From the job description alone, it can be seen that R&R plays a pillar role in a music copyright distribution company. Interpersonal skills, product promotion skills, and in-depth understanding of the music creation and recording process are all indispensable. Han Yi must find an outstanding all-round music elite to effectively carry out the core work of Han Distribution. In Han Yi's plan, there should be 3 to 4 recruitment vacancies in the R&R department of Han Distribution this year, 1 R&R department director, and 2 to 3 R&R managers. The director is responsible for the control and reporting of the entire workflow, and the other R&R managers are responsible for several, and if everything goes well, they are responsible for dozens of music creators and produce original music copyrights continuously. In addition to the R&R department, Hanfa also needs staff responsible for copyright management and royalty management. Their main responsibilities are to register the music copyrights created by musicians and collect different types of fees from the music users: mechanical royalties, performance royalties, and synchronization royalties, which are the 3 most important sources of income for music copyright distribution companies. For giants in the music distribution industry such as Sony/ATV, copyright management and royalty management are divided into 2 completely different departments. The former is only responsible for managing the registration and survival of copyrights, while the latter is only responsible for collecting fees from various partners and royalty organizations. These giants do this because the songs they manage are often tens of millions of songs. With such a huge copyright library, the business must be split up and dedicated to specific tasks to avoid mistakes. But Hanfa is a newly established shell after all, and so far there has not been a signed musician. Before signing new people or acquiring music copyright libraries, there is really no need for too many people. Therefore, Han Yi decided to recruit a copyright manager in the early stage to be responsible for all work processes. When the copyright library is gradually filled, the expansion plan will be made. In addition, there is another very important component in the music copyright distribution company, that is, the sync department, that is responsible for synchronization authorization. Synchronization license, commonly referred to as sync in the industry, is a license granted by the copyright holder of a specific work, allowing the licensee to synchronize the music with the picture of a certain visual media. Translated into understandable words, it means that the music paired with each frame of the picture needs to be authorized by the copyright holder before it can be used, and this kind of authorization is called synchronization authorization. Television, movies, advertisements, games and even a variety of online new media all fall into the category of synchronization authorization, which is why music copyright distribution companies usually set up a separate sync department to be responsible for this type of music authorization. The synchronization authorization department needs to establish a stable cooperation channel with various media companies and their staff responsible for music procurement, so as to open another door to wealth for the company's copyright library. For small distribution companies, the work of the synchronization authorization department is often performed by R&R managers. After all, R&R itself has the responsibility of sales. However, Han Yi wants to build an industry flagship that can shake the status of the 3 world-class music distribution groups, Sony/ATV, Universal Music Distribution and Warner Chappell, or even replace them. Therefore, copyright management personnel who work in-house can be saved, but the synchronization licensing department that develops outward must not be streamlined. Han Distribution must actively contact potential customers from the first day in order to cooperate with Han Yi's grand plan in these short 7 years and stand at the forefront of the times. 3 synchronization licensing managers, 1 responsible for the film and television sector, 1 responsible for the advertising sector, and the other responsible for the game and new media sector that has flourished in recent years, are the basic structure outlined by Han Yi for the synchronization licensing department. The same concept is also vividly reflected in the planning of the International Copyright Department. Small and medium-sized distribution companies do not need an international copyright department at all. Generally speaking, they will hand over the music copyrights they manage to companies that are capable of copyright distribution in overseas regions for management. As for the companies that are capable of global copyright distribution, except for Cobalt, which can barely cope with it, there are only 3 distribution groups under Universal, Sony and Warner. Therefore, in the industry, these small and medium-sized distribution companies that have signed overseas agency distribution agreements with the big 3 are collectively referred to as affiliates. Although they are independently operated and audited in the United States, if the income in overseas regions must rely on the big 3, then in this globalized flat world, the status of these small companies is not much better than that of vassals. Han Yi does not want Han Distribution to become a vassal, and the balance in his bank account also gives him the confidence not to do so. Therefore, although the initial investment in overseas regions is destined to be unprofitable, Han Yi still reserves 3 positions for international distribution managers in the international distribution sector. One is responsible for Central and South America, one is responsible for continental Europe and the United Kingdom, and the other is responsible for Asia. The proud posture of being the leader in all-round independence can convey the ambition of Han Distribution to everyone in the company, whether it is staff or artists. At the same time, this strategy of not outsourcing any core business can also give reassurance to the copyright owners that Han Yi wants to attract. With a good recruitment plan for the copyright distribution company, the structure of the record company will become much clearer. Han Distribution needs to provide R&R services for the signed creators, and Han Music must also give the same support to the signed singers. Record companies naturally have R&R departments, but the R&R department of the record sector is more focused on singles, albums and other derivative products. Which songs should singers collect and sing? What kind of songs should be released as singles? And what kind of songs should be included in albums? Which producer should be used for the album? Which engineer should be hired for post-production? And which video production team should be responsible for the MV shooting? These details need to be repeatedly considered and decided by R&R. Therefore, like the distribution company, Han Music will also recruit 1 R&R director and 2 to 3 R&R managers to ensure that the signed singers can receive meticulous and professional guidance and support. In addition, the number of people recruited in the international department and the simultaneous licensing department, as well as the business scope of each person, will be consistent with the copyright distribution sector, except that one is responsible for music copyright and the other is responsible for master copyright. Of course, although most of the department structures are similar, record companies still have their own business sectors, and the marketing and promotion department is one of them. Large record companies usually separate the marketing department from the promotion department. The marketing department is responsible for public relations, album cover design, promotional videos, advertising, interviews and a series of other digital marketing work, while the promotion department has only one task, which is to build a good relationship with the radio station and let the radio station play as many singles launched by the company as possible. But in Han Yi's view, the further integration of the marketing and promotion departments in the music industry is a major trend that will definitely happen in the future. No matter which country or region in the world, the role of streaming media and online exposure is getting stronger and stronger, and the weight they occupy in the chart calculation formula is also getting bigger and bigger. With the decline of radio stations, the promotion methods must also be innovated. Traditional record industry giants, such as Jimmy Iovine's Interscope, will set up a separate product management department. In the pre-internet era, this department was responsible for the sales of physical products such as CDs and cassettes, but in the 2010s, when these two items became more ancient than vampires, their responsibilities have also changed. The main job of the sales staff in the product management department is now to build good relationships with various streaming platforms in order to obtain more traffic and more favorable settlement conditions. It is obviously the same business segment, but it has to be assigned to 3 departments. This is because the large record companies active in the industry have basically been in operation for 20 to 30 years, or even longer. The internal structure of the company is bloated and redundant, and many business lines can be described as being too big to be removed. The new Han Music will naturally not inherit this problem. Marketing, radio promotion and streaming product management will all be integrated into a new marketing and promotion department, which will be divided and cooperated by 3 marketing specialists. Finally, and most importantly, Han also plans to establish a special channel distribution department for Han Music. Channel distribution is the last step in the music production chain, and also the most tedious step. There are a total of 193 countries and regions in the world, and there are countless websites and apps that provide music streaming and digital download services. What channel distributors need to do is to ensure that the company's music is available in a unified format in every region, every city, and every platform in the world. It sounds like a very simple job, but it is actually very complicated and boring. Most record companies do not have the ability to distribute channels themselves, because the employee salary and social welfare costs alone can eat up a lot of profit margins. If it is a sub-label under the 3 major music groups, the template process is that the label delivers the music to the channel distribution company specially established by the group, and then the channel distribution company puts it on the pages of various terminal retailers. The channel distribution side generally takes 15% of the revenue generated. In reality, the actual operation is still to take Jimmy Iovine as an example. He founded Interscope Records. 50% of the shares are held by himself, and 50% of the shares were acquired by Universal Music Group in 1996. If an artist under Interscope wants to release an album in North America, the channel distribution will be completed by Interscope Jeff and R&M. As the name suggests, it is formed by the merger of Interscope, Jeff and R&M. It is one of the 4 subgroups of Universal Music Group, and has independent and mature channel distribution capabilities. In the UK, Interscope's music will be distributed by Polydor Records, which is also a German record company acquired by Universal Music, and has always had a close relationship with Interscope Jeff and R&M. The former's albums in the United States are distributed by the latter, and the latter's albums in the UK are also uniformly handed over to the former as a channel. Outside of these 2 major music consumption markets, the channel distribution work in other countries and regions is uniformly completed by the parent group Universal Music. If an independent record company outside the ecosystem wants the 3 major companies to act as agents for the channel distribution business, they must first sign a channel distribution agreement with the large record companies under the group, and then these internal record companies will deliver the products to the channel distribution company. The whole process becomes independent record company, large record company affiliated with the group, channel distribution company affiliated with the group, retailer. Are you confused? You are confused. What the 3 major music groups want is to make the channel distribution process as complicated as possible, so that they can eat up 15% of the channel share, and then gradually erode the independence of the so-called independent labels, and finally turn them into another eternally rotating gear in the group's invincible chariot. So, just like affiliates in the copyright distribution sector, there is also a term in the record industry to describe record companies that rely on large music groups for channel distribution: major distributed independents, MDI. Although in recent years there have been many independent distribution platforms that are not affiliated with the 3 major music groups, such as Belive Music in France and CD Baby in the United States, these distribution platforms take a higher share, basically around 30%, and some can even be as exaggerated as 50%. Han does not intend to let outsiders make this money. Channel distribution itself is built up by labor costs, and what he lacks the least is funds to pay for labor costs. More importantly, this is the lifeline of whether his music business group can truly become the 4th force. If the last door to the market is guarded by others, it will never become a powerful leader, in troubled times standing on equal footing with Universal, Sony and Warner. When the last word was typed into the document of Han Music's recruitment plan, Han had been in room 1000 for nearly 8 hours. As soon as get out of class was over on Monday, he drove back to Xinhu Building. At this time, the clock had just passed the dividing line between April 11th and 12th. The office seemed unusually empty and silent. Except for the sound of Han Yi's own keyboard typing, there was almost no other sound. Fortunately, it was almost. Because, in the office next to the president's office, the warm yellow light shone through the glass curtain wall and hit the wall of the corridor, reflecting a charming figure. Zhao Yaozhen, who came from UCLA, was sitting there, carefully revising the promotion plan for Ocean Eyes. This was the first task Han Yi gave her, and also her first test as a manager. If she succeeds, she will be able to sign the first artist of her career and officially enter the music industry she longs for. If she fails, no, there is no such option. Having followed Han Yi for a long time, Yaozhen will never let this opportunity slip away. She listed the formula, compared the number of plays of the playlist 2 weeks before and after, recorded the data, completed the annotation, and repeated this process hundreds of times. Yaozhen stopped and rubbed her eyes exhaustedly until the numbers and words in front of her blurred into blocks of color. The next second, what appeared in front of her was no longer the black keyboard of the MacBook, but a cup of fragrant iced coffee. Chapter 59 Artist Reserve. Come, refresh yourself. Han Yi placed the transparent coffee cup in front of Zhao Yaozhen, and considerately moved the computer back half an inch. You look exhausted. Hearing this, Zhao Yaozhen looked up at Han Yi, pressed his temple with one hand, shook his head and laughed, and whispered something in Korean. You know Chinese, but I don't know Korean. Han Yi pouted. I made coffee for you out of kindness, and you scolded me in your native language. I didn't scold you. Zhao Yaozhen stopped massaging, folded her arms, smiled helplessly and sighed. What I said was, I'm not tired, I'm Korean, a Korean who successfully survived in Daejeon. Daejeon. Han Yi nodded thoughtfully, and sat on the guest chair opposite the girl. Is it so exaggerated? In our school, 82.1% of people were admitted to Sky, and the admission rate is 20% higher than that of Yangin. Han Yi's question seemed to evoke Zhao Yaozhen's memories. She looked at him, but her thoughts had already drifted to the peninsula thousands of miles away. In Korea, people often say that it's 4 pass and 5 fail. You can pass the exam with only 4 hours of sleep a day, and you will fail if you sleep 5 hours. In Daejeon, we say 3 pass and 4 fail. Oh my god. Han Yi widened his eyes in surprise. It's so scary. That's why we drink it. Zhao Yaozhen held her chin with her right hand, and poked the lid of the coffee with her left index finger. Her smile was the most cute and innocent that Han Yi had never seen her show in front of outsiders. How do you know I like iced American coffee? Sometimes I think you know a lot, and sometimes I think you treat me like a fool. Hearing Yaozhen's question, Han Yi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is there any Korean who doesn't like iced Americano? No, let me put it another way. Do you drink any other coffee besides iced Americano? That's right. Zhao Yaozhen imitated a kitten drinking water. She didn't move her paws, but just lowered her head and took a big sip of iced coffee. Then she narrowed her eyes in satisfaction, raised her whole body back suddenly, and took a long breath. Ah, I'm alive. If it were any other time, if someone saw this undecorated real face, Zhao Yaozhen would be embarrassed for a long time without saying a word. But today, the girl seemed unusually comfortable. She yawned, pounded her shoulders with her fists, and looked at Han Yi with a smile. It should be the same over there, right? It was like this in my 3rd year of junior high school. I drank 4 cans of Nestle coffee every day, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. But my sleeping time was not that exaggerated. I could still guarantee 5 or 6 hours a day. Han Yi thought for a moment and replied, I don't know about high school. I went directly to study in the international department. I was also a deserter. Zhao Yaozhen responded with a smile. I told my family, after finishing my first year of high school, that I wanted to go to the United States. I'm not a deserter. Han Yi pretended to be annoyed and rolled his eyes at Yaozhen. I set a goal at that time. I must pass the exam to come to the United States. For Michael Jackson? Han Yi told Zhao Yaozhen this anecdote in New York. Well, and also, I want to see more while I'm young. Han Yi nodded and smiled. When you're in college, it's not just about learning knowledge. The farther away from home, the faster you mature. My family has always thought I was spoiled when they heard that I was going to study in the United States. Some relatives secretly opened a bet, betting that I would miss home in 2 or 3 months and cry and make a fuss to come back. As a result, Han Yi spread his hands and blinked at Zhao Yaozhen. It's the 4th year. Spoiled? I can't tell. Zhao Yaozhen tilted his head with interest and observed Han Yi carefully for a long time. I thought you were always so independent. After all, most of the food tours in New York were arranged by Han Yi, and all Yaozhen had to do was follow him with a dizzy head. No, before I went abroad, I didn't even wash my socks by myself. Thinking of the absurdity of not being able to take care of himself in high school, Han Yi grinned, obviously embarrassed himself. So, I'm very grateful for the years in the United States, which made me a real man. I'm also grateful for the time abroad. At this point, Zhao Yaozhen's smile faded a little. It allowed me to stay away from people I wanted to stay away from. Then do you still want to study for a master's degree? Seeing that the mood of the conversation was gradually sliding into the abyss, Han Yi quickly changed the subject. After graduating from college, I used to think so. Zhao Yaozhen bit his lower lip and looked at Han Yi with a complicated look. I don't think so now. Why? You know the answer? Zhao Yaozhen stared, tapped the table lightly, and made a rare joke. I'm manager Zhao. Yes, manager. Han Yi smiled and saluted at Yaozhen, showing off the Korean vocabulary he learned from Park Ji-woo. Loyalty. Unity. Zhao Yaozhen imitated him and returned the salute playfully, filling the room with silver bell-like laughter. What about you? You won't continue your studies, will you? Who said that? Han Yi opened the screen of his mobile phone and waved it towards Yaozhen. I just got the admission from Columbia University today. You are going to study in New York. Zhao Yaozhen's smile froze instantly, and in a moment, even her tone became a little lower. I thought about it before, but now I don't. Han Yi sent the girl's words back intact. I was accepted by Columbia University, Pennsylvania University, and Northwestern University this time, but I won't go to any of them. It's better to stay in USC. I was also accepted by USC's art management major, but I still want to stay in Los Angeles. After 4 years of hard work, accumulating a GPA of 3.9, and receiving 4 graduate school admission letters from prestigious universities, he finally returned home in a hurry due to family changes. This is the most unforgettable regret in Han Yi's heart. In this life, he must wear the peacock blue Price Masters hood around his neck. I think so too. Los Angeles is better. Zhao Yaozhen breathed a sigh of relief. Then she realized that her abnormal behavior might lead to misunderstanding, and quickly twisted her hair with her fingertips, hesitating to explain. I mean, you just bought a house here, and the company just opened. I understand. Han Yi smiled and waved his hands, teasing. You can't do without me, right? Yeah. After a moment of silence, Yaozhen decided to focus on the truth tonight. She stared at Han Yi with burning eyes, her voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. I said the company can't do without me. Now it was Han Yi's turn to stutter. Well, how's the song Ocean Eyes going? 2 contracts were just sent to Billy and Phineas this afternoon. Zhao Yaozhen glanced at Han Yi with a half smile and said, I've also contacted Serban Garner's studio. His agent Andy Kipnis said that Serban is mixing The Weeknd's new album. He was going to reject our offer, but then I showed him this news. Zhao Yaozhen grabbed her phone from the desk, opened the album, skillfully flipped to the screenshot, and handed it to Han Yi. The latter took a closer look and saw the Los Angeles Times City of Companies column, written by David Wu. Title, Utah sells minority stake to raise funds for aggressive expansion. To promote its ambitious expansion plans, United Artists Agency has sold a minority stake in the company to Parkview Capital and Han Capital to raise development funds. The timing of the 2 capital institutions' entry coincides with the trend of Hollywood's top agencies scrambling to gather ammunition and enter the film and television production field in a big way. Han Yi narrowed his eyes slightly and read softly. Utah said on Friday that the funds from Parkview Capital and Han Capital will be used to accelerate its growth plan and improve its customer service quality. Although Yuta did not disclose the specific details of the transaction, people familiar with the matter estimated that the two capital institutions will hold about 30% of the company's shares. Where did the insiders come from? 41%. How can it be about 30%? Under Zhao Yaozen's smiling gaze, Han Yi muttered a few complaints. In this privatized company, senior executive leadership will remain in office. Yuta's partners will also continue to maintain majority ownership and control of the company. Parkway Capital is headquartered in Irvine and is an investment management company with total assets of more than $85 billion. Han Capital is another emerging representative of Chinese capital in Hollywood in recent years. The news only had 13 concise and clear paragraphs, and Han Yi finished reading it quickly. He looked up, returned the phone to Yaozen, tapped on the screen, and smiled. It's okay, it didn't say anything bad about me. And the photo taken by the Los Angeles Times is pretty good. Do you think I should contact David and use it as a profile photo directly? Sure. Zhao Yaozen glanced at the photo of Han Yi with Douglas Le Pen and Jeremy Zimmer. Against the backdrop of the two old white men, the Asian face in the photo, which was carefully retouched by the styling team, was even more charming than it looked on the spot. It must be good looking. Otherwise, why do you think Yaozen took a screenshot? Just to show it to Serban Garner's agent? By the way, after I sent the news to Andy and told him that there would be many opportunities for cooperation in the future, he quickly agreed to let Serban squeeze out time to do post-production on Ocean Eyes. Zhao Yaozen continued the previous topic. This morning I asked Phineas to send the engineering files to Serban's email. Because there are only a few tracks and the song structure is simple, Serban should be able to release a version for us this Friday. According to this time, that means the new remix version will be online as early as the 16th or 17th. Han Yi looked at the calendar and said, "Are you planning to release it this weekend?" "Of course not, I'm just calculating the fastest theoretical release time." Han Yi shook his head. "We need to plan carefully before we act. We have to get the distribution channel sorted out first. Recruiting people takes time, and it takes time for record companies to connect to the backends of major platforms. And what I want to do is to talk to Jimmy and Andre about Apple Music's support first. There's no point in hastily releasing the song without exposure, traffic, or anyone listening." At this point, Han Yi pointed to the MacBook in front of Zhao Yaozen and asked, "By the way, what's the situation with the playlist?" "I'm still organizing it, but it's almost done." Zhao Yaozen's index finger slid across the touchpad, and the keyboard lit up instantly. She held the metal shell on the edge of the computer and pointed the screen at Han Yi. 362 playlists, and there are about 20 that haven't finished the statistics. 362 playlists. Han Yi looked at the screen, then at Yaozen, with an expression of disbelief. "You found so many? According to your idea, I only looked for playlists on Spotify and Apple Music, and didn't touch Deezer and Tidal. Otherwise there would be more." Zhao Yaozen didn't think there was anything exaggerated about this number, and continued to explain calmly. "The playlists I looked for are divided into 3 categories: style, function, and mood. For the music style, I picked out all the popular alternative pop, independent pop, R&B, and ambient pop playlists. For the function, I chose a playlist that focuses on static activities such as meditation and hypnosis, about 60 or 70 of them. Then there are the emotions, which are very simple, sad, peaceful, and some nostalgic playlists that focus on pop music, which I feel are more in line with the tone of Ocean Eyes." "Is this really your first time doing this kind of work?" Han Yi couldn't help asking. The Korean girl's precise control of the matching degree of the playlist amazed him. "Yes." Zhao Yaozen looked at Han Yi with strong confidence and a hint of expectation for praise. "Take a look. If it's not quite suitable, I can change a batch." "I see. It's perfect. Great job, Yaozen." Han Yi slid the table and praised. He would never be stingy with praise for excellent work results, especially for a self-taught promotion expert like Zhao Yaozen. His attention was all on the screen of his laptop, so he ignored the sweet smile that appeared on Yaozen's face after her expectations were met. When he raised his head again, Zhao Yaozen had already cleared his throat and returned to his normal state. "No more is needed. Let's start with these playlists. First pick out the 30 playlists with the largest traffic and run a test on the volume after the songs are officially released. However, don't delete the other playlists. This list can be kept. When the promotion department staff comes in, give it directly to them to continue recording every week. This is the playlist resource list of our record company. Okay. Hearing the subtle expression in Han Yi's words, Zhao Yaozhen was refreshed, and his originally aching back straightened up. Is there anything else that needs to be done? I feel like there are still many things that have not been completed. Zhao Yaozhen's pupils were dancing with two balls of energetic flames. The artist management company has only contacted Billie Eilish, Phineas and Madison. Isn't that enough? If something goes wrong and they don't sign, the company won't have even one artist. What do you think? Han Yi stroked his chin and asked softly. Utah is a good breakthrough. Zhao Yaozhen's answer came out of his mouth. It's not necessary to contact superstars. There are so many musicians in their lineup. At least a few of them will have the idea of changing managers. Legally speaking, this is not a difficult thing. Wait, you should have a plan. Zhao Yaozhen's scrutinizing eyes hit Han Yi's face like a searchlight. I can think of it. There is no reason why you can't think of it. Do you think so highly of me? Zhao Yaozhen's words were not normal compliments, but they made Han Yi extremely happy. From the time we met until now, I have never seen you do anything without preparation. Zhao Yaozhen brushed her hair back and said softly. There are too many uncertainties in this world, so we have to prepare in advance. I've been scared before. Han Yi shrugged noncommittally. Even if you didn't bring up this topic, I was going to tell you. I do have a list of artists I want to contact next. Some are in Utah, and some are not. I'm ready. The girl folded her hands, placed them on her chin, nodded and smiled. The first one is my favorite band. When talking about this topic, Han Yi seemed a little excited. He licked his lips before continuing. Paramore. Chapter 60 Asian Power. Paramore? Paramore is your favorite band? The roller of the seat slid back a few inches. Zhao Yaozhen frowned and smiled, looking at him with some surprise. You actually like pop punk? I didn't see it at all. I have liked it since junior high school. The first genuine album I bought was this. Han Yi spread his hands and smiled. At that time, every night when I took a shower, I held the shower head and imagined myself as Hayley Williams. Haven't you ever had that? I haven't. Zhao Yaozhen frowned and shook his head. Tell the truth. The reward is 3 meals at Ding Tai Fung. I have. Zhao Yaozhen changed his answer immediately without blushing or beating his heart. Who are you imagining? A little embarrassed. Thinking of the embarrassing things full of childishness when he was a child, Zhao Yaozhen subconsciously touched his slightly hot face. Add 2 more meals of Tsujita. Mike learns rock. Zhao Yaozhen lowered his head and spoke softly. Ha 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 ha. I didn't even laugh at you. Zhao Yaozhen was so embarrassed that she turned the color of a Louisiana crayfish and her scalp was smoking. She slapped the table and glared at Han Yi. Hey, that's enough, you guy. I told you don't understand Korean. Han Yi patted his belly, took a breath, and then slowly said, sorry, I didn't mean it. But, this is a huge contrast, right? Mike learns rock. They were the most popular European and American singers in Korea in the 1990s, no doubt about it. Zhao Yaozhen's mouth curled up a trace of innocent smile filled with memories. Take me to your heart, take me to your soul. Do you know this song is from Jackie Chung? I know, Jackie Chung, Jackie Chan, Joe I Wang. Speaking of which, Hong Kong movies are also my motivation to learn Chinese. For some reason, Yaozhen, who has always kept her secrets strictly, always can't control her mouth in front of Han Yi. This made her feel a little nervous for no reason, and she quickly brought the topic back on track. Seriously, why Paramore? Is it just because you like it? Of course not. Han Yi put away his smile and explained seriously. First of all, they were just acquired by Utah last year with the acquisition of Tag, so it is more convenient for us to contact them. Secondly, after the creative mastermind Josh Farrow left the band, Paramore's style has changed dramatically in the past 2 years, from pop punk to pop dance music. Still Into You and Ain't It Fun are both in this style, and the results are better than before. Now Paramore, according to the current plan, with good production resources and publicity resources, can achieve further success. In addition, Hailey herself is also very sensitive to the future trends of music. She collaborated with Bob on Airplanes and with Zedd on Stay the Night, which paved the way for her solo career. If I can sign a management contract with Paramore, I feel I can develop both personally and with the band. And, if I remember correctly, 2 months ago, former member Jeremy Davis took the band directly to court. He accused Paramore of not giving him a share of streaming, touring and peripheral sales. Of course, Hailey's statement is that Jeremy is just a backing musician hired by the band, which is equivalent to an employee, rather than a shareholder of the brand. Anyway, Paramore's on and off fuss has lasted for 6 years, and it seems that their manager has no way to resolve the conflicts between members. It can even be said that the manager is the root cause of Paramore's conflicts. Really? Zao Yaozen was a little curious. I don't know much about their behind the scenes story. Everyone thought it was Paramore who signed with Atlantic Records, the entire band, but after Josh Farro publicly announced his withdrawal from the band in 2010, everyone knew that it was only Hayley Williams who signed with Atlantic Records. The other members can only be regarded as Hailey's followers at best. You said, with such an internal structure of the band, how can there be no conflicts? No matter how good the relationship is, it will fall apart in the face of interests. So, you want to convince the band and Hailey to replace their manager and replace them? Zao Yaozen asked. How are you going to do it? It sounds like a very difficult situation. Since Atlantic Records signed Hailey personally, the band can still sign with other places. For example, Han Music. Even if Atlantic Records insists that they signed the personal band Paramore, can we naturally sign the solo singer Hayley Williams? Han Yi pointed to his temple and smiled. The contract signed by their management team has many loopholes. I believe Jordan can find a suitable way to deal with this matter, as long as the band itself is willing. Of course, even if we find that Atlantic Records' contract is very tight, it doesn't matter. We just play the role of manager and continue to cooperate with Atlantic. I understand. Zao Yaozen put the MacBook on his lap and kept typing on the keyboard to take notes as Han Yi narrated. I will contact them in the next few days. Are there other candidates? A lot. I will talk slowly. You take your time to take notes. Wait, I will go and take a look. Han Yi stood up and walked towards his office. The first one. Bob. Picking up the iPad on the fixed stand, lighting up the screen, and opening the manuscript, Han Yi shouted loudly, while turning back the way he came. Bob. Zao Yaozen also raised his voice. The Japanese female metal band? Yes, it is also a client of Utah. For them, we may not need to sign a management contract. It is also good to help them organize a world tour and expand the Asian market. The distance between the two offices is not far, and Han Yi quickly sat back in his seat. Okay, you can try. Zao Yaozen thought about it and added, maybe we can use this as an opportunity to do some activities mainly for Asian musicians in North America. That's what I meant. Han Yi smiled and nodded. Regarding the plan you mentioned, I actually want to invite some Korean groups to join. Really? Which ones? I have 2 choices in my mind. The first one is BTS. BTS is really good. I didn't expect you to know a lot about K-pop. Zao Yaozen's eyes brightened a few degrees. Their latest album was on the Billboard album chart, and it's also very popular in the United States. This is called popular? That's because you haven't seen their popularity in 2023. Han Yi added silently in his heart. In 2016, BTS's highest ranking on the Billboard 200 album chart was 161. Only 4 years later, they became the only foreign band after the Beatles to have all 4 albums top the Billboard album chart in 2 years. From 2020 to 2021, BTS won the honor of the world's best-selling artist by the International Federation of the Phonographic Industry for 2 consecutive years, and in 2022, with more than 30 million albums sold, it became the best-selling artist group in Korean history. If the Beatles are the iconic figures of the British invasion, then BTS is the milestone of K-pop's conquest of the world. The achievements of this Korean boy band are so dazzling that the agency behind them, Big Hit, has gone from a down and out small company that can't squeeze into the forefront in Korea to a multinational entertainment giant Hybe that acquired Ithaca Holdings for $1 billion. What is Ithaca Holdings? Scooter Braun's investment holding company, Braun's artist management company SB Projects, and Big Machine Records, jointly acquired with Carlyle Group, are all assets under the umbrella of Ithaca Holdings. In other words, relying on BTS, Hybe of the previous generation overtook others and brought in Justin Bieber, Ariana Grande and J Balvin, becoming another extremely powerful force in the American entertainment industry. Han Yi has no feelings about K-pop, nor is he keen on the music performance form of idol groups, but Korea's highly industrialized music assembly line is indeed worth learning, and this represents the miracle of the rise of Asian power. As a nation, Han Yi naturally has no reason to miss it. If possible, Eugene, I would like to ask you to contact BTS. The first step is to obtain the performance agency rights of this group in Europe and the United States, in the name of Utah. If you can reach an agreement, I will talk to Jeremy Zimmer and let you directly serve as their entertainment agent. Okay. Zayo Eugene grinned and laughed happily. I'm very interested in this. Not for Jungkook and Jimin, but for becoming an entertainment agent. I didn't ask you. No, you're being too specific. Han Yi couldn't help but look at Zayo Eugene twice more. It has to be said that BTS is indeed a very dangerous role for most men. Also, we can talk to Big Hit about the overseas distribution plan for BTS records. We don't need to get involved in Asia, and they will definitely not give us the channel distribution rights. But in Europe and the United States, we can try to sound out the situation. Anything they want, advance payment, promotional resources, can be agreed to in full. Okay. After recording all of Han Yi's instructions in the document, Zayo Yaozen nodded and looked up at him. What about the other group? Another one? Not yet. If I remember correctly, it seems that they haven't officially debuted yet and are still in the official announcement stage. Han Yi thought carefully for a while before slowly speaking. You can search online. There should be some news leaked. They are a new group under Ig Entertainment called Blackpink. Blackpink, found it. Zayo Yaozen scanned the search records on Naver, and after turning less than 2 pages, he frowned slightly. The information of a formal member has not been announced yet. Yi, why do you think they have potential? The empiricism of the time traveler made a mistake again. Fortunately, Han Yi was only stunned for a moment and found a reason. It is said that Teddy is their main producer. I admire his work very much. It will definitely be very popular in the United States. You can contact IG in advance and get the performance agency rights outside of Asia, or use the United Artist Management Company as a shell. After saying this, Han Yi calmly changed the subject. Now, no matter how much he explained to Yaozen, it would not work. When she slowly saw the style of this future world's #1 girl group, she would naturally understand. Whether it is from the perspective of streaming media playback, tour box office revenue or social media fans, Blackpink is the same as BTS, and is on par with the top stars in the European and American music circles, and even better in fan stickiness. Ever since Zayo Yaozen brought Billy and Phineas to 864 Stradella Road, Han Yi has actually been thinking about these two things in his mind. If it weren't for this Korean girl, Han Yi would definitely not have thought of sharing the K-pop pie. After all, he only has the most superficial understanding of this aspect. But now, with Yaozen as a medium, it would be a bit unreasonable not to lay out the Asian entertainment, especially Korean pop music, in advance. In this way, maybe Zayo Yaozen is the future superstar they are talking about. It's just that this superstar is not in front of the stage, but behind the scenes. If a superstar manager can achieve the level of Scooter Braun, or even better, then wouldn't she be a superstar herself? There are also a few very distinctive female singers. I think we can also cooperate. The thoughts in his mind were wild, but the words uttered from his mouth did not stagnate at all. Han Yi continued to describe the future blueprint of his artist management sector to Zayo Yaozen. B. Briggs, Halsey, Zara Larsson, and Mary, and Dua Lipa. These 5 girls are the ones I want you to focus on. The first 2 are Utah's music clients, so it shouldn't be difficult to contact them, but the last 3 will take some time. especially the last one. I really like her. Han Yi was talking with great excitement, and Zhao Yaozhen was very confused. She googled the basic information of the 5 singers. Brightest was the most familiar. After all, she had just listened to her Me, Myself and I at the welcome party, and Hey Mama in 2014, which she collaborated with David Guetta, Afrojack and Nicki Minaj, was also a popular dance song that dominated the dance floor. Halsey is also a rising star. Although the song that really helped her career take off has not yet been released, Badlands, released by Astral Works in 2015, performed quite well. It debuted at the 2nd place on the Billboard Hot 200 album chart in the first week, and the singles Colors and Gasoline were also certified double platinum in the United States. Starting with Zara Larsson, the situation became a little outrageous. The first album one released by this Swedish girl in 2014 can be described as a disastrous failure. It won the championship in Sweden, but only ranked 28th in Norway, and it didn't even make it into the top 30 in Denmark. The poor sales performance made Universal terminate the contract directly, and didn't even leave her the opportunity for a second album. Zara Larsson also fell into silence for a year until Epic Records gave her a chance to start over. This time, Epic R&R chose the pop electronic route for her. To be safe, the label first released 2 singles in the Nordic region, Lush Life and Never Forget You, in collaboration with MNEK. The Swedish production team's rich experience in pop electronic production made Zara Larsson's transformation a success. The 2 singles won 6 consecutive championships in Sweden, and the popularity in European countries such as Denmark, Ireland, Norway, the Netherlands and Switzerland continued to rise, and even entered the UK singles chart for the first time. However, Zara Larsson has never been able to take over the United States, the core market of the world's music industry. Both singles are still outside the Billboard Top 100 singles chart. Han Yi's confidence in Zara Larsson comes from, and Yaozhen really doesn't understand. And Mericide is even more exaggerated. This English girl from Essex has only released 1 EP and 1 single since her debut, all on unknown independent labels. The only single, Do It Right, ranked only 90th on the singles chart in her own country. As for Dua Lipa, who is also from the UK, her first single New Love, released independently under the name of Dua Lipa Limited in August last year, was not very popular. Her second single Be the One topped the charts in Belgium, Poland, and Slovakia, but her third single Last Dance in February this year was beaten back to its original state. What can a little girl who has not even signed a record contract have that Han Yi really optimistic about? Although she was murmuring in her heart, Zhao Yaozhen expressed her full trust in Han Yi in action. She did not refute or object, but kept recording. From the first meeting that left a good impression on Yaozhen, to the trip to New York, to the acquisition of Utah, meeting Billie Eilish, and discussing the promotion plan, Han Yi showed the emotional intelligence, vision, conversation, resources and professional knowledge that impressed the girl. There are not many people who can make Zhao Yaozhen admire, and Han Yi is obviously the most impressive one among them. Even though there is not enough convincing evidence, Yaozhen is still willing to believe wholeheartedly that Han Yi will definitely make the right decision this time. In fact, in real business, there is no such thing as 100% certainty, and every action is an adventure. If you win, the incense will continue, and if you lose, you will fall into the abyss. Sometimes, what partners need is trust and support for each other. You can remain skeptical and debate fiercely on weekdays, but when it comes to the critical moment of taking a step forward, everyone must be of one mind. From this point of view, Zhao Yaozhen and Han Yi may be born to be a pair of partners. Han Yi has a strong and self-awareness and judgment of things, and so does Zhao Yaozhen. It's just that the latter's intensity and self-esteem are all reflected in his unreserved trust in Han Yi. Are there any other candidates? This was the only question Yaozhen asked after the record was completed. If there is anything else I need to do, just ask. I haven't thought of more yet, but there must be some. I'll think about it in the next 2 days, and then send you a complete list of candidates. At this point, Han Yi knocked on the table and suddenly remembered something important. Most of the 5 people I mentioned just now should have managers. If you can contact them, you can consider persuading them to fire those managers and sign directly with us. If you can only contact the management team, that's no problem. At this point, Han Yi slowed down his speech. You need help, Yasin. So, you can directly quote the managers and ask them to come and do the management work so that you can naturally bring customers over. What these managers lack most is a stable and continuous income. It is too unreliable for many people to pin their entire lives on the vague fantasy of creating a superstar. If we can offer a good salary, I believe they will not mind the share becoming a commission. What is our budget? Just don't exceed the market average too much. You are the head of the management company, Yasin. I will give you full authority and voice. Well, full authority. Hearing this, Zhao Yasin tapped the touchpad with his fingernails and winked at Han Yi mischievously. Then can I give myself any salary I want? I forgot about it. Han Yi patted his forehead and said in Chinese, sorry, Yasin, there are too many things going on recently. I didn't forget on purpose. We haven't talked about your salary and share yet. Let's talk about it now. How much do you want? Zhao Yasin showed an extremely rare, quirky and playful smile, rolled her eyes, and said softly, I just want a midnight snack. Chapter 61 First Salary. I'm serious. Han Yi's expression was extremely serious. You've done a lot recently, Yasin. I've seen it all. When I said I was waiting for your letter of intent at Fogodicho, it wasn't just a polite remark. Only through full consultation can we have long-term cooperation. I know. I don't think you're just perfunctory. Zhao Yasin bit her lip and lowered her voice. I've also seriously considered this issue, but I think, compared to you, I have nothing now, and I really don't know how to ask you for conditions. So for so long, I have been working hard, hoping to let you see my value before discussing these issues. But now, at this point, the girl shook her head and laughed. Salary, share, these things don't seem to be important anymore. Why? Han Yi frowned and asked. Because I'm really happy. Zhao Yasin met Han Yi's inquiring eyes, frankly and bravely facing her true feelings. The elementary school affiliated to Dongjak Middle School, the middle school affiliated to Ua Women's University, the Diwan Foreign Languages High School, and then I went to UCLA to study political science. From the time I was born until now, I have basically not made any choices of my own. In Korea, as a girl, especially a girl from a family like mine, the so-called freedom is really too luxurious. At least, after the first year of high school, your father respected your decision, didn't he? Han Yi comforted him. You said you wanted to study in high school in the United States, so he let you come. I insisted on leaving, and didn't want to continue living under his control and shadow. He strongly opposed it at first, and even told me that, as long as I dared to step out of Seoul, he would let me disappear into the Han River. Yes, this is what a father would say. Perhaps because he had recalled it too many times. When describing this experience to Han Yi, Zhao Yasin not only had a blank expression on his face, but even lost the most basic fluctuation in his tone. But in the end, his colleagues at the law firm persuaded him, not because they were good to me, but because the uncle said, girls who graduate from prestigious American universities will ask for a higher price when they get married. Yasin is so pretty, and with her education from a prestigious university, it's not impossible for her to call him Director Jin. What does that Korean phrase mean? My dear in-laws. Zhao Yasin looked at Han Yi with a calm smile. It seems quite similar to Zhao Zu's experience. Zhu Yiru's parents hope that she will become a phoenix and the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family in Taiwan, while Zhao Yasin's father wants her to become a bargaining chip on his road to power. It doesn't matter what his daughter studies. The key is to make her more valuable. How do you know all this? Han Yi sighed softly and asked, did your father tell you? Why would he tell me this? He used to be a senior partner in the Seoul office of Milbank Law Firm, and is now the head of the International Cooperation Group of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office. How could he have time to talk to his family? Zhao Yasin raised his head and dragged out his voice. I can't help but say something embarrassing today. The reason I know is because I was kneeling beside you at the time. Mom was there too. What does she think? She doesn't have any ideas. Zhao Yasin murmured almost like a dream. If there are guests present, my mother and I must eat in the kitchen. Even if she has ideas, it doesn't matter at all. This is a sentence that cannot be accepted from any angle, and there is no way to comfort it. Han Yi could only nod silently to show that he was listening carefully. Many regions in East Asia still retain such bad habits, especially in South Korea. Park Ji-woo told Han Yi that when eating at home, his mother and sister were never allowed to sit at the table. So, this is why you went to Marlborough School, right? Yeah, the United States is such a dangerous place. How can I Yuzhan be polluted? Go to the girls' school where Charlie Munger's children all go, spend 2 or 3 years in peace, get into a good university, and come back to get married after graduation. My life has been reserved for the son of the Attorney General, or a higher class eldest son than him. Get married, get married, get married. Hearing this, Han Yi couldn't help shaking his head and laughing. From childhood to adulthood, thousands of days and nights, all emotions, thoughts, goals and dreams are jokes. Living is just to make powerful people raise their eyelids and move their minds. In this way, Zaoru's situation is better than Yuzhan. At least, Zuyuru's mother really wants her daughter to be happy by marrying into a wealthy family. Regardless of whether the values are distorted or not, at least she loves her daughter. But with Zhao Yang's, Han Yi not only can't see emotions, but there is not even a trace of the warmth of family affection. His daughter is only worthy of being a stepping stone for him to climb up. So, there is absolutely no way for me to return to Korea. Zhao Yuzhan's eyes were unfocused, as if he was explaining to Han Yi, or confessing to himself. I'm not a person who can often feel positive emotions. In fact, most of the time, I'm extremely pessimistic to the point of paranoia. I believe you can see that. When I see a beautiful bird flying in the sky, I will imagine it being plucked of its feathers and imprisoned in a cage. I haven't had real freedom for even half a minute, but being with you, during this time of working together, I felt respected for the first time. I finally know what it feels like to be treated equally, to be told that your ideas are important, and to be encouraged to bravely pursue your dreams. I told you, Yi, I want to enter the music industry, not because of pure love. I want to work in this industry because this art form is really simple. It's just sound. I like simplicity. I don't like complexity, and I try my best to stay away from complexity. If I could lose my eyesight, I wouldn't have to see the dirty things in the world, and I could only hear beautiful music, and let the romantic imagination become my own real world from the melody. It would be a good thing for me. And, as a Korean, if you want to make something in the United States, in my opinion, making music is the most promising way. I don't want to go back, but I'm really proud of my country. I think we are creating something great that all mankind will like. I stayed in the United States not only to escape from him. I wanted to prove to him that he was wrong, and I was right. At this point, Zhao Yuzhan had to pause and take a few deep breaths before he could barely suppress the sobs that surged up in his chest. I, Zhao Yuzhan, don't need any in-laws. I'm the in-law myself. So, I hope that what we are doing now can continue. Even if I can't get a penny, I don't care. I just want it to continue, so that I can learn something well and seriously. If money will hinder its continued existence, then I would rather not have it. I don't want to take the risk. After the voice fell, the office fell into silence. Han Yi did not respond, but just stared at the girl. Zhao Yuzhan felt that his gaze seemed to be penetrating, piercing through the soft skin and fragile disguise, and questioning the heart that no one had ever touched. I thought you were a very confident girl. After an unknown amount of time, Han Yi, with his arms crossed, finally laughed out loud. I'm very confident. Zhao Yuzhan subconsciously straightened his back, and his neck was tense. No. Han Yi shook his head. You know it yourself. A truly confident person will not think that pursuing what she wants and deserves means that she must give up something. Think about what I said. Do you agree? The girl's expression froze, but not long after, she breathed a sigh of relief, and a relaxed smile appeared on her face. You're right. I'm a coward. But don't blame me. Zhao Yuzhan pinched her earlobe and blinked coquettishly. Until now, everything I have has been gained through sacrifice. This is the reality I'm accustomed to. Han Yi smiled and nodded, without answering. He could see the inferiority complex deep in Zhao Yuzhan's bones under her proud appearance. In addition to her father's suppression and indifference since childhood, there was also the systematic discrimination from the entire South Korean society. When she was a little older, Yaosun has been resisting these pressures all her life. At the beginning, overeating and becoming a little fat girl was a kind of resistance, and later she was crazy about losing weight without even wanting her life. It's not that Zhao Yaosun doesn't want a share in salary, she just doesn't have confidence in her bones. Especially in front of people she trusts. Girls will shed their inferiority complex and show their strength to the fullest. In other words, Yaosun is eager to be recognized, but from the beginning, she felt that she was not worthy of it at all. Many daughters of wealthy families have everything, but they just want to find a bad partner to ruin their second half of life. Most people think that they live too comfortably and want to add some stimulating additives to their lives. But in fact, many girls are just like Yaosun. Although they were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, they are reminded all the time that these things do not really belong to them. Giving you a golden spoon is to teach you how to get a more dazzling one. If things continue to develop like in the previous life, will Zooyeru also start the self-destruction mode? God knows. Han-yi only knows how difficult it is to heal this scar. The most direct and effective way is to bloodily reveal her inner hesitation, and then use gentleness to give her the most equal and respectful compensation. Annual salary of $85,000. Commission is 15% of the gross profit of the artists managed by the company, and the signing bonus is $3,500, which is about half a month's salary. Position: partner manager of Renai Management. Han-yi deliberately frowned and tried to speak in a cold tone. Zhao Yaosun, according to your current qualifications, I can't give you shares directly. Of course, if you make achievements in the future, I will reserve a certain share for you. What I have listed now is already a relatively generous condition. If you are willing to cooperate, I can transfer the signing bonus to you now. If you feel that the conditions do not meet your wishes, then I'm very sorry. Han-yi patted the table lightly, pretending to be indifferent. I can only wish you a smooth career in the future. You are so fierce, Han-yi. Zhao Yaosun said this, but there was no complaint in her tone, but a sense of joy. Then, send the signing bonus first. Zhao Yaosun spread her hands and smiled. I agree. You are too anxious. Han-yi was not good at playing the role of a bad boss. Before a few minutes had passed, he couldn't hold back his smile. He opened the instant transfer software Venmo and transferred $3,500 to Yaosun, who had added him as a friend in New York, while muttering, "What pair of shoes do you like? I'm going to treat you to a meal." Zhao Yaosun picked up her phone and read the incoming text message over and over again. For her, $3,500 could not even buy the coat hanging on the chair, but Yaosun cherished it so much. Because this number means that a beautiful, pure future that she opened with her own hands by standing on tiptoe is waving not far away. Let's go. Yaosun stood up, put his hands on his hips, and looked like a kitten that had just returned from hunting, and put a mouse in front of its owner. Zan Nantang, I'll treat you with my first salary. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62. The Carlyle Group. Sunntang Restaurant is located at 3470 West 6th Street, just across from Quarters BBQ where Cho Yujin and Han-yi first met. Compared to the young and trendy Quarters or the Assembly Line BCD Tofu House, Sunntang is the one that truly represents the traditional Korean food culture. Even the name of the restaurant itself is a purest and ancient peninsular flavor. North Korea imitates the Central Plains dynasty in every way, and the fashion of the Sunnun Festival will naturally not fall behind. Every year, the King of Korea fasts for 3 days before the festival, and then leads civil and military officials to place raw rice, corn, pigs, and cattle on the Sunnun altar to worship Sheung and Haoji. Afterwards, the king will complete the plowing ceremony in the Jishin field, in this way praying to the gods for a good harvest next year. As the most anticipated part of the Sunnun festival, the royal chef will cook the whole cow used for the sacrifice together. The cow bones, cow heads, cow legs, cow knee bones, cow tendons, beef ribs, internal organs and every other part of the meat will be fully utilized to make a pot of thick and milky zuleng soup for the people to share. And this is the origin of Sun Nang soup, and it is also the origin story of the name of this popular restaurant on West 6th Street. Of course, in addition to Sun Nang soup, there are many other popular dishes in the restaurant, such as stone pot braised cheese spare ribs, and spicy beef soup, which are popular delicacies among nation and non-nation residents in Los Angeles. It was also after Zhao Yaozhen popularized knowledge tonight that Han Yi finally understood the correct meaning of the word Sun Nang Dan. Before that, he had always called it Sun Nang Dan according to the pinyin. There are so many strange names in Korea, and there is nothing wrong with someone being called Sun Nang Dan. At least Han Yi thinks so. At this time, the two people who have been busy from the afternoon to the early morning, and the hungry stomachs have placed a bowl of steaming spicy beef soup with chives in front of each of them. Although there was no long queue at the Xianantang restaurant at 3 in the morning, it was definitely not empty. Apart from Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen, two workaholics, most of the people who came to dine were drunkards stumbling out of the Korean nightclub next door. Turning a deaf ear to the Korean conversations around him, Han Yi lowered his head, carefully organized his sentences, and sent messages. Mom, did you receive the money? Take it to treat everyone to dinner. I just received my first salary. Aren't you hungry? You haven't even had dinner. Even though she had put on a baseball cap to keep a low profile in this not so spacious restaurant, most people quietly shifted their attention to the perfect girl sitting opposite Han Yi. But Yaozhen, who was almost starving herself, obviously didn't have the energy to care about her personal image. She swallowed a big mouthful of spicy beef soup, hissing from the heat, and only felt a little better after drinking half a glass of ice water. Only then did Yaozhen notice that Han Yi barely moved his chopsticks, sometimes listening to voice messages, sometimes typing replies, completely immersed in WeChat. Zhao Yaozhen frowned slightly and asked calmly. No. Han Yi shook the screen of his mobile phone towards Yaozhen. My mother. Salary. What salary? When did you get your salary? Didn't I tell you some time ago that I found a part-time job in an agency? They thought my major was suitable, so they asked me to help. Today I got my first month's salary. Oh, wow. Why is it so much? 3 big and 30,000? Yes, the exchange rate is good recently. It won't be that much when converted into US dollars. Keep it for yourself, little one. We don't need so much here. It's okay. I still have the credit card you gave me. Didn't I promise you before that after I get my first month's salary, I would use it for you to enjoy? You haven't used that card recently. I saw that. Han Yi, who was listening to the voice beside his face, accidentally touched the power amplifier button and hurriedly turned off the screen in a panic. Sorry. Han Yi coughed twice, trying to divert Yaozhen's attention. My face hit it, and the sound was a bit loud. It's okay. Zhao Yaozhen didn't quite understand Han's mother's Rangcheng dialect. She thought for a moment, as if she was looking for the correct way to address the male elders taught by her Chinese teacher. Auntie, how are you doing recently? She's fine. Han Yi smiled and said, I just gave her a big red envelope. This red envelope was paid by you, Yaozhen. The $3,500 transferred to Zhao Yaozhen was related to his career, and Han Yi knew that he would definitely get a reward. But what he didn't expect was that he could get so much reward. Expenditures of $3,500 and income of $14,000. A full 4 times the reward. The bug behavior mentioned before was indeed effective. When you regard Zhao Yaozhen as your partner, every penny you spend on yourself is equivalent to spending on her. 1 expenditure, double reward. Treasure girl, Yaozhen, it seems that you can't escape the fate of being my wings. Han Yi looked at Zhao Yaozhen with a smile, thinking, find a chance to try it on Zhu Yiru. What time does get out of class end tomorrow? Let me see. The last group discussion tomorrow will end at 3:50. I can leave early if it ends quickly. Zhao Yaozhen's eyes lit up, and she lowered her voice and whispered, what's the matter? Do you want to not eat? Hey, Yaozhen, you are eating now. Respect the spicy beef soup. Han Yi smiled and glared, deliberately pretending to be scary. I respect it. Zhao Yaozhen touched her face with her index finger embarrassedly, picked up a bowl of shredded beef and leeks with silver chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and said vaguely, "Ever since I found that I don't gain weight by eating, I respect every meal. Thank you on behalf of the American Meat Association." Han Yi shook his head helplessly and smiled. "What I mean is, if you have time tomorrow, come with me to Manor Entertainment. Diplo has agreed to meet me there to discuss the acquisition conditions of Mad Decent in detail. Can I?" This time, Yaozhen's eyes were much brighter and hotter than when she saw something delicious. "This is the business of the record company. Can I go too?" "Of course, you are my #1 partner and the only member of my music team so far." It seems miserable to say that. Han Yi took a sip of Coke and said slowly, "It would be so embarrassing for me to go alone. And I originally wanted you to meet Jordan. In the future, you two will have a lot of cooperation in the artist management sector." "Okay, I have asked for leave from him." Han Yi's inverted sentences are so magical that not only Zhu Yeru, but also Zhao Yaozhen have joined the ranks of spiritual killer people. Yaozhen took out his mobile phone and sent a leave email to the teaching assistant for the discussion class. "What time tomorrow? If you don't go to the discussion class, leave at 3 o'clock. I'll pick you up at your apartment." "No need. I ran up here so I can exercise. I can change clothes at your place." Some things, once done once, the psychological barriers will naturally be overcome. Yaozhen loves the bathroom with a terrace in Han Yi's house so much that she dreams of having it again. So, on the afternoon of April 13th, the Korean girl then put on her Under Armour sportswear and ran all the way from the Atrium Apartments to 864 Stradella Road. "Ms. Zhao, it's nice to see you again." Corey McIntosh, who opened the door for Yaozhen, stood in the courtyard, smiled politely, and bowed to Zhao Yaozhen. "No wonder Mr. Han is so excited. It turns out that you are coming." "Is he excited?" Zhao Yaozhen, who was sweating all over, had her cheeks flushed a little. Running a mile or two would not have had as strong an effect as hearing this sentence. "Yes." Corey turned sideways and made a welcoming gesture. Mr. Han has been looking at his phone since lunch, pacing back and forth in the living room, and has never sat down. Is Han Yi looking forward to Yaozhen's arrival? Maybe a little, but it is definitely not the main reason. 95% of the reasons are the congratulatory text message from Douglas Le Pen, the final transaction confirmation email from Parkway Capital in the USC mailbox, and the explosive news received in the memo. This morning, the limited partnership company named Bohuco Investment Partners Fund number 201,606, jointly established by Bohu Capital and Han Capital in Delaware, transferred the first payment of $133 million to the United Artists Management Company, which has arrived in the other party's company account. What does this mean? This means that a new paragraph has finally emerged in the long silent memo. As Peter Diamandis said, the best way to become a billionaire is to help billions of people. What else can be better than investing in a cause you love and believe in, which can help yourself and others? Han Yi, congratulations on taking the first step in your career, and congratulations on completing a huge consumption of over $100 million at the same time. To celebrate these two milestones, we will unlock another asset for you. Through the joint investment cooperation with Bohu Capital, I believe you have a preliminary understanding of the operating rules of investment funds and capital management groups, and the newly unlocked assets. We hope that it will continue to motivate you to explore more deeply in this regard. So now, let us officially introduce you to the new reward, an investment portfolio managed by the Carlyle Group with a total value of $399 million. This fund will expire on May 1st. 2016, and its fate is completely in your hands. However, remember that, like the last reward, the capital obtained from the investment fund can only be used for investment, and the evaluation method has not changed. New opportunities, new identities, new life. Han Yi, I hope you will do your best to grasp it. $399 million. Han Yi's first investment of $133 million to you to leverage the triple reward. Counting the balance in the bank savings account, the funds in the JP Morgan Chase Wealth Management account, the investment funds of Parkview Capital LP, and the just received Carlyle Group Investment Fund. Han Yi's total net worth has now reached 724 million. Although the cash that can be freely allocated and used for any purpose is only about 11 million US dollars, the crazy reality of nearly quadrupling the assets in more than a month still makes it difficult for Han Yi to calm down. $399 million investment fund. Kevin Hart's heartbeat, Diplo's Mad Decent, Yvonne and Yang's charitable donations, and the daily operations of the music business group. Can these things add up to more than 1/3 of this money? How many unimaginable feats can be accomplished with the remaining funds? More importantly, even the capital management group that is to be dealt with this time has made a qualitative leap in terms of scale, grade, and level. The total assets managed by Parkway Capital are 85 billion US dollars. What about Carlyle Group? 373 billion US dollars. Parkway Capital's founder Douglas Lebon is a well-known capital manager on the West Coast and vice chairman of the Los Angeles County Finance Committee. What about Carlyle Group? Founder David Rubenstein is the chairman of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, the National Gallery of Art, the Council on Foreign Relations, the Economic Club of Washington, D.C., the Duke University Board of Trustees, and the Smithsonian Institution. None of Parkway Capital's employees come from the political world. What about Carlyle Group? Former US presidents, former British prime ministers, former Philippine presidents, the chairman of the US Securities and Exchange Commission, and even George Soros have all worked as consultants here and received generous salaries. The most terrifying thing is that these capital giants who can't catch the wind or the shadow on weekdays have actually been dormant in everyone's life for a long time. China's largest online literature platform operator China Literature Group, South Korea's most popular instant messaging software KakaoTalk, and McDonald's China branch all have investment layouts from Carlyle Group. In fact, Carlyle's Asian merger and acquisition fund acquired a stake in Tencent Literature as early as November 2014. The merger of Shanda Literature and Tencent Literature, as well as the birth of China Literature Group, were finally realized with the help of Carlyle Group. If these have not touched your daily life, then here is another interesting example. Zhu Yeru, who was a news anchor in her previous life, worked for Eastern Group. And the owner of Eastern Group is Carlyle Group. This is the tremendous power of Carlyle. Even in a remote corner of Asia, there is its power projection. Global private equity, global credit, and global investment solutions. The names of the three core business groups of Carlyle Group show its immeasurable scale and unparalleled political and business influence. With $399 million, plus Carlyle Group's deep network of connections in various industries and countries, what kind of chain reactions can it produce that even Han Yi himself cannot figure out? Just thinking about this, Han Yi couldn't sit still. Not to mention sitting down. He was lucky that he didn't jump from Bel-Air to Huntington Beach in one breath. Yuzin. Seeing Zhao Yuzin blushing and walking towards the front hall, Han Yi opened his arms and raised his voice to almost cheer. Welcome home. What? There was a tone of disgust on his lips, but in his heart it was like drinking a whole cup of In-N-Out strawberry milkshake, so sweet that he felt a little dizzy. Zhao Yuzin stood in front of Han Yi and looked at him softly. Are you in such a good mood today? I made a small profit from my investment. Han Yi grinned. You'll know later. Wow, did you really run up the mountain? Yeah. Zhao Yuzin pulled her sportswear down, not wanting Han Yi to see any trace of sweat. I took in so many calories in the early morning. I have to burn them off faster. Aren't you gaining weight? I dare not relax yet. Zhao Yuzin sighed softly. This situation will have to last at least half a year before I can be sure that I really won't gain weight. Then I can eat as much as I want. Good guy, you can't eat as much as you want now, right? Han Yi rolled his eyelids pretending to be helpless and smiled. Go take a shower quickly and we'll set off when you're ready. Okay, wait for me for 15 minutes. Zhao Yuzin nodded and walked towards Johanna Jansen, who had been standing by her side and waving at her. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, she turned her head and smiled brightly at Han Yi. By the way, Billy and Phineas just sent back the record agreement and publishing contract today. We can officially start promoting Ocean Eyes. Great, all good news today. Han Yi clapped his hands and picked up the phone that he had thrown on the sofa. I'll contact Chase right now and transfer the advance payment to their bank account. Billy and Phineas, what are you going to do with this money? Friendly recommendation of a good book, Don't Chase Me. I really can't say no. A story about women chasing men, multiple female protagonists, and a harem. Chapter 63, Internal Directors. One car, of course. Always one car. Hearing Zhao Yaozen's answer, Han Yi laughed dumbly and rubbed his temples with a headache. At this moment, the two had arrived at the global headquarters of Manor Entertainment on the 17th floor of Century Park 2024. The front desk humbly and warmly invited them to the president's office to sit down. A glass of iced Americano and a can of Coke that Jordan Bromley specially asked the administrative staff to prepare for Han Yi were presented. They still needed to wait for a while in this spacious semi-open office space. Han Yi and Zhao Yaozen arrived earlier than the agreed time. When they arrived at the Manor Entertainment office, Jordan Bromley was giving an annual performance report to Ms. Donna Wilson of Manette, Phelps and Phillips. Donna Wilson is the CEO and managing partner of the firm and has supervisory authority over its affiliated firms. Yes, even though Manor Entertainment is considered the leading law firm in Hollywood, it is actually just a branch of Manette, Phelps and Phillips that is responsible for legal affairs related to the entertainment industry. The headquarters is directly responsible for giant clients such as AT&T, Intel New York University, Toyota North America and Facebook. Any of them is more than 10 times larger than Sony Pictures, the largest client of Manor Entertainment. Jordan Bromley's agency level stops here. Going up, NBC Universal, a multinational group company with an annual revenue of $28.5 billion, although a considerable part of its business belongs to the entertainment industry, is no longer a client that Jordan is qualified to be responsible for. Only for some cases related to music copyright business will the headquarters invite Jordan to the New York office at 7 Times Square for collaboration. The complex veins of the North American capital circle can also be seen from the structure of the law firm Manette, Phelps and Phillips. When you think you have reached the top, there is always a statue looking down from a higher place. What they want to buy is not a sports car, but a means of transportation. Zhao Yaozen explained. This way they don't have to borrow their mother's car every time they go out. Tell Billy and Phineas to save the money, buy more food and drinks at the supermarket, and renovate the recording studio at home. For the next album, a TLM 103 alone is definitely not enough. Han Yi pointed to the phone in Zhao Yaozen's hand and smiled. I'll take care of the car. You want to buy them a car? Zhao Yaozen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Like you said, it's not a sports car anyway, it's just a means of transportation. Han Yi said, while typing a message in WhatsApp. For him now, as long as it is not a collectible at the level of Ferrari 250 GTO, there is no need to look at the price of other models. Buying a car is as simple as buying a fried chicken. Why not give a new car worth tens of thousands of dollars to quickly bring himself closer to Billy and Phineas? More importantly, Han Yi also wanted to use this consumption to confirm one thing. If you spend money to buy a car for your own artist, does it count as a career investment? Spending money on Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozen, two very special girls, can get rewards, but what about ordinary partners? It's not bad to try out a new mechanism with tens of thousands of dollars. Erica, long time no see. I need a Bentley Bentayga. Please choose a suitable color for me. Thank you very much. Hi, Yi. Of course, no problem. How about this one? Within a minute, Erica Scrotter sent a reply with a photo of the backyard parking lot. Windsor blue body, royal blue interior. Okay, this one. Han Yi made a decision without asking the price. Anyway, it was used as a business car for Fiamu and Jian, so there was no need to worry about so many details. Also, I want to pick a car as a gift for my artist. It doesn't have to be Ogura's collection. I want to hear your advice. Is it a boy or a girl? In fact, it's a girl and a boy, brother and sister. Push my phone number, or I can visit them. Erica replied, I will help them choose the car they like, even if they don't know what they like. I believe it. Thank you again, Erica. I will ask Jamal to communicate with you about the payment. At your service at any time. Done. Han Yi put down the phone in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled at Zhao Yaozen. Being your artist seems to be a very happy thing. Zhao Yaozhen wanted to persuade Han Yi to stop this consumption from the perspective of company management, but after thinking for a while, the girl finally did not speak. She knew that this side of Han Yi was actually his greatest charm. So, Yaozhen just nodded slightly and answered softly, "You're not happy being a partner?" Han Yi winked mischievously. "I see. What car do you want?" "Hahaha, that's funny." Zhao Yaozhen's voice was lacking, and there was no expression on her face. "I have a car. But I've never seen you drive it. Because I don't go anywhere." Zhao Yaozhen tilted her head and thought for a while. "So, buying a car seems to be a loss." No, I have to go everywhere." Han Yi corrected with a smile. "There are tens of thousands of restaurants in Los Angeles, and you have only tried 1,000th of them." Zhao Yaozhen found that when she spoke now, she had to consider more and more things, and it took longer and longer to think. After a long while, she decided to swallow the sentence "you drive anyway" that she almost blurted out, and changed the subject. Putting aside the issue of buying a car, it would be better to spend the funds for the promotion from the company account. "I understand. Chase Bank has already opened 3 company accounts for us. I asked Fernando, my private bank manager, to transfer $1.5 million to the 3 companies, $350,000 to the copyright distribution company, $150,000 to the artist management company, and the remaining $1 million to the record company. After all, the operating expenses of the record company are much higher." Han Yi naturally heard Zhao Yaozhen's hidden meaning. He nodded and replied, "Since the beginning of his rebirth, Han Yi has been using the services of Chase Bank. The 6 private bank managers are meticulous and responsive, so that he has almost nothing to worry about in terms of daily financial income and expenditure." Such a pleasant cooperation experience prompted him to open a company account with Chase. And what Fernando Gonzalez prepared for Han Yi was undoubtedly the highest end company account of Chase Bank, the Platinum Business Account. There is no handling fee for the first 500 transfers, and there is no limit on the number of electronic deposits and wire transfers. At the same time, the 4 highest outbound transfers during the monthly reporting cycle are also free of charge. This is very practical for Han Yi. After all, he will need to make a lot of large transfers in the future. Not only that, Fernando Gonzalez also gave Han Yi 3 years of free use of FreshBooks, an online financial management system for corporate customers. Income and expenditure details, employee salaries, and even electronic invoices can all be generated with one click using this software. These seemingly trivial details can actually significantly improve the operating efficiency of a company, especially for Han Yi's 3 newly established music startups. Even if you haven't found a favorite financial management team yet, it doesn't matter. Through FreshBooks, you can record several necessary initial investments and then hand them over to the accounting team that will join later. The 3 companies will not have any problems in terms of auditing and taxation. When the funds arrive, I will transfer you $10,000 for the song list promotion fee through the company. It should be enough. It's enough, even a little too much. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a while and replied, "Even the song list with the highest traffic only costs $500 a month. Most of the song list creators only ask for about $100 to $200 in compensation, and some people don't even ask for money. Because I didn't discuss the cost with them at the beginning. I talked to them as an independent musician. Most people are willing to support grassroots artists and are particularly interested in this novel online promotion method." Very smart, Yaozhen. Han Yi cast an admiring look at Yaozhen. No matter how much money you have to spend it sparingly. Zhao Yaozhen smiled. The company will need a lot of money in the future. Yes, did I tell you before? Sorry, Yi. Before Han Yi finished speaking, the glass door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and then Jordan Bromley, with fine beads of sweat on his head, was swept in like the wind. "I'm late." The annual inquiry from the law firm is always very detailed. "Not at all, Jordan, we are early." Han Yi raised his hand and looked at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. At this time, there were actually 7 minutes before the agreed time of 3:30 p.m. He smoothed the wrinkles on his suit with his hand, stood up, turned his head, and introduced to Jordan Bromley, "This is Ms. Zhao Yaozhen, the partner manager of Renew Management." Hello, Mr. Bromley, I have heard of you for a long time. Zhao Yaozhen left her seat immediately after Han Yi and extended her hand to Jordan Bromley. Hello, Miss Zhao, it's my honor to meet you. If it were 20 years ago, or even 10 years ago, Jordan Bromley, with a look of amazement on his face, would have praised Zhao Yaozhen's youthful beauty. But unfortunately, this is the United States in 2016. Any compliments about appearance between strangers of the opposite sex can easily be mistaken for sexism or gender bias. Therefore, despite all the praise in his heart, Jordan Bromley still only uttered a simple greeting. Do you need anything else to drink? I have a whole bar here. Jordan Bromley pulled open the small refrigerator on the ground to the left of the desk and asked with a smile. Although he said bar, Jordan only took out a bottle of Voss mineral water for himself. This is easy to understand. Except for whimsical Hollywood movies, no outstanding lawyer dares to drink when meeting with clients. No, thank you. Han Yi sat down, straightened his cuffs, and asked casually, where is Thomas? Oh, I asked him to come at 4 o'clock. Jordan pointed to the door. My idea is that before he comes, we should talk about your ideas first. This sentence instantly made Jordan Bromley's position clear. Diplo is a client, Han Yi is also a client, but Jordan obviously wants to let the latter know who he is more inclined to in this internal transaction of mannered entertainment by asking for opinions in advance. This trick may play a psychological role for ordinary people, but Han Yi's heart did not fluctuate at all. After the painful lessons of the previous life, he was naturally defensive and vigilant against any similar negotiation methods. Who knows what the real situation is? Jordan Bromley could meet him half an hour in advance, and of course he could also inform Diplo a day in advance, making everyone think that they have taken advantage and received help, so that everyone acts according to his plan and pace. This is a skill that elite lawyers have honed to perfection. Okay. By the way, in order to explain his subtle attitude, Han Yi deliberately pondered for a moment. Has Utah notified the specific time of the next board meeting? Utah's board of directors generally holds a meeting every 6 to 8 weeks. Jordan Bromley looked at Han Yi thoughtfully and said slowly, the first meeting of the year was held on February 2nd. The second meeting was on March 15th, and this time, it was scheduled for Monday, May 2nd. Jordan glanced at the work schedule on the computer desktop and said, at that time, the board of directors will add 3 new internal director seats in accordance with the acquisition resolution, reserved for Han and Bohu. I noticed that Utah now has 9 directors. Han Yi took a sip of Coke, thought about it, and then continued. The chairman of the board, 2 vice chairmen, the CEO, the COO, and the heads of 4 core business units serve as internal directors. The 3 new seats we have should be the first batch of non-incumbent directors since Utah was founded. That's right. Jordan nodded slightly. Utah is a private company. Due to the particularity of the industry, it does not really need independent directors. Even if the 3 new directors enter the board of directors as representatives of investors this time, they are actually internal directors in a strict sense. Understood. Han Yi touched the corner of his lips with his index finger and asked, what is the nomination and election process for new directors? Do I need to send them a list of nominations in advance? About 2 or 3 days in advance. Jordan explained, because they are nominated by investors, there is basically no complicated process. Although Utah will vote anonymously as usual, it will definitely be passed unanimously. Do you have a favorite nominee? Of the 3 director seats, 1 should be reserved for Le Pen as the representative of Parkview Capital. Let's see who they appoint as a director. At this point, Han Yi subconsciously glanced at Zhao Yaozhen beside him. As for the other 2 positions, I need to think about it again. In order to further consolidate his identity and give himself higher exposure and voice in the industry, Han Yi has decided to make himself one of the nominees. But who to choose for the other person is where Han Yi has to struggle. Now it seems that he has just started his investment in the entrepreneurial plan for less than 2 months, and he is seriously lacking a core management team. At present, there are only 2 people he can really trust. And between these 2 people, no matter who he chooses, there are concerns that make him hesitant. No problem, just send it to me when you have the list, and I can submit it on your behalf. After typing on the keyboard and recording the work arrangements related to the board meeting and the schedule, Jordan Bromley continued to ask, "So, let's talk about Mad Decent. What specific plans do you have for this label, Yee? If possible, buy a majority stake. Even if Thomas is unwilling to give up that much, it should be at least more than 40%. 50 over 50 is also fine. If it's lower than this, I might as well look at other investment opportunities." Han Yi answered without hesitation. This plan has been circling in his mind for a long time. At present, I only want to acquire Mad Decent's record, event and peripheral sectors. He can keep the copyright distribution sector separately, but the record company must exist as a subsidiary label of Han Music, and all news releases must be based on Han Music acquires Mad Decent. "Why do you want to keep the copyright distribution sector?" Jordan asked while recording on the computer. Mad Decent's music copyright library has a very clean ownership relationship. It is a good investment target for you, according to the plan you revealed to me before. The first music copyright acquisition must be a real big shot. Han Yi raised his index and middle fingers and said seriously, "For the first acquisition, it would be best if the price exceeded $200 million and an agreement was reached with a legendary superstar, so as to create a sensation in the copyright trading market. Moreover, I don't want to directly acquire an entire copyright distribution company. As I told you, Jordan, what is my purpose? Convert the contractual relationship between individuals and capital into that between companies." Jordan had an expectant smile on his face. "I see. Do you have any specific candidates you want to contact on this point? I can start contacting them immediately. My list cannot be said to be candidates. I can only say, anyone on the list who is willing to sell can do so." Han Yi clasped his arms across his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll send you a list in the next 2 days. If you know them all, that would be great. I dare not say anything else, Yi. But in the music industry, there is no superstar that I don't know." Jordan Bromley responded with a smile. "Well, let's go back to Mad Decent and summarize. For 40, 50% or more of the equity, only the record company, live events, music peripherals and master copyrights will be acquired, and the music copyright distribution will be excluded. Are there any other conditions? Some of the details will be finalized by you, such as when the sublabel should send reports to the parent company, to which position the sublabel's operations manager will report, and how to further integrate the channel distribution business in the future. Just do these according to the operating systems of the 3 major groups. You should be familiar with them. No problem. There is another condition that I must add to the acquisition agreement after the acquisition is completed. Mad Decent needs to expand the scale of the Block Party Live performance brand. Not only in terms of the number of performances, but also in terms of the number of people. I will reach a performance investment agreement with Mad Decent through Han Capital. I will provide the funds and they will operate. Understood. What specific scale do you want them to reach? Traditional block party with less than 3,000 people. The party model should be expanded to 50 this year. Block parties should appear not only in the United States and Canada, but also in the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Belgium, Spain, Italy, Germany, and even in China, Japan, and South Korea. Lean On was so popular last year, and it is a good time to take advantage of the momentum to develop. As for large-scale events, I hope to create a brand similar to Mad City, integrating several different styles of street stages. If we can have 50,000 people entering the venue every day, and it lasts for about 2 or 3 days, it should be a good start. As for the city, New York, or Las Vegas. Personally, I prefer the latter. Chapter 64 Mad City. Las Vegas? 50,000 people. Diplo clenched the edge of the sofa with his right hand and sat up a little straight. He looked at Jordan Bromley, who was typing on the keyboard and recording the key points of the agreement, and then looked at Han Yi, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window admiring the view of the Century Park courtyard, leaving only his back to everyone in the office, with a hint of disbelief in his expression. He never thought that the first news he heard when he arrived at Manor Entertainment, who was mentally prepared to sell his label shares, was actually related to Block Party. Hey, did you hear? Diplo's last sight was on his 2 partners. Kevin Kusatsu, the co-founder of the label and his manager, and Jasper Goggins, the CEO of Mad Decent. The former pointed at Han Yi and asked softly in a very low voice. The latter too shrugged and gave him an equally confused look. When Han Yi told Diplo at the welcome party that he was interested in participating in the operation of Mad Decent's live events and turning Block Party into a block event for residents of the entire city, Diplo thought he just wanted to get a piece of the 15 North American tours that the label had already scheduled. Unexpectedly, the invitation Han Yi made through Jordan Bromley was to expand Block Party to the whole world, including London, Seoul, Tokyo, Milan, and all the performance plans that Diplo and his team had dreamed of, but did not have the courage to put into practice. Han Yi ambitiously wanted to make them a reality. What made Diplo and Jasper even more dumbfounded was the idea of a Las Vegas electronic music festival called Mad City by Han Yi, which had a capacity of 50,000 people per day. The scale was so large that Diplo would never dare to touch it in his dreams. The funds required to run an international label and to host a world-class music festival are very different. To give a simple example, Mad Decent has a total of 32 employees, including CEO Jasper Goggins. The annual labor costs of the entire label, including the $401k purchased for employees, collective medical insurance and other benefits, are only about $2.2 million. Mad Decent is already a very successful independent electronic music label. On the other hand, Belgium's Tomorrowland Music Festival needs to employ 12,000 people every year to serve the event. The total production budget for the new music festival to be held in the town of Boom in 2016 is $35.5 million. Music labels and music festivals are located at the upper and lower ends of the music industry chain respectively. Music labels are responsible for the upstream content output, while music festivals are the downstream consumer ports. The two have different divisions of labor, different products, and very different business models. More than 90% of live music performances worldwide are in a loss-making state, only 10% can break even, and less than 1% can make multiple profits like Tomorrowland or Ultra, and persist in operating for more than 10 years. The operating costs of music labels are much lower, which means that their trial and error costs are lower. Once a hit is hatched, the profit margin will be an astronomical figure that music festival organizers cannot estimate. The production cost of Lean On was less than $30,000, and now it has recorded $2 million in revenue on the Spotify platform alone, not counting the commercial value and performance marketing income brought to three groups of artists, Major Lazer, DJ Snake and M by the popularity of the song. In short, music labels are asset-light and low-cost operations, while performance organizers are asset-heavy and high-cost operations. If a label wants to cross over to the performance industry, the first problem it needs to solve is funding, especially for large-scale music festivals. The production costs of millions or tens of millions are often more than the total cash available for the music label. If you go all out and put all your operating funds on a large-scale performance, it is very likely that you will lose everything if you make a mistake. This is why, even under the premise of joint sponsorship by Budweiser and Red Bull, Diplo's Block Party team still chooses to control the audience capacity of each tour to less than 3,000 people. The entry barrier for a music festival with 10,000 people is extremely high, let alone a world-class music festival with 50,000 people. Only billionaires can afford such an event. Guess how many billionaires are in Jordan Bromley's office? This is the additional condition for Mr. Han to complete the acquisition of the label's shares. That's right. Jordan Bromley confirmed again. What Mr. Han wants to acquire is the record company, live event brand and label related rights. Among them, live performances are a very important sector. You know, Thomas, how many truly loyal fans a good event can bring to the label. Of course I understand, Jordan. Diplo stroked the slightly messy dark beard on his chin, frowned and pondered. I'm just worried about whether the entire team can support such a large-scale event. Mad Decent, including myself, has never held an event with more than 10,000 people. I mean, of course I have participated in performances with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, but participating and hosting are two completely different concepts. Diplo's entire speech mentioned his own shortcomings, but Han was able to keenly capture where the hesitation in his words came from. Don't worry, Thomas. I'm not saying we have to do an EDC-sized electronic music festival right away, although that's a plan I want to accomplish within 3 years, to catch up with and surpass EDC. Han turned around and smiled, opening his arms to Diplo. I'm not saying we have to rent the Las Vegas Motor Speedway and build a fantasy park with 1,200 acres of concrete hard ground. These are goals worth pursuing, but they are not something we can accomplish right away. What I mean is that the Mad Decent team and my team still have a lot to learn about live performances. But, Han raised his left index finger and slowly walked towards Diplo. If we are always satisfied with warehouse party-sized events, then this kind of learning will always be slow and ineffective. Many times, only through a bold attempt and a leap of faith can we achieve an improvement in realm and level, regardless of whether the final result is success or failure. That's why I came up with this plan. In my opinion, Mad Decent's Block Party is a rare high-quality brand in the electronic music industry, and it is also a brand that has not yet tapped its full commercial potential. Its future should be developed in terms of depth and breadth. Breadth refers to the market we want to reach. The performance format you choose for Block Party now has controllable costs, controllable effects, and controllable sales expectations. The scale of 2,000 to 3,000 people means that according to Mad Decent's current influence, no matter which major city in the world it performs, the ticket situation will be very optimistic. Therefore, the globalization process of Block Party must start from now. Europe, Asia, South America, Oceania. If I'm lucky enough to become a shareholder of Mad Decent, this will be the first thing I will focus on promoting. Of course, we can't hold international tours ourselves from the beginning, but we can cooperate with Live Nation or Live, using their executive team, connections and ticketing channels. With Block Party being a high-quality independent performance brand and the fact that we can cover all the costs ourselves, I believe the two companies will fight for the co-hosting slot. Indeed. Jasper Goggins nodded. From last year to this year, Live Nation and Live have been talking to us about touring. They also want to invest and participate in the production of the performances, but their requirements are too strict, and we can't accept them from the beginning. How much do they want to share? North America will invest half and half. Kevin Kusatsu sighed with a wry smile. I mean, if it's just the United States, we don't need them to invest at all. That's right, in North America, including Canada or Mexico, we don't need to share the performance income of these 3 countries with them at all. But if we want to expand overseas, their mature performance industry assembly line still has certain value. Han tapped his temple and lowered his voice. Think about it, if we can invest ourselves and hire Live Nation or Live, we'll do the specific execution. So should we just give them a management fee? Even if both companies insist on sharing, I believe we can also talk about the share ratio of Superstars concerts, 10-15% of gross profit. Which performance company will refuse such a proposal without taking financial risks? Very convincing. Diplo's hand on his chin had covered half of his mouth. He looked at Han with interest and said, please continue, Yi. The breadth is over, but a performance brand, especially a brand that wants to be called great, must have depth. Whether it is Tomorrowland, EDC or Ultra, or the earlier Woodstock, Glastonbury, and Monterey, the reason why people can remember them will never be because of a mediocre year or a performance at an international station. What will they remember? Of course it was Jimi Hendrix at the Monterey Pop Festival in 1967, Janis Joplin at the Woodstock Festival in 1969, Kurt Cobain at the Reading Festival in 1992. Gentlemen, and Our Lovely Lady. What we need to create for Mad Decent and all music fans is a memory that belongs to this era. It is a treasure that cannot be ignored by future humans 50 or 60 years from now when it comes to live music in the 2010s. Sound, rhythm, gathering, carnival. From ancient times to the present, humans have been alone most of the time, which is why we always need live entertainment. We are entertained not only by the artists on the stage, but also by the audience, who are shoulder to shoulder and toe to toe with us in the audience. Why do people always flock to events with 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 or even 1 million people. Because only here, as individuals, can we truly feel the greatness of human civilization as a whole. The same melody is sung by 10,000 mouths, and the same rhythm is sung by 10,000 hands. Even in the most difficult moments of the music industry, the live performance industry has never been defeated. This is its charm. And this is the meaning of a 50,000 person music festival. This is Mad City. It must be said that among Hanyi's many advantages, his infectious and superior speaking ability may be the most eye-catching one. Not only did Zhao Yaozen's eyes burst into brilliant fireworks, Diplo, Kevin and Jasper were so excited that half of their bodies were hanging outside the sofa. Even Jordan Bromley, who has always been known for his eloquence, held his chin with one hand and listened attentively to the beautiful picture drawn by Hanyi. In my imagination, Mad City is a mixture of multiple blocks. It should be a form of multiple stages performing at the same time or alternately, rather than like EDC or Tomorrowland, with main and secondary stages, and each stage has an independent area that does not interfere with each other. A city should be a fusion of different voices. Like World Club Dome? Diplo asked. World Club Dome, organized by Big City Beats, is one of the largest electronic music festivals in Germany. It is held annually in Deutsche Bank Park in Frankfurt. In addition to the main stage on the stadium grass, Big City Beats also built 7 sub-stages around the stadium, which is very close to the format described by Hanyi. Almost, but not exactly. Hanyi smiled and shook his head, explaining, World Club Dome still has primary and secondary distinctions, while in Mad City, each stage is a block with a different style and has equal importance. In addition, World Club Dome only has electronic music, and if Mad City wants to become a real city, it needs more electronic music, hip-hop, pop, rock, anything good that can get people's feet off the ground. A comprehensive music festival? Kevin Kusatsu couldn't help but raise his voice. The ambition of this investor was much greater than his wildest imagination. When everyone thought Hanyi wanted to copy EDC, what he really wanted to create was the Woodstock of the 21st century. Imagine, Kanye West just finished his hip-hop set on the slum-themed stage here, and the next second, Alicia Keys appeared on another stage with the shape of the Empire State Building as the main structure, with her partner Jay-Z beside her. Before people could come back to their senses from the chorus of Empire State of Mind, you appeared on the Third Ibiza Pirate-style stage. Hanyi pointed at Diplo and said word by word, anything and everything, happening all at once. Just this one sentence made the hairs on Diplo's arms stand up. If everything could really come true as Hanyi said, with superstars representing every culture gathering in several blocks of a city, turning the music festival into a metropolitan museum paying tribute to pop culture, then Mad City would surely become a talked about and unforgettable memory of this decade. No, this century. And he is the co-founder of Mad City. Hot fucking damn. What about the venue? Diplo had completely fallen into the dream woven by Hanyi and asked eagerly, I know the first one may not be the largest in scale, but if we want to perform at this level, we still need a top venue. Of course, Thomas. Of course we need a top venue. Hanyi put his hands together and said softly, what do you think of the Las Vegas Festival venue? The Las Vegas Festival Grounds is one of the largest and newest open-air music festival venues on the West Coast and even in the entire Commonwealth. In 2014, MGM announced that it would jointly develop this 26-acre vacant land on West Sahara Avenue in Las Vegas with Cirque du Soleil and the UKPA Group, which is controlled by California entertainment industry tycoon Ronald Burkle, and named it MGM Festival Grounds. It will serve as the permanent venue for Brazil's first music festival brand, Rock in Rio USA. This open-air music venue was not put into use until May of last year, and the first performance was naturally the long-awaited Rock in Rio USA by the American people. The lineup of the music festival is extremely strong. Over 2 weekends and 4 performance days, Las Vegas welcomed more than 120 artists, including Metallica, Linkin Park, Taylor Swift, Ed Sheeran, Bruno Mars and John Legend. But the final ticket sales can be described as a disastrous failure. It was originally expected that 328,000 people would attend the event, but only 140,000 tickets were sold in the end. MGM, Cirque du Soleil and UKPA Group did not see any return on the $20 million they invested in the construction of the venue. The three companies, together with SFX Entertainment, the organizer of Rock in Rio USA, lost $28 million. This tragedy directly caused SFX Entertainment, which had been losing money and relying on financing to survive, to file bankruptcy documents in federal court in Wilmington, Delaware in February 2016. Rock in Rio, a permanent venue? Now, the MGM Festival venue doesn't even have a festival. In order to attract third-party events, MGM, under pressure from two other partners, gave up its naming rights and changed its name to the more neutral Las Vegas Festival venue to avoid deterring potential partners. But until April 2016, there was no music festival of sufficient weight here. The only thing worth mentioning was a charity performance held here by the Country Music Awards Academy. From Taylor Swift to Carrie Underwood, the anxiety of the venue owner can be imagined. This is also one of the key reasons why Hanyi chose this open-air venue as the venue for the first Mad City Music Festival. In addition to its brand new facilities and convenient transportation, the lack of heavyweight events for a long time can also make the owner less stubborn in terms of rental prices. If you are more radical, directly ask them to provide the venue for free and give a certain percentage of the box office share. It is not a completely crazy proposal. It can accommodate 85,000 people. Hanyi pulled up the picture of the venue on his phone, put it in front of Diplo, Kevin and Jasper, and explained patiently, "We can connect the north, west and east sides with several stages." Yes, the interconnectivity between different stages is also a highlight of Mad City. Roughly speaking, the remaining space can still accommodate about 70,000 people, which leaves a lot of room for our ticket sales and lineup arrangement. If the first round of pre-sales is good, there will be time to add a few headliners. So when is this Mad City going to be held? It's April now, and we still have a series of tours to do. Time is very tight. I hope to land the performance around Halloween this year. I know it will be rushed, but this is the best time to launch the brand. I agree. Jordan Bromley nodded in approval. If Live Nation or Eagle participates in the overseas tour, then we don't need to worry about it. We can just concentrate on making this music festival a success. As for the North American tours in other cities, we have done it so many times and are already familiar with it. There won't be any major problems at the execution level. We can just outsource the work to a professional team when the time comes. Kevin frowned and thought seriously, but time is indeed very tight. If we want to book an artist who meets the requirements, we basically have to start the inquiry process now. Isn't it, Kevin? At this time, Hanyi sat down again, leaned next to Kevin Kusatsu, and patted the latter's shoulder. If the next investment negotiation is fast enough, we should be able to move everything forward today. Chapter 65 Transaction Details. Using the music festival proposal as a prelude to the acquisition negotiations was originally a lobbying strategy that Hanyi had prepared in advance. As of April 2016, Lean On released by Mad Decent is still the most played single in Spotify's history. In other words, from the perspective of the traditional record business, as an independent label not affiliated with any group, Mad Decent has done well enough. If they want to impress them in this regard, saying that they will increase investment after acquiring the equity and help the label create more phenomenal singles like Lean On, I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to buy in. The reason is simple. Hanyi is a professional who knows the pop music industry inside and out, and Diplo, Kevin Kusatsu and Jasper Goggins are of course the same. They all understand one thing, that is, in the field of music, it is easy to create a popular music that can be on the charts, but if you want to incubate a champion single at the level of Lean On, there has never been a fixed formula for success. Even if Diplo's Major Lazer and DJ Snake create a new Moombahton, based on the template of Lean On, and invest 10 times more in publicity and promotion than Lean On, there is a high probability that they will not achieve the same results as the original song. Music, especially pop music, has always been like this. In other words, whether most entertainment products, including movies, TV series and even YouTube videos, can become popular overnight is highly random. the market's aesthetic preferences in a certain period of time, the natural traffic of publicity channels in a specific month, the subtle changes in the audience's likes and dislikes due to current events, and even the charts and sales performance of singles of the same type. Countless subtle factors will affect the final commercial performance of a song. Therefore, Hanyi's strong capital may be able to help Mad Decent improve the signing conditions of artists, increase the music publicity budget of the marketing team, and comprehensively strengthen the label's influence in the original electronic music market, thereby increasing the probability of the emergence of phenomenal singles. But there is no way to guarantee that Diplo and his team will be able to quickly grab more income in the short term. This is exactly the transaction condition that Diplo and his partners are most concerned about. How to realize cash immediately so that they can use the cash freely to do more things they want to do. It's all about them greens, bro. It's all about them greens. Hanyi is very clear about this, so the entry point he chose for this negotiation is the global tour and large-scale music festivals that can see benefits in the short term. Whether it is the former or the latter, the settlement cycle is much shorter than the long-term music streaming income. The condition that Hanyi threw to Diplo through Jordan Bromley was to add the Block Party Live event brand to the asset package. After the acquisition is completed, Hanyi will use Han Music to invest and bear 100% of the overseas tour costs and Las Vegas Music Festival costs. As the IP holder and management team, Mad Decent will retain 30% of the gross profit, and Han Music will share the other 70%. If there is any loss in the performance, it will also be borne independently by Han Music. This kind of transaction, that is sure to make money for Diplo, Kevin and Jasper, is undoubtedly what they want. Even if Diplo sold 50% of the shares of the record company, live performances and artist peripherals, to Hanyi in accordance with the acquisition agreement, he could still get 15% of the revenue from the new tours without spending a penny. Even if the overseas tour and the Las Vegas Music Festival incurred huge losses, they would not have any actual losses. Of course, standing on Hanyi's side, he could actually get much more than his negotiating opponent. 70% of the performance income belongs to Han Music, and about half of the 30% that Mad Decent can get will go into his wallet. In other words, as long as the overseas tour and music festival can ensure positive cash flow, Hanyi can get 85% of the gross profit. As a new shareholder, Hanyi can also get about 50% of Mad Decent's original North American tour. This is the way capitalists make money and trade, rough and direct, using cash to open the way and speak with strength. This method sounds frowning, but in reality, it is absolutely impossible to make anyone feel disgusted. Imagine if someone could throw tens of millions of dollars to buy half of your company's shares and then invest tens of millions more to help you expand your business. How many people would keep a clear head, stick to the so-called original intention, and choose to refuse? The difference between capitalists and ordinary people is reflected here. The former regards capital as a means to achieve their goals, while the latter regards money as the ultimate pursuit of life. Everyone can talk loudly about ideals and enthusiasm, but when there are mountains of green money in front of them, how many people can choose the latter between financial freedom and maintaining corporate control? For Thomas Wesley Pence, the main reason for him to become Diplo is not to make his music immortal or to promote Mad Decent to become the fourth pole of the music world. These achievements are great and meaningful, but they are too far away from him. Climbing these two mountains is definitely not something he can accomplish, or wants to accomplish. Just like what he talked about in the interview in his previous life, he made music, performed, and built a label with only one goal, which was to make as much money as possible while he was still young, so that he could experience all the life he wanted to experience. In fact, there is not such a big gap between the so-called ordinary rich people and the capital giants. The opportunities in front of everyone are not far apart, but it is the one or two choices at the critical moment, to continue moving forward, or to set up camp, all in or cash out, that will create an insurmountable gap between people. Dr. Dre's choice is to maintain absolute control over Aftermath Entertainment, concentrate on managing new people, and successively launch Eminem and Kendrick Lamar, two rap superstars of different eras. At the same time, he also boldly tried to cross over, entered the electronics industry with Jimmy Iovine, and founded the Beats headphone brand. Finally, after more than a decade of hard work, he became a real top boss with a net worth of billions and could get a share of Apple. Diplo, on the other hand, does not have such a strong ambition. As a white man who was born in Mississippi and grew up in the Deep South, he was not like Andre, who had a sword hanging over his head that black entrepreneurs can never really succeed, and he was determined to break the worldly shackles. The cynical Thomas Wesley Pence wanted to be a new age pirate captain who traveled all over the world in his life. $36 million was enough for him to do this. This was the acquisition amount that the two parties finally reached an agreed amount after 3 hours of data verification and lengthy negotiations under the leadership of Jordan Bromley. With $36 million, Kanye will buy the master copyrights of all 820 singles of Mad Decent, all event brand copyrights, and 55% of the copyrights of artists and labels. This makes the total valuation of Mad Decent reach $65.4545 million. You know, the transaction that the industry leader Spinnin' Records committed to Warner Music Group in the previous life was just over $100 million. Spinnin' Records has a total of 3,829 singles master copyrights, which is more than 4.5 times that of Mad Decent. Even though the asset package sold by Mad Decent this time also includes live performance brands and artist peripheral brands, $36 million is still a very generous offer. It is worth noting that unlike Utah's financing method of increasing capital and expanding shares, this time, Kanye directly acquired equity from Diplo and label co-founder Kevin Kusatsu. Kevin Kusatsu sold 8.25% of the shares, leaving him with a minority stake of 6.75%. Diplo will divide the remaining 46.75% from the 85% equity. After the acquisition is completed, the number of Mad Decent shareholders will increase to 3. Kevin Kusatsu, Diplo and Han Music. When everything is settled, Diplo and his manager will finally achieve the financial freedom they have dreamed of since their debut. And Kanye's original music kingdom will also expand its first territory. Of course, there are many small details in the negotiation that are worth discussing. Diplo's side requires that the minimum amount of investment that Kanye must make for Mad Decent's live performance brand be specified in the acquisition agreement. At least 10 overseas tours must be held, with an investment of $15 million, and a music festival in Las Vegas must be invested at least $20 million to meet the expenses necessary for an event of 50,000 people. Kanye agreed to the requirement to specify the amount in the agreement, but he also made 3 counter-offers. First, Diplo must not establish a new music label within 5 years, and his record contract must be fulfilled at Mad Decent for at least 10 years, and he cannot use his position to terminate his contract in advance. Otherwise, Kanye has the right to recover all investment funds and demand 120% compensation. After all, Diplo is the absolute core of Mad Decent, and Kanye must ensure that he can continue to produce valuable content for the label with all his heart and soul for a long time, rather than having second thoughts after receiving the cash. In addition, Kanye required that Mad Decent must ensure that its core artists, including Dillon Francis and Bel-Air, must fulfill all obligations stipulated in the record agreement. In other words, no matter whether they sign a 1+3, 1+4 or 1+6, 360-degree contract, all renewal options must be activated in turn, and without written confirmation from Han Music, they must not abandon the artists in advance and terminate their contracts. If the core artists are lost due to non-force majeure factors, Han Music can recover part of the funds at 3 times the average advance payment for each album. This is easier to understand. Whether it is a music copyright distribution company or a record company, the most important asset is the artists. They are also Kanye's solid support for pushing Han Music onto the road of capitalization in the future. Regardless of whether the singles and albums make money, at least the agreements and rights must be firmly grasped in hand and cannot fall into the hands of others. The last condition proposed by Kanye is that in the investment press release to be released, Kevin Kusatsu must also announce that he has joined Renai Management and become a senior partner of TGO Management Company. Of course, Kanye will not pay him any salary, and at the same time Kevin does not need to share his income with the company. What Han Yi wanted was just the PR gimmick of Kevin Kusatsu leading his client Diplo to join Renai management. Whether it was Diplo or Kevin Kusatsu's other musician clients, they would still maintain independent management, independent accounting, and independent revenue. The reason for doing this was that TGO urgently needed a head client to attract the new artist that Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen were about to contact. With Diplo, the popular diamond record producer, as a golden signboard, it would be easier for Yaozhen to contact him next time. In the entertainment industry, the most important thing is the two A's, appearance and attractiveness. The bright packaging and the attraction that comes with it. With these two things, TGO can be said to have truly stabilized its position in the field of artist management. After some discussion, Diplo and Kevin accepted all the conditions proposed by Han Yi, and then proposed a suggestion for team incentives after the acquisition was completed, which was also the final agreement reached by the two negotiating parties today. Diplo and Kevin suggested that after the equity transaction, Han Music, as the absolute controlling party, should issue an incentive dividend to Mad Decent's 32 employees, including CEO Jasper Goggins, to boost morale. Let employees see the sincerity of the new employer and allow them to stay in Mad Decent more stably. Han Yi has no objection to the issuance of incentive dividends. After the completion of most acquisitions, the company will leave a bonus for the core team. In fact, the first company acquired by Han Yi, United Artists Management Company, did just that. As long as the established revenue target can be achieved in this fiscal year, everyone can be allocated a total of $23.75 million in incentive dividends based on performance. The team cannot think that they deserve a piece of the pie just because the boss sold the shares. If any employer or acquirer really issues bonuses immediately after the acquisition, it would be really stupid. This kind of unearned reward method will only destroy the original incentive mechanism within the company and breed the employees' greedy habits. Once the soldiers who serve you get used to receiving rewards before going to the battlefield, instead of rewarding them after they return victoriously, then the army will not be far from falling apart and being defeated. Therefore, Han Yi conditionally agreed to the proposal of the acquisition target. After the acquisition, Mad Decent will have a bonus pool of $2 million as long as the label can exceed the minimum annual income set by Han Yi. Jasper Goggins, as the CEO, will first be able to get 40%, and the other 60% will be distributed according to the work of the top 50% of employees with the best performance. If you can be in the top 50%, congratulations, you will have the opportunity to receive a high bonus equivalent to your annual salary. If you are in the bottom 50%, unfortunately, Han Yi's company does not need people who can only be in the bottom 50%. When the clock was about to point to 7 o'clock in the evening, Jordan Bromley's paralegal finally drafted the Memorandum of Cooperation. After reviewing the memorandum, both parties signed it and took a smiling family photo at the front desk of Manad Entertainment for future press releases. The specific process to follow would have to wait until Jordan sorted out the final text of the investment agreement and Han Yi got all the funds needed for the acquisition from the Carlyle Group before he could move forward. A welcome party added many unexpected arrangements to Han Yi's life, which was originally under control. He gradually began to empathize with the busy schedules of those business tycoons. In his previous life, Han Yi would have sneered when he read interviews in which these wealthy people said that 24 hours a day was not enough. After all, in his opinion at that time, most of the work was assigned to the employees below. What the billionaires needed to do was just to cut ribbons, hold meetings, drink tea, and chat everywhere. What was there for them to complain about? But when Han Yi became the one who went around looking for people to chat, his original ideas and views almost collapsed in an instant. At 7:10, he shook hands with Diplo and his group and said goodbye. He didn't even have time to take a breath before he got into Fei Yamu's Chevrolet and followed Jordan Bromley's black Bentley Continental to the next negotiation location. Driving westward on Santa Monica Boulevard, they slowly crawled through the endless traffic in Los Angeles. Their destination was a seaside resort that Han Yi was familiar with in his previous life, but had never visited in this life. 1104 Wilshire Boulevard, Santa Monica, Mayor's Restaurant. there, Kevin Hart and his Heartbeat team were eagerly waiting 18% of the $399 million that had not yet been received had already been pledged. Han Yi wanted to see how many huge checks he could write in a day that were not empty. Chapter 66 Movie Pay. If we were to rank the best people in Hollywood, Kevin Hart would definitely be at the top. Kevin not only has a great sense of humor, but his greatest skill is to know how to turn witty jokes into a bridge to build a career path. Since he first embarked on the comedy talk show tour in 2009, Kevin Hart has always been able to make close and key friends for himself. Chris Rock, Will Smith, Jason Statham, Ice Cube, Ludacris, Drake, Pharrell Williams, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and even Chris Paul, who is still with the Clippers, are all considered close friends of Kevin Hart. And these are just the celebrity friends who are well known to the media. Behind the scenes, there are countless people who regard Kevin Hart as a friend. To give the simplest example, each of the three giants of Utah has invited Kevin Hart to their home several times. In the United Artists Agency, which has such a complex internal ecology, Kevin Hart's social skills can be regarded as a master level to gain the trust and love of three parties at the same time. If there is only one person in Hollywood who can socialize upward, then this person must be Kevin Hart. There are many reasons why Kevin Hart quickly won the favor of everyone, one of which is his cheerful personality and his extreme ability to read people's expressions. Of course, the most important thing is his control of the details of the relationship and his meticulous care and respect for the person he is dating. For example, during the acquisition negotiations for Heartbeat, unlike Diplo who chose to meet at the Manor Entertainment office, Kevin Hart insisted on inviting Han Yi and Jordan Bromley to Mel's restaurant for dinner. In April 2016, the Michelin Guide had not yet returned to Los Angeles, but everyone knew that, as long as the tire supplier from Clermont-Ferrand restarted the selection of restaurants in the greater Los Angeles area, this restaurant would inevitably be in the top 5 of the list, whether it was 2 stars or 3 stars. This is indeed the case. After the Michelin Guide returned to Los Angeles in 2019, Mel's became one of the 5 2-star restaurants. There are no Michelin 3-star restaurants in the Los Angeles area. This means that Mel's, at least in the choice dimension of French food critics, is the most worthwhile gourmet destination in the entire LA. Founded by California celebrity chef Joji Asatrin, Mel's serves French cuisine with a new California style and is the most prestigious high-end restaurant in the entire city of Santa Monica. Located at the intersection of Wilshire Boulevard and 11th Street, Mel's is not only far away from the tourist-filled beach, but also a considerable distance from the 3rd Shopping Street, the luxury distribution center of Santa Monica, fully ensuring that diners can enjoy a private and quiet dining environment. However, unlike Massa and Paresi, which are located in the Time Warner Center and face the prosperity of Manhattan, Mel's location seems to be too low-key. Light green walls, purple windowsills, brown wooden doors, and a retro-style shop sign hanging at the entrance are all the exterior decoration of this one-story building. In Han Yi's eyes, it is not as high-end as the Starbucks across the street. Even the sidewalk in front of the restaurant can only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. If there is one more person, they will have to be squeezed outside the red shoulder. When Han Yi and Jordan Bromley's cars arrived at the door of Mel's one after another, Kevin Hart and his entourage had been waiting at the door of the store for a long time. 7 or 8 people filled the road. The pedestrians across the street, the more introverted ones secretly took out their mobile phones to take pictures, and the bolder ones walked up to Kevin Hart to take pictures. As long as the passing vehicles saw Kevin Hart, they would roll down the window to say hello, or honk the horn to greet him. For a moment, Han Yi couldn't tell whether this was a private dinner or Kevin Hart's roadside show. However, Han Yi knew that no one would be willing to stand on the street and be watched like a rare animal without compensation. Kevin could have gone into the store or even waited at the reserved table, but he still chose to wait outside the store, accepting every fan who asked for a photo until his cheeks became a little sore from his deliberate smile. Kevin Hart did this for only one reason: to show Han Yi his humility and sincerity in cooperation. His emotional intelligence and social skills were so high that, even though Han Yi knew that this was a deliberate superficial effort, he had to have a better impression of him. After all, Who wouldn't like someone who was obsessed with studying how to please him? More importantly, with such a shrewd character as a partner, as long as the benefits were properly distributed, Han-Yi would have fewer trivial matters to worry about in the unfamiliar film and television industry. Yi. Sorry, sister, my guest is here. Okay, no problem, take another picture. After posing in a cooperative manner to satisfy the black female fan who was taking photos with him, Kevin Hart hurried over and walked to Han-Yi, opening his arms. How was the traffic? It was as bad as ever. I almost vomited on the bus. Han-Yi hugged Kevin Hart, patted him on the back, and smiled. Oh, don't vomit on me, brother. Kevin Hart made a slightly exaggerated dodging motion, pinching the ivory linen suit on his chest, the only guxy in the house. Yeah right. Han-Yi pouted, the only guxy, because the house is full of worms, right? Fake news, I only rock Gap. After bumping fists with Han-Yi again, Kevin Hart felt that the greeting was in place and turned his head to Jordan Bromley and Zhao Yaozhen with the same warm and brilliant smile. Jordan, Eugene, it's always nice to see you. Allow me to introduce Heartbeat's management team to you. Ty Randolph, this charming lady was originally the COO of Heartbeat and is now the CEO. Jeff Flanagan, the Chief Channel Officer. Brian Smiley, the Chief Content Officer. Candice Wilson-Cherry, the head of the film department, and Mike Stern, the head of the TV and audio department. Ty, Jeff, Brian. Candice, I like your hair. Mike, good evening. Han-Yi and Zhao Eugene shook hands with Kevin Hart's 5 colleagues in turn, while Jordan Bromley stood aside with his hands down and a smile. Heartbeat is also a client of Manor Entertainment. Although Jordan is not directly responsible for it, after so many years, he has met most of the executives he should meet. Heartbeat's core team is very consistent with Kevin Hart's background and identity except for Mike Stern who has a Caucasian face. The other 4 executives are African Americans. Although Tay and Candice have straight hair and curly hair respectively, both wear black female makeup with exaggerated eyebrows. Jeff and Brian are also very similar in description. The former is older and the latter is more energetic, but both have well-trimmed beards and neat short hair. Including Chairman Kevin Hart, Heartbeat undoubtedly has a company ecosystem dominated by minorities, and even female executives have more power. In Hollywood in the 2010s, it almost meets the political correctness standards of all people. In addition, this is Christopher Chazin, a lawyer from Manor Entertainment and Jordan's colleague. I have heard of you for a long time, Mr. Han. Please call me Christopher or Chris. The tall Christopher Chazin hurriedly stepped forward and shook Han-Yi's hand attentively. Hello, Christopher. Han-Yi raised his head slightly and looked at the partner lawyer of Manor Entertainment's film and television division. From skin color to appearance to name, Han-Yi couldn't imagine a white person who fits the Anglo-Saxon stereotype better than him. No matter how many African Americans are struggling on the road to entrepreneurship, they will always be surrounded by light-skinned people. This may be the reality of American society. On the surface, it is so colorful and diverse, but if you look closely, the real core professions and senior positions are still the same color. Let us come in first, gentlemen. The ladies should feel a little cold. After the introduction, Kevin Hart leaned against the door and welcomed the guests into the room. Then he gave Brian Smiley a look. The latter stepped forward and held the handle for other team members. Kevin Hart followed Han-Yi into the front hall of Malis. This future Michelin 2-star restaurant can really be described as cramped. The reception front hall is not as big as the entrance hall of an ordinary family. Fortunately, Kevin Hart had already booked a seat in advance, and his face and figure were recognizable enough. After seeing Kevin enter the door, the reception manager directly led the group to the semi-open booth in the northwest corner of the restaurant. Kevin Hart also spent a lot of time on the seating arrangement for today's negotiation. Each table at Mellis can only accommodate 4 people, so the booth in the corner is reserved for Han-Yi, Kevin Hart, Jordan Bromley and Christopher Chazin to discuss business. Ty Randolph and Candice Wilson-Cherry accompanied Zhao Yaozhen, who is also a woman, to sit in another booth next to them. Jeff, Brian and Mike sat at the nearest scattered table to them, just blocking the curious eyes of other people in the restaurant. Good evening, gentlemen. The short waitress with neat short golden hair came to the table, folded her hands in front of her, and said with a smile, "Welcome to Maylis, I'm Talia, today's waitress, and I'm happy to serve you. What would you like to drink? Do you need a wine to go with a meal?" Hearing Talia's question, Kevin Hart spread his right hand towards Han Yi and gave him an inquiring look. He knew very well who the protagonist of the night was and whose needs should be met first. "Ah, a glass of ice cola will be fine." Han Yi raised his index finger and smiled at Talia. In high-end French restaurants like Maylis, each dish is carefully matched by the chef to add flavor to the table wine. Which type of food should be paired with which type of wine is a subject worthy of in-depth study. For example, a relatively greasy food like foie gras can achieve a perfectly balanced taste when paired with a light, sweet and fruity German Reserve Riesling. Of course, Han Yi, who doesn't drink alcohol, can't enjoy this customized service. For him, who has no research on alcoholic products, whether it is white wine or red wine, there is only one feeling when he takes a sip: sour, astringent, and bitter. In a word, not as good as cola. "I admire your determination to stay sober, Yi." Kevin clapped his hands and glanced at Christopher beside him and Jordan, who was sitting diagonally opposite him. "Table wine may be too exaggerated, but gentlemen, I think it would be nice for us to find a state of being slightly tipsy, right? Today is a good day, and there should be champagne to celebrate. Talia, do you have any champagne to recommend? We have a very good champagne from Montaigne de Reims." Talia's English is a typical Valley accent, but her French is also very fluent, without any American sloppiness. Grant from Landskrug Winery Cuvée, for the sake of a tipsy effect and a wonderful taste, most of Maylis's guests will order this one. "Okay, Talia, let's do as you say. Half a bottle or a whole bottle? We still have business to discuss." Kevin nodded. "Half a bottle is fine. Of course, Mr. Hart. Today's chef's tasting menu is in front of you. This time we have prepared a complete experience of 10 dishes for you." Talia gently placed her fingertips on the tasting menu in front of Kevin Hart and introduced it in a soft and soothing voice. "The appetizer is egg caviar, lemon cucumber, cherry tomatoes, basil leaves, white chocolate, balsamic vinegar made of capris, and a dish with black truffles for the first course. We have steamed Santa Barbara spot prawns and flavored Italian watercolor rice with Perigord truffle risotto. You can choose one. For the fish course in the middle, we offer pan-fried wild Alaskan halibut today. There are also 2 choices for the second main course, prime ribeye steak or 21-day aged free-range duck. Finally, we serve you 3 desserts: cheese Danish, chocolate Nutella cookies, and melon ice cream. A traditional 10-course French dinner should actually consist of appetizers, soups, appetizers, salads, fish, first main course, palate cleanser, second main course, dessert, and candy. Maylis's so-called 10-course tasting menu is not absolutely authentic. Fortunately, even the chef's customized menu is only $185 per serving, compared to the 9-course dinner at Parisi, which starts at $325, and the $950 for the boardfront experience at Massa. It is already quite affordable. After everyone chose their main dishes, Talia put away the 4 menus and left. After serving champagne and lemon ice cola, the conversation at this meal got down to business. The cumbersome social etiquette and dining process have always been an indispensable part of the lives of the upper classes in Europe and the United States. Han Yi doesn't like this kind of red tape, but it doesn't stop him from following the crowd. So, Kevin. Han Yi used cola to moisten his throat, which was a little dry because of talking too much today, and said, "What's the current situation with Jumanji? They offered me a salary of $18 million. Kevin also took a sip of champagne, but I rejected the proposal. The specific salary of actors has always been confidential information that is kept secret from the outside world. No Hollywood star wants the outside world to know the specific income of their last movie, because this will seriously limit their bargaining power with the contracted performing arts agency." However, there were 2 law firm agents sitting at the table today who knew each other well, and the contract was handled by them. With the client-agent confidentiality agreement, Kevin Hart was not afraid that they would leak the news. As for Han Yi, the billionaire came with a checkbook today to discuss cooperation sincerely, so it was natural for Kevin to throw out some harmless data. To show trust and sincerity. Why? Han Yi raised his eyebrows and asked, too little? No, this price is actually not bad. Kevin Hart shook his head. I refused because I want 8% of the box office profit share. Understood. Han Yi nodded slightly and understood. Even if he didn't know much about the film and television industry, he knew that for the current Hollywood stars, the so-called one-time salary was just an advance payment. The real place for them to make money was the point value they got from the film distributors. In the era of big studios, actors were signed to film contracts and years by various film companies. In addition to the one-time performance fee, they could not get any profit from the commercial performance of the film. However, in the early 1950s, legendary agent Lew Wasserman secured a starring contract for his client, Jimmy Stewart, a top star at the time, which completely changed the entire industry. Universal Pictures at the time wanted Jimmy Stewart to star in the western film The Hundred and the Hundred, but there was no extra budget to pay his high salary. So Lew Wasserman used his brain to solve this problem for both Jimmy Stewart and Universal Pictures. In the agreement he proposed, Jimmy Stewart lowered his salary requirements in exchange for a portion of the film's profits. Just like Robbie Williams' full music contract with EMI, this profit-sharing agreement was also a great success. Universal Pictures got a classic western that was both critically acclaimed and commercially successful, and Jimmy Stewart also made a lot of money through box office share. In a place like Hollywood, where everyone is crazy about gossip and everyone is eager to know how much others are paid, Jimmy Stewart's success story with Universal Pictures quickly spread and gradually became the new standard for actor agreements in the entire film industry. Gross profit or net profit? Of course it's gross. Yee. Kevin Hart waved his hand and lowered his mouth. In our industry, only gross profit is a trustworthy word, because each company has its own way of calculating the so-called net profit. The fact is indeed as Kevin Hart said, whether it is to avoid taxes or to put more money from investors into their own pockets, each film company has its own formula for calculating net profit. In Hollywood film contracts, any net profit must be put in double quotes like this, because it does not represent the remaining amount after deducting total expenses from total revenue. As the public knows, each company, and even each different agreement, has its own definition of this term. To give the simplest example, when calculating profits, the film company rarely only counts the film cost, that is, the actual cost of making all the negatives of the film. Almost all film and television production companies will add 15% of indirect costs when making tables as compensation for the producer's various expenses incurred by operating the company during the filming of the film. If the accounts that are open to the public can be directly increased in this way, no one can tell how much money can be increased privately. Actors Guild royalties, producer affiliated association dues, advertising fees, film transportation and insurance fees, and even taxes and box office audit fees. There are a lot of places that can be manipulated. Therefore, no matter for actors, screenwriters, producers, or directors, as long as they are famous enough to negotiate a share of the profits with the film company, the worst condition is always net profit share, and the best condition is always first dollar gross. As the name implies, first dollar gross means that participants can share profits from the first ticket sold without having to wait until the film studio recovers its costs. Of course, between net profit and pure gross profit, there are adjusted gross receipts, abbreviated AGR, and modified adjusted gross, abbreviated MAG, as well as countless other ways of sharing. Some methods are more favorable to the film company, while others are more biased towards the participants. However, no matter how each agreement is drafted, and what the details of the sharing are in the agreement, the entire industry agrees that for all participants in the film, gross profit sharing is the only correct answer. My request is 8% of the gross profit, first dollar gross. Did they agree? Jordan Bromley's inquiring eyes did not fall on Kevin Hart, but on Christopher Chazen. No, but close. Christopher replied, 7% gross profit, AGR. To get this condition, we cut our salary by $8 million US. Aren't you afraid that the film will not be profitable, Kevin? Han Yi's fingers flicked unconsciously on the table and asked with interest, many people think that the guaranteed money is the real money that can be obtained. I don't think so, Yi. Kevin Hart leaned back, straightened the hem of his suit, and his tone exuded a strong sense of confidence. 10 million, 18 million, both are 8 figures. When the numbers come to this level, more or less, in my opinion, does not make much difference. Kevin answered with a rare rigor and seriousness, even with a hint of solemnity. I hope that every movie I work with can be successful. If the film company can make a profit, then I can get not only a share, but also reputation, word of mouth and the status that comes with it. If the movie is messed up, hey, that means I'm not worth that much, right? That's why I don't want an advance. Kevin Hart tapped his index finger on the edge of the wine glass. Advances are a trap in Hollywood. Truly smart people only consider how to help a project do its best and biggest. Excellent point, Kevin. I agree. Harney admired Kevin Hart's attitude a little more. He came from a humble background, but was able to achieve what he has today. Ability is only one aspect, and character is the most important quality. Most people will be like Diplo, always looking for the opportunity to cash out and leave. And people like Kevin Hart, who are willing to give it a try, no matter what stage they are in, are even rarer than agile pink diamonds. Harney has no doubt that as long as Kevin Hart is given the right opportunities and support, his career achievements will not be much inferior to those of the older generation of black legend Dr. Dre. I'm very happy that you have such an attitude. In this case, I believe you have also talked to Sony about investment, right? Of course, my own agreement is just a side dish. Kevin Hart smiled and glanced at Christopher Chazin, who was sitting next to him. In the past few days, Chris has been contacting Sony Pictures to inquire about their attitude towards the introduction of investment in Jumanji. What is their attitude? Let me put it this way. In this regard, they are much more urgent than us. Chapter 67 Dangerous Game. Investing directly in a movie sounds like a lucrative and rich way to show off to your friends. But in reality, it can be an extremely complex and dangerous adventure. Finding the right cast, managing production costs, and contacting efficient distributors are just a few of the less troublesome practical obstacles that film and television investors need to face with producers during the production process. These difficulties can be effectively solved if you have enough industry experience or can hire professionals with rich experience to control risks. The true success or failure of a movie sometimes does not depend on material conditions. No matter how strong the cast is or how well produced it is possible to become a commercial bomb like 9. Because the most difficult thing in the world to measure and define is the elusive viewing preferences of theater audiences and the noisy noises of film critics. After all, tastes are fickle, and a story that has broad appeal in this decade may become bland in the next decade. If a film is commercially successful, the studio can not only turn a movie into a trilogy, a series or even a movie universe, but also make a fortune from international sales, home entertainment, pay TV, free TV, film, and television streaming, peripheral merchandise and even theme park licensing fees. But if a film fails at the box office, it may also cause a lot of casualties. What casualties? Of course, the careers of everyone from the production company's behind the scenes team to the producers and directors, to the screenwriters and the leading actors. Most people can only see the achievements of Avatar, Titanic, Avengers and Jurassic World. The global box office of tens of billions of dollars and the equally impressive post-screening revenue can generate single film gross profits that are beyond the reach of many Nasdaq-listed companies. To make the simplest cross-border comparison, Harney's direct negotiation opponent for the acquisition of Utah, Meritor Investment Bank, had a gross profit of $552 million in 2015, and the total revenue of Jurassic World worldwide, $1.672 billion, after deducting all the production costs, publicity and distribution costs, actor shares, and theater and streaming media sharing. The film company still has $474 million in net profit. This is the bright and glamorous Hollywood shows to the outside world. Institutional investors and individual investors are jealous of the Marvel universe as it harvests global box office year after year. This eagerness to get a piece of the pie in the lucrative industry is exactly the same as when fund managers see the huge profits brought to Universal Music Group by Taylor Swift's new album and world tour. But they forget the most fatal point. Whether it is the film and television industry or the music industry, it is a savage jungle where the winner takes all. The media spotlight will always only shine on the big winner. Wherever the camera goes, the focus will shift there, so people naturally ignore the piles of defeated wreckage in the corner. We mentioned the 19 rule in the music industry, and in the film and television industry, this ratio is not much better, and it can even be said to be worse. Hollywood has been in peace with capital for decades. Up to now, there are at least tens of thousands of film drafts on the tables of major film and television companies. 90% of them have been rejected, and there are nearly 1,000 projects being prepared at the same time. Among these projects, about 60-70% can be completed in the end, which means that every year, Hollywood alone will deliver 600 to 700 films to the global film market. 2 new films a day, no matter how big the theater is, it can't bear such a number of releases. Therefore, among hundreds of films, less than 1/3 of them can actually get good screenings, distribution matrices and publicity exposure. In other words, before the stage of monetization, Hollywood has eliminated 98% of the projects and 98% of the project investors. Using the real estate industry as a comparison, if a real estate company spends $10 million to develop a high-end residential project in Beverly Hills, then its expectation may be to obtain a 50% gross profit margin, that is, to sell the completed house to consumers at a price of $15 million. If this goal can be achieved, the real estate company will think that it has achieved the expected revenue target. Old-fashioned, classic, and safe. But for the film companies, if a distributor is willing to pay the same advance fee for a $10 million film for distribution, it would be a great event for the producers to celebrate. Because it means that they have at least escaped the loss situation. Regardless of whether they make money in the future, they are already the 2% winners. This is the cold reality of Hollywood, whether it is movies, music, or even TV shows. It takes piles of corpses to pile up a general with glory. This is why there are only 6 major film companies, 3 major music distribution groups, and 3 major public television networks in Hollywood. In an industry where profits are as uncertain as gambling, hot capital will of course quickly gather in the safest place. Only by keeping warm together can we avoid freezing to death alone in the blizzard where we can't see the direction. However, even so, the operations of the 6 major film companies are always in a difficult situation of treading on thin ice. Columbia Pictures' parent company Sony Pictures Entertainment Group is a tragedy that is unfolding. Hacker attacks, box office failures, and confidential documents leaked by WikiLeaks have led to Lone Star Fund and Citigroup abandoning Sony Pictures, which has been plagued by negative news, in less than a year, prompting the latter to fall into a deeper financial crisis. The collective withdrawal of the 2 major investors has almost exhausted the liquidity of Sony Pictures. The cash reserves of the parent company Sony Entertainment, including the parent company's parent company Sony America, and the ultimate boss Sony Group Japan are also at a historical low. As of March 31, 2016, the total cash reserves of Sony Group were only $16 billion, a year-on-year decrease of 6.67%. It is worth noting that on March 31, 2015, the cash reserves had already decreased by 8.65% year-on-year. For a titan of this level, $16 billion is actually not much different from the $160 bills on the body of an ordinary person. In this case, it is naturally impossible for the parent group to allocate enough funds in the short term to help Sony Pictures tide over the difficulties. To make matters worse, in the 2010s, foreign pre-sales became increasingly unstable, and many production companies that relied on advance payments from foreign distributors to advance production, such as Weinstein Co., fell into a deep financial crisis. Although in addition to foreign pre-sales, film and television companies can also obtain funds through gap financing, or super gap financing. This is a more risky path than taking their own cash, especially when the company has lost liquidity. Gap financing is essentially a form of mezzanine debt financing, which uses unsold overseas screening rights and other rights as collateral to complete the film's financing plan. The advantage of doing this is that you don't need to go through the trouble of actually selling the distribution rights to get a life-saving money. But the disadvantage is also obvious. If the movie box office suffers a Waterloo and the overseas revenue cannot repay the gap financing loan, then the producer will put himself in a deeper debt trap. The kind with interest. Life-saving money can become a life-saving debt at any time. Therefore, in the current Hollywood financing market, private equity has become almost the only option for large film companies when they are short of cash, and this is what Sony Pictures, whose bank account is about to bottom out, urgently needs to do. They have to find new investors as soon as possible to fill the gaps in those unpopular film and television projects, and then pray that those popular projects, such as Spider-Man, Homecoming and Passengers, can be a big success in the commercial market and help Sony get out of the trough. But investors are not fools, especially film and television investors who have been cheated by Hollywood year after year for decades. How can those projects that Sony Pictures and Columbia Pictures themselves are not optimistic about find a buyer easily? Therefore, when Han Ye appeared with the remaining power of the $190 million acquisition of United Artists Agency and proposed to Sony Pictures through Kevin Hart to invest in Jumanji, colleagues in Sony Pictures production, finance, and business development departments almost fainted with joy. What does Sony think of this remake of a 1981 children's fantasy book with a storyline that is closely related to a board game and a star who died less than 2 years ago? In the words of Tom Rothman, chairman and CEO of Sony Pictures Group, Jumanji is not Jurassic. Jumanji is not Jurassic Park. Han Ye repeated Christopher Chazen's words and chewed them over. So what they mean? Sony's idea is to see if you are willing to do a slate deal. Christopher opened his mouth, as if thinking about how to say the next sentence in the softest way possible, without angering Han Ye. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a better way than to say it bluntly. $300 million, 30 movies, 5 years, 25% share. $300 million? Han Ye thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, $300 million. Are the other conditions consistent with Lone Star and City? Yes. They know me. They are familiar with the details of the previous transaction, right? Han Ye crossed his arms with some amusement. They didn't hide the previous transaction as a secret, and the specific numbers are everywhere on the internet. Of course I know. Christopher spread his hands and pursed his lips helplessly, but this is still the initial condition proposed by Sony. I asked about investing in a single movie, but they are very smart. In principle, they do not accept investment in a single film. Even if they want to invest, it will be in the form of bridge financing, short-term borrowing. The full amount will be returned in 3 to 6 months, calculated at an interest rate slightly higher than that of the bank. This may not mean much to us. I understand. Han Ye glanced at Jordan Bromley. It seems that we have to talk to them face to face. That's undoubtedly the case. Jordan nodded slightly and said, but when we meet, we should hide our true purpose as much as possible. Correct. That's exactly what I think. Han Ye's eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. Even though he had long known Jordan Bromley's sharp mind, the latter still amazed him from time to time. I learned about the project of Jumanji through Kevin. Han Ye described to Kevin Hart the excuse he would launch when he met with Sony Pictures. My purpose is to connect with 2 big stars, Kevin Hart and Wayne Johnson, to help them successfully complete this project so that they can better carry out other investment cooperation. As for the film itself, I don't know if it will make a profit, and I don't care. Who wants to play tabletop games in this era? The smart Kevin immediately understood what Han Ye meant. He shrugged and teased humorously. Yes, no serious person plays tabletop games. We have never been to Comic-Con. Han Ye smiled and agreed. In business negotiations, the key to gaining the upper hand is not who roars louder at the poker table, but who wears a more lifelike mask. Only by understanding the other party's intentions as accurately as possible and being extremely careful not to reveal your true thoughts to the other party can the transaction proceed on the established track you envision. Since Sony itself is skeptical about Jumanji, there is no need for them to know that they are optimistic about this film. The lower the estimated value of the project, the more shares the owner is willing to give up. But if you do this, you may have to eat some bad movies. Jordan Bromley added, as a disguise. Maybe, but I think we should be able to control the package deal to about 5 films, not 30. They want to share the risk, and we don't want to help them do that. Han Yi thought for a while before continuing. I want to confirm, Jordan, slate deals can not only be between movies, right? As long as they are under the same group, movies, TV series, and even reality shows can be bundled into one agreement? Of course, there are no two completely identical financing agreements in the world. Jordan Bromley nodded and asked, which TV series under Sony are you interested in? Or reality show? I don't have any specific ideas yet, so I need your help in communicating. Han Yi's fingertips drew a circle on the table. If we are going to meet with Sony Pictures, I hope they will select some information about film and television projects in production before the meeting. We will select the scope of the final slate deal based on the information they submit. Leave it to me. We've almost finished talking about Sony. I think we have to wait until we meet before we can decide on the next step. Having said that, Han Yi turned his gaze back to Kevin Hart. Before the army sets out, we must sort out our internal affairs first, right? HMM. Kevin Hart placed his right hand on his cheek, which had become increasingly plump since his debut, and kept moving his head up and down. Training the Macedonian phalanx well is a secret of Alexander's victory in all battles. Then, let's talk about our Macedonian phalanx. Thank you, Talia. Han Yi looked up at Talia, who was serving him the first appetizer of egg caviar, and smiled politely. After Talia had served the 4 people the meal, and introduced them softly, Han Yi spoke again, when she turned and left. Just now I had a brief discussion with Jordan about the specific plan for investing in Heartbeat and Jumanji. My idea is that I will use the entertainment investment fund jointly established with Carlyle Group to assume 80% of the open investment share of Jumanji. In addition, I hope to invest $25 million in Heartbeat in the form of capital increase and stock expansion in exchange for 25% of the shares. Han Yi does not intend to withdraw the funds from Carlyle Group and then invest in Jumanji in the name of an individual investor. The reason is actually very simple. In terms of corporate size and commercial influence, even if Sony Pictures has more tricks, it has to keep them to itself in front of Carlyle Group. In addition, Carlyle has the most experienced and capable due diligence team and project supervision team on the planet. From collateral analysis to the review of financing and channel distribution agreements to continuous film production monitoring and tax compliance guidance, it is much more cost effective and reassuring to let Carlyle's professional team take care of all the details after film and television investment than to hire temporary employees. It is the same idea as that of Parkway Capital, letting experts take the lead first and then forming a team to learn from them. Goldman Sachs, Royal Bank of Scotland, Merrill Lynch and Carlyle, these Wall Street giants, provided Hollywood with a financing quota of up to $14 billion in just 3 years from 2005 to 2008. Hedge funds contributed $4 billion, and private equity contributed the remaining $8 billion after special funds and mezzanine financing. The extreme professionalism built up by $14 billion is naturally trustworthy. I hope that most of this investment money going into Heartbeat can be used as the other 20% investment in Jumanji. You can allocate the remaining funds freely. Whether you give it to the management team or keep it for yourself, it will be distributed to the founding team in the form of an incentive bonus. In other words, if the production cost of Jumanji does not end up overspending and is exactly $90 million, and it is 100% open to us for investment, then I will invest $72 million separately in the name of the Carlyle Group Investment Fund, and then invest the remaining $18 million through Heartbeat. This means that you and your team can receive a one-time incentive bonus of $7 million. In addition, in this way, you and I can both be co-producers and put our names on the production list. At the same time, you can also get the due returns according to your share in Heartbeat, except for your own salary and the share of the starring role. That part of the profit belongs entirely to you. As Han Yi spoke, he scooped out a spoonful of black pearl-like sturgeon caviar from the eggshell and waved it at Kevin Hart. Kevin, this is the caviar I offer you. What do you think of this proposal? These contents cannot be omitted or skipped. To understand the protagonist's operation, Sony's counterattack and the subsequent series of business games, these knowledge are very important. Let me say it again. There is absolutely no copy and paste from Baidu or Google. I typed them all out word by word, based on Hanyi's film and television investment situation. Exclamation mark. Chapter 68 Hollywood background. My idea. Seeing Hanyi's action, Kevin Hart also scooped up his own portion of caviar and egg white and stuffed it into his mouth. When I eat caviar, I go all in. Please enlighten me, Kevin. Hanyi roughly understood the meaning of Kevin's words, but he hoped that the latter could make it clear, which would also be beneficial for the subsequent negotiations and docking. I'm not sure what you mean by this. What I mean is that if I'm willing to reduce my salary by $8 million, then similarly, I won't care so much about the $7 million incentive bonus. Kevin Hart put the plate aside, folded his hands on the table, and leaned forward. If I accept a $25 million investment, I hope to invest it all in Jumanji. Hearing this, Hanyi sat up slightly, as if to express his respect for Kevin Hart in this way. A disciplined gambler with firm beliefs. This is the kind of character who has the best chance of shining brightly in Hollywood. So, you mean that you want Heartbeat to take a larger share of the $90 million production cost? Not really, brother. We don't need internal friction. Kevin Hart raised his hand and waved it back and forth between the two of them. My idea is, if there is enough capital, why don't we take a larger share of the investment? In addition to the production cost, we can also bear a small part of the publicity and promotion cost in exchange for a higher share. In this way, we can try to increase the initial ratio and the growth ratio respectively. Christopher Chazin added. How does Manor Entertainment usually operate? Hanyi asked. First, for slate deals with larger amounts, both parties will recover according to their share of production costs. For example, if you invest 50% of the production costs, and the film company invests the other 50%, then when the income is transferred to the production company, the investor and the film company can each take half to recover their respective costs. After the costs are recovered, generally speaking, until the investor recovers 110% of the investment, the film company will receive 20% of the net profit. Then it will increase to 40%, 50%, and up to 65%. Our operations are similar to industry standards. The entire industry has benchmark values for reference for financing. Jordan Bromley explained in detail. This is a rhetoric that makes investors sound more comfortable. In fact, if the investors can recover 110% of the investment through an 80% net profit ratio, it means that the film and television group has made a lot of money including principal and interest. In other words, when we recover 110% of the investment through net profit, if calculated according to the general net profit rate of the film and television industry, the entire project will have a total revenue of about $310 million. Christopher Chazin has a deeper understanding of the film and television industry than Jordan Bromley. You understand, Mr. Han, even with strict investor supervision, film companies can still find many ways to increase expenditures before net profit. Yes, the producers also need to share with other participants, producers, directors, and leading actors like Kevin, so they don't actually get that much. But in general, it's like this. When they get a total revenue of $310 million, we can recover $100 million of investment and make another $10 million. The reason why the film group can become a group is largely due to their precise control of income and profits. No large-scale film industry survives by sharing net profits with investors. In fact, film and television groups with independent channel distribution capabilities do not even need to make profits through gross profits. In the film industry, the distribution share is generally 30%. This means that when the movie is released and the first box office revenue arrives, the film and television group first pockets 30% of its own channel distribution company, then recovers the P&A costs, and then recovers the production costs. After all the expenses that should be deducted are deducted, the so-called profit sharing will be carried out with the investors. Even if it is still in the stage of cost recovery, it is necessary to deduct the distribution share and P&A expenses first, before recovering according to the proportion of investment in production costs. Let's do the simplest math problem. If the production cost of a movie is $65 million and the publicity and distribution cost is $35 million, Hanyi and Sony share the production cost 50-50. Hanyi invests $32.5 million. Sony invests $32.5 million. And the publicity and distribution costs are borne by Sony alone, under the premise that Sony can still get 30% of the channel distribution share if the movie can get a box office of $100 million at this time. That is, it is even on the books. The two parties cannot discuss the net profit sharing at this time and are still in the cost recovery stage. At this time, Sony will first take $30 million of channel distribution fees and then recover $35 million of publicity and distribution fees. Finally, the remaining $35 million will be divided equally between Hanyi and Sony according to the proportion. Hanyi gets $17.5 million and Sony gets $17.5 million. In this way, Sony invested a total of $67.5 million and recovered $82.5 million. Although the production company is still in a loss state, the entire group has made a net profit of $15 million. And Hanyi invested a total of $35 million, got $17.5 million, and lost $17.5 million, 50% loss rate of the capital side. Now do you know why Lone Star and Citigroup abandoned Sony Pictures? Generally speaking, if you lose 2 films, lose a small loss on 4 films, and break even on 2 or 3 films, you can at least make a big profit on 1 or 2 films, and the return on investment depends entirely on the latter. In the past 2 years, Sony has encountered hacker attacks, WikiLeaks, and the subsequent box office poison wave. If it makes money, it will not make a penny, and if it loses, it will be a loss that will bankrupt the whole family. If Lone Star and Citigroup don't run away, the entire United Fund will be gone. Why are there so many investors who still have a special liking for Hollywood? Hanyi tilted his head, feeling that the numbers he heard were a bit absurd. In most cases, they can guarantee a 10% return on investment, which is good enough. That's because you are looking at the problem from a higher dimension. A 10% return rate is already a good financial product. Jordan Bromley smiled. In 2005, Ryan Kavanaugh, CEO of Relativity Media, brought together Sony and Universal to make a slate deal for the 17 films that the 2 film studios were about to start. He integrated $600 million in hedge fund funds and founded a film fund called Gun Hill Road to provide financing services for these 17 films. In 2006, Kavanaugh absorbed another $700 million in funds to provide financial support for another 19 films. In the end, this $1.3 billion investment fund recorded a return of $150 million, with an additional $25 million in follow-up income. If you were an investor in this fund, how would you feel about getting a 13.4% return in a much shorter period of time than the regular exit cycle of private equity funds? I see. Hanyi breathed a sigh of relief. Information gap. Yes, ordinary investors cannot access Hollywood. All they can see is an investment opportunity in an entertainment industry fund. Different expectations naturally lead to different satisfaction. Jordan Bromley's explanation was very concise. And whether it is a hedge fund manager or a private equity managing partner, they have many ways to make money. Film and television investment is just a small part of their asset package. Think about it. Kavanaugh integrated the investment quotas of several hedge funds to get $600 million. How much money does a good hedge fund have to manage? Billions? Hundreds of billions? Indeed. Hanyi thought for a while and nodded in response. The $399 million that he is about to expire at the Carlyle Group only accounts for 0.106% of the entire capital group. But even if it is such a negligible amount of cash in the entire financing market, Hanyi has to divide it into many lines for investment. The success or failure of Jumanji can have a certain effect on the investment effect, but it is by no means decisive. With this thought, Hanyi understood why so many top capitals were willing to sign slate deal financing agreements with Hollywood film and television groups. Independent production companies have a very high probability of losses, but the films produced by the 6 major film studios still have a certain degree of protection. At least the existing audience and historical performance are there, especially under the framework of the slate deal. Even if 80% minus 90% of the movies are losing money or barely breaking even, the 10% of popular movies can help financial institutions obtain a rate of return that satisfies investors. This is why people always say that Hollywood is controlled by Wall Street. If Wall Street's private equity groups and hedge funds increase the cost of using funds a little bit, the entire film and television industry will probably enter a severe winter. But unfortunately, Sony met me. Hanyi pointed at himself and grinned. My requirements for returns are higher than those of ordinary investors. Jordan, Chris, first of all, I want to say that I hope to increase the basis point of the change in the net profit sharing ratio to 150% of our total investment. After that, the net profit share received by the film company will be reduced accordingly for each income ladder. Secondly, as Kevin said, we not only want to bear the full production costs, but also want to share part of the P&A costs, so that after deducting the channel distribution fees, we can directly get the first payment. You can definitely give it a try. Contracts are negotiated. Jordan Bromley hesitated for a moment, thinking about how to express the attitude that Sony Pictures might take after hearing the conditions in a more subtle and accurate way. Sony probably won't agree to the proposal to share P&A costs, promotion and distribution for such a large film and television group. In fact, many promotion links are actually their own channels. They are just calculating at a discount, a trick of transferring money from one hand to the other within the group. If you come to share this part of the cost, it will not be worth it for them. In addition, in the common financing model in the industry, the funds of investors will account for about 35-50% of the total production cost. Pre-sales in overseas markets are now sluggish, accounting for only 10% of the production cost. The remaining 10% is soft money, usually tax incentives and subsidies, provided by local governments, as well as sponsorship from some commercial brands. As for the remaining 45%, generally speaking, film and television companies will pay from their own accounts. Sony Pictures is now short of cash flow, and they may choose gap financing, or super gap financing. The senior executives of these film and television groups are all smart guys. Even if they are not so optimistic about a certain movie, as long as the movie can reach the production stage, it means that they still have certain expectations for the project. Even for a project like Jumanji, Sony Pictures will never give you 100% of the production share for investment, because they know that in this way you will definitely ask for a higher share ratio and more stringent auditing standards. The same film group has almost the same production resources, and the publicity and distribution channels are basically the same template. Whether it can be both critically and commercially successful, to be honest, is actually just a matter of probability most of the time. What if this movie becomes a big hit? Won't they become fools laughed at by the entire industry? Therefore, in my opinion, let alone sharing part of the P&A expenses, even if they are short of money, they will not be willing to let you bear all the production costs. Although there is no cash, they have the credit of one of the 6 major Hollywood film studios. Any bank will be happy to provide them with short-term lending services. Should we make up the remaining 45% with short-term loans, or let you invest this 45% as well, and lose more profits in the end, if the box office sells well? Guess which one the senior executives of Sony Pictures will choose? After speaking this long paragraph, Jordan Bromley took a breath, took a sip of champagne, and then spoke slowly. This is a listed company. Every executive, in a sense, is a worker in the secondary market. Would these people hesitate to use the company's assets as collateral? So, I know you have enough funds to support the filming of the entire movie Jumanji, but you should be prepared that you can't spend the money, even if you have it. This is Hollywood. This is Hollywood. Hanyi murmured and repeated, sighing softly. Jordan Bromley's reminder brought him back to reality from his ambitious plan. As Jordan said, who would open 100% of the financing quota to a company? Putting aside the profit sharing, if there is a problem with the investor and the capital supply cannot keep up, then the whole movie will be dead in the womb, right? Hollywood, which has been prosperous for 100 years, Can it be what you want? Whatever you want, you can do it. You are still too young. Han-yi silently warned himself in his heart, raised his head, and found that Kevin Hart's lips were also moving slightly. One is a fledgling comedy star, and the other is a fledgling capital upstart. The two are discussing enthusiastically, but in the eyes of industry insiders like Jordan Bromley, they are full of loopholes. The latter did not choose to reject the proposal immediately only out of respect for the two clients, but guided them step by step and slowly revealed the operating principles behind the industry. However, all this did not make Han-yi feel frustrated. The failure of the plan is a very natural learning process in the business world. If this can produce negative emotions, then he is doomed to fail. Looking at Kevin Hart's gradually firm eyes, Han-yi knew that the other party's ideas must be similar to his own. A feeling of meeting a good talent and cherishing each other quietly rose in Han-yi's heart. Doing things is being a person, and practicing is cultivating the mind. A good partner is more valuable than any asset. Maybe Kevin's cooperation with himself will not necessarily be limited to Heartbeat, or even limited to the film and television industry. It's okay, buddy. In the end, it was Kevin Hart who broke the brief silence at the table. Heartbeat and your industrial investment fund can allocate the investment amount in a ratio of 20/80. If the investment amount given by Sony Pictures is too little, it doesn't matter if Heartbeat cuts some of its shares. Anyway, no matter what, I will invest in Jumanji, no matter what the conditions are. I didn't expect you to be so optimistic about this movie, Kevin. Han-yi paused for a moment, then spoke slowly, with a hint of uncontrollable curiosity in his voice. What if Jumanji loses money? If it loses all the money, at least half of the $25 million will be gone in an instant. I'm not optimistic about Jumanji, Yi. Kevin Hart raised his fork, turned the tip to point it at himself, and pointed the handle at Han-yi. I'm optimistic about your vision. As for what to do, if it loses money, I will schedule 2 more talk show tours to let you make it back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Business Manager. Kevin Hart's brilliant reply can almost be said to be the culmination of human social skills. Han-yi's original intention of asking this question was to worry that, if something went wrong, Jumanji would not be popular all over the world, like in the previous life, becoming the 5th in the world box office list in 2017, but would suffer a revenue waterloo and lose all the money. Then, part of the $25 million development funds that Kevin Hart got in exchange for 25% of his shares would disappear in an instant. Investing in Heartbeat and tying Kevin Hart to the chariot of Jumanji would let him see his forward-looking vision and accurate prediction, thereby further strengthening cooperation, taking advantage of Kevin's future development momentum to enter other film, television, and reality show fields, and even building relationships with platforms such as Netflix and Hulu. This is the strategy that Han-yi had already decided. If they lost money in the first cooperation, it would be hard to say how the relationship between the two would develop in the future. Of course, as long as we don't deliberately change any process and follow the original production schedule and publicity plan step by step, the probability of Jumanji suddenly becoming a box office poison is actually very small. But Han-yi still wants to use this way to inform Kevin Hart. He has already reminded him in advance that, if the investment fails, don't blame others. In the business world, this kind of thing is too common. When you get the investment, you are very grateful and full of confidence before starting the cooperation, but as long as you see even a little deficit in the account book, the partners who were originally brothers can instantly become irreconcilable blood enemies. Therefore, whether it is Douglas Le Pen, Zhao Yaozhen or Kevin Hart, Han-yi always likes to say ugly things in advance. On the one hand, it is to lower the other party's expectations, so that if you succeed, you can get greater surprises and satisfaction, and even if you fail, you will be fully prepared psychologically. On the other hand, it is also to clarify responsibilities in advance. If the partner has been informed of the risks, that the project will face, and the other party still chooses to continue to work together, the next development will be a joint decision made by both parties, rather than unilateral lobbying by Han Yi. You can paint a beautiful blueprint at the beginning of the negotiation, but at the end stage, you must reveal, or at least partially reveal the future risks, so that you will not give others a handle after the formal cooperation begins. You know, this negative mentality of "you have failed my trust" is often more fatal than any specific fault in work. This is Han Yi's rigorous and prudent way of dealing with the world. As smart as Kevin Hart, would he not understand Han Yi's hidden meaning? But he did not make a promise to Han Yi like an ordinary person, telling the other party that he would not be discouraged by the failure of the investment. His choice was to comfort Han Yi in turn, telling the other party that if the investment money was lost, he would restart 2 rounds of talk show performances and pick up the lost funds in the way he is best at. This kind of rhetoric, on the one hand, expresses that Kevin Hart himself does not care about the success or failure of the investment, and he cherishes the cooperative relationship far more than a single investment. Secondly, it shows that he has regarded Han Yi as a shareholder of Heartbeat, and the latter will definitely get a share of the future projects. Thirdly, and most importantly, Kevin Hart's words are to prove that he doesn't care at all about if the investment he got is lost immediately. Will he lose a lot? He is thinking about if he fails to live up to Han Yi's trust and the company suffers losses, how to make up for it. Regardless of Kevin Hart's true thoughts, his verbal expression has vividly demonstrated his attitude towards this investment, Heartbeat and Han Yi. He really doesn't care about Jumanji. What he cares about is this first opportunity to sit at the investment negotiation table. As long as there is a first time, there will be a second time. Kevin Hart, who has become a co-producer of Sony Pictures, will no longer be the black teenager who grew up in a single-parent family in Philadelphia and always needs to worry about the safety of himself and his mother. He will move on to the next stage of his acting career, celebrity entrepreneur. And Han Yi, who can make all these dreams come true, is the big tree he must cling to. After all, this was the first time someone offered him an olive branch of financing acquisition, so Kevin had to be 120% alert to satisfy this first investor. Not only for the possible cooperation between the two parties in the future, but also to show other potential investors his high business value and trustworthy personal conduct. Hearing Kevin's words, the other 3 people at the table subconsciously exchanged a look of approval. Originally, I thought I was good at socializing, but now it seems that, even if I live again a few more times, I may not be able to reach Kevin Hart's superb emotional intelligence, exquisite eloquence and on-the-spot response level without any trace of deliberateness. Perfect investor and perfect entrepreneur. Jordan Bromley struck while the iron was hot. He smiled and raised the wine glass in front of him and said, "I think it's time to celebrate the success of this merger, isn't it? I rarely see such a good partner." Of course. Kevin Hart stroked his chest with his left hand and laughed heartily, and the wine glass in his right palm gently clinked with Jordan. "I wish us a happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. Han Yi's flat-bottomed glass filled with cola looked a little awkward among the 3 goblets, but this did not affect his soberness and his slightly tipsy conversation after the negotiation. When 4 men of the same orientation get together, what topics will they talk about? On this issue, men all over the world are more or less the same. Women, career, sports, and that damn politics. This is the first time since Han Yi was reborn that he has heard so much about the reality of 2016 from other people. This feeling is like watching a classic movie that he has watched countless times and the ending is familiar to him, but others are confused and exploring with curiosity and awe. The war in Donbass, the Zika virus discovered in New Hampshire, the case of priest pedophilia in Pennsylvania, and Kobe Bryant's farewell performance at the Staples Center tonight. A high-end restaurant like Mel's naturally wouldn't have large LCD TVs everywhere to broadcast the Lakers vs. Jazz game in real time like restaurants like Yard House, but almost every male diner in the restaurant was using their phones to follow Kobe's last dance as he fought harder and harder. Bryant made a layup and scored 47 points. Dang, that nigga can fly. Kevin Hart's phone was playing ESPN's live broadcast of the game at this time. After noticing the attention from other tables, he turned down the volume of his phone and lowered his voice a few points. In the last game, this guy is still so good. Kevin Hart pointed at the screen and shook his head left and right in amazement. I wonder how many points he can get in the end. 50? 55? 60 points? Han Yi wanted to spoil the spoiler, but the overwhelming sense of wonder made him shut up. In addition to waking up every morning to open the calendar, to check the time and repeatedly confirm that he was still in 2016, this was the moment when Han Yi felt most strongly that time had truly turned back. Kobe Bryant is still the living hero that everyone in Los Angeles is paying attention to, not the golden statue in front of the Staples Center 7 years later. Looking at Kevin Hart, Han Yi suddenly realized that Kevin should have been at the Staples Center on April 13, 2016 in his previous life. He, Jay-Z, Kanye West, Kendrick Lamar, The Weeknd, Bella Hadid, David Beckham, and of course Jack Nicholson, the Lakers' eternal fan, cheered for Kobe in the front row of the 20,000-seat basketball stadium. But now, Kevin Hart is in Malis, giving up the opportunity to watch Kobe's last game in order to discuss investment matters with him. How much history, whether insignificant or magnificent, will be changed by his appearance? This thought flashed through his mind and then spread like a virus in Han Yi's mind network. Gradually realizing how special and great his situation was, he could not help but feel excited. Even when everyone shook hands and said goodbye at the restaurant door, and Fei Yamu, who had been waiting for a long time, drove Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen on Santa Monica Boulevard back to West Hollywood, he still could not completely calm down. Tired, Zhao Yaozhen turned his head to look at Han Yi and asked softly in Chinese. His left hand, which was originally hanging on the chair, unconsciously moved a few inches in the direction of Han Yi. But in the end, the girl who woke up stopped her behavior and let her fingertips stop just one step away from the edge of Han Yi's right hand. It's okay, just thinking about things. How about you? Han Yi pulled up the corner of his mouth and signaled to the other party that everything was fine. You have been running around with me these 2 days. Will the school be delayed? No, this quarter has just started. Zhao Yaozhen shook his head and said, there are 2 academic systems in American universities, the semester system and the quarter system. The semester is 2 semesters in autumn and spring, while the quarter system is 4 quarters in spring, summer, autumn and winter. USC uses the semester system, and UCLA, as its arch rival, of course has to have a different arrangement, using the quarter system. The course registration was closed last week, so there's nothing to do for now. But the midterm exams are in 2 weeks, right? Han Yi blinked mischievously and laughed. I'll never understand what schools with a quarter system think. The time is too tight. Yes, USC is good. As a qualified brown bear, Zhao Yaozhen always has to defend her alma mater. There are only 2 holidays every year, and the winter vacation is so short that it's like there's no vacation. We have summer vacation in early May and we won't be back until the end of August. Stupid. When it comes to bickering, Zhao Yaozhen is definitely no match for Han Yi, not to mention using the latter's native language. After holding it in for a long time, she just wanted to get such a weak response. It doesn't matter if I have a vacation in mid-June. I can handle it, and it won't affect the progress here. Zhao Yaozhen clenched her pink fist and waved it vigorously in front of Han Yi. My nickname in Daewon is Fighting Yujin. Okay, Fighting Yujin. Korean girls usually speak concisely and behave competently, always looking resolute and vigorous. Zhao Yujin, who wears the word strong woman on her face, suddenly shouts out a silly kindergarten slogan. This unexpected contrast makes Han Yi fall in love with her. Can't think about it too much, it's a bit hard to control. As long as you are not too busy, there are still many things to do in the company. Han Yi rolled down the window and let the still cool night breeze in Los Angeles in April pour into the car. For example, the selection of business managers. Have you passed the initial screening? I have screened, and I have held a conference call with each candidate. Here. Zhao Yujin took out a stack of documents from the white shoulder bag of Jamizal that she carried with her and handed it to Han Yi. Speaking of which, the first time Han Yi saw Yujin's bag was at Quarter's barbecue restaurant. The deep impression left on him that day made Han Yi afraid to see the girl take things out of this bag now. The few people you gave me are all pretty good. They have rich resumes, excellent backgrounds, and top-notch communication skills and knowledge of wealth management. Seeing Han Yi spread out the information and carefully review it, Zhao Yaozhen continued, based on the comprehensive judgment of the investigation and telephone conference performance, I have made annotations for each business manager. You can refer to it. The first one, Howard Hartman and Warren Grant, are the candidates recommended by Utah. Han Yi's fingertips tapped on the logo of the first document. Grant, Tanny, Barash and Altman, LLC. Business managers of Dwayne Johnson, Tom Hanks and Jeff Robinoff. What do you think of them? Very old school. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a moment and replied, Howard calls himself a financial therapist who specializes in solving all risk problems for clients. What is his solution? Buy real estate. Buy a lot of real estate. Thinking of the investment plan given by Howard Altman on the phone, Zhao Yaozhen couldn't help laughing. He has repeatedly emphasized to me that their firm has a founder client of a technology company who has bought 15 houses under his guidance. Very stable, but not suitable for us. Pass. Is buying real estate a good investment strategy? Of course. In the United States, especially in the core metropolitan areas of the United States, now is the best time to buy high quality real estate. The current median house price in the United States is only slowly rising at a rate of 2-3% per year, but by 2020, affected by the Black Swan event, a large wave of federal rescue funds will flow into the real estate market, directly pushing house prices to an incredible level. The median house price in the United States in 2016 was $268,000, and by 2022, this figure will be $428,000. The asset appreciation rate of 59.7% in 6 years is much faster than that of the investor funds of Parkview Capital. For any ordinary celebrity client, the firm led by Howard Altman and Warren Grant is their trusted wealth appreciation partner, but for Han Yi, who has a special mechanism, this is not the case. 864 Stradella Road is Han Yi's first luxury house, which can still bring good satisfaction and obtain multiple rewards. But what about the second one? What about the fifth one? What about the 15th one? After the marginal satisfaction decreases, will it still bring Han Yi rich returns? The latter needs someone who is as stable as Howard Altman, but still has investment experience and vision in cutting-edge fields. After all, continuous, valuable, and career-oriented investments that are in line with Han Yi's life plan can get the most rewards. The second one is Evan Bell, the founder of Bell & Company. Zhao Yaozhen helped Han Yi turn the page. Why does he look so much like Joaquin Phoenix? Han Yi frowned. This is the business manager that Jordan strongly recommends. I think so too. Even the glasses are the same. Zhao Yaozhen covered her mouth and laughed secretly. In front of Han Yi, her cheek muscles that were rarely exercised were always moving. He is quite interested in you and said he'd read the report about your acquisition of Utah. What did he say? His original words were, I want to sign George Clooney before he becomes George Clooney. Oh. Han Yi pretended to be proud and tightened the non-existent bow tie around his neck, just like the meme of Jerry in a tuxedo. I have begun to like him. Even this can be seen. Yes, he is highly myopic and has presbyopia. Zhao Yaozhen's eyes curved into a beautiful shape, bit her lower lip, tilted her head to the side of the car window, and her shoulders shrugged slightly. Ms. Zhao, I hope you can start with yourself and say no to appearance discrimination. Han Yi teased himself. A truly confident person would not mind a tease. Besides, he is Hugh Grant, not George Clooney. The former is more popular with girls. What about the conference call? How was it? What's his secret to wealth management? He's quite unique. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a moment and replied, other firms use a 1-to-1 model, where one business manager connects with one client, but in his firm, it's a 1-to-1 service. There are people who specialize in car loans, house purchases, and union pensions. It sounds like he prefers individual clients, right? Yes. Bill O'Reilly, Steven Soderbergh, and the two screenwriters of the Lego Movie, Dan and Kevin Hageman, are his more famous clients. Zhao Yaozhen nodded. I asked him about institutional clients, and Evan didn't answer directly. I see. A typical artist business manager, but still not the ideal candidate we are looking for. There are many business managers in Hollywood who only work with celebrity clients, and Evan Bell seems to be one of them. Compared to companies, individuals are obviously easier to deal with, especially celebrities. They have a lot of money, are busy, and generally have a low level of education. It's not that we have to take something from their bank accounts. According to normal operations, we can make these stars earn some extra income so that they can sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor, and then they will be completely obedient. This kind of business manager certainly has his outstanding abilities, but if he wants to manage a management company like TGO that will sign dozens or even hundreds of artists in the future, or even take over the finances of Hanyi Music Group, he still lacks some skills. Next, the third one. Todd Gelfand. This is one of the two people I like the most. Zhao Yaozhen raised his index and middle fingers. He is the one recommended by Peter Benedek, right? Yes. Will Smith, Neil Diamond, Lionel Richie, Bob Dylan, and many YouTube and Vine celebrities are doing financial management for him. Zhao Yaozhen paused, sorted out his thoughts, and then continued. In fact, I would rather let his Gelfand, Renert and Feldman become the financial team of copyright distribution companies, record companies and live performances. Why? Hanyi asked with interest. Have you seen the introduction of his firm? I've been too busy these 2 days, so I haven't yet. In addition to business management and tax compliance, they also do financial operations of family offices, tour accounting, royalty supervision, royalty verification and contract compliance analysis. I see. Hanyi opened his lips slightly, raised his chin slightly, and looked clear. Financial work in music is their best area, right? Not only that, they have 4 offices in Los Angeles, New York, Nashville and London. That is to say, whether it is North America or Europe, the most important music consumption market, they have local compliance teams. Great. Hanyi stroked his cheek and thought deeply, these are exactly what we need. Not only the services they provide, but also the clients they manage. Clients? Yes, such as Bob Dylan. Hanyi smiled and nodded. If it is the same business manager, then it should not be difficult to transfer the royalty account from one to another. You mean? Zhao Yaozhen was stunned for a moment, and after a moment, her eyes became like searchlights in the dark night. Right. Without the other party speaking, Hanyi knew that she could fully understand what he wanted to do. Oh my god. Zhao Yaozhen took a deep breath and swallowed his saliva before he could barely suppress his excitement. This will be the biggest music acquisition of this century. Who said it wasn't? Hanyi looked at Zhao Yaozhen with a smile. Want to participate? Yeah. Yaozhen nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Then we have to do this first, otherwise Mr. Dylan won't pay attention to us if the foundation is not solid. Hanyi flicked the back of his hand on the information. Let's continue. Hiring Todd Gelfand as the financial director of the music business group. That's no problem. Yaozhen, who is the other business manager you admired? This one. Zhao Yaozhen took out a document from the bottom layer and put it on Hanyi's knees. Lau Taylor. Hanyi silently repeated the name. This is the candidate recommended by Mr. Le Pen. Seeing Hanyi's confusion, Zhao Yaozhen reminded him, you told me. Oh, okay. Hanyi patted his forehead and suddenly realized, this is the one Douglas most recommended. And the one I recommend most. Zhao Yaozhen paused and continued, not only because she is also a woman. Ms. Taylor is really outstanding. Reflected in, she was only 24 years old when she founded her own accounting firm, Samsung Sports and Entertainment Group in New York. Zhao Yaozhen turned to the last page of the information and pointed to the list of cooperative clients in the profile of Samsung Sports and Entertainment. Jennifer Lopez, Britney Spears, Steven Tyler, Gwen Stefani, Kim Kardashian, Kylie Jenner. These are not worth mentioning because Zhao Yaozhen's index finger fell on the center of the list, on the blue, white, and yellow interwoven sheep horn logo. The Los Angeles Rams also outsourced some of their financial work this year, especially the on-site ticketing and sports peripheral management work, to Lau Taylor. Los Angeles Rams. On January 5th, 2015, the Los Angeles Times exclusively reported that sports tycoon Kroenke and Stockbridge Capital Group will build a football stadium in Inglewood, which will become the most expensive and luxurious modern stadium in the entire NFL history, marking the beginning of the Rams' return to Los Angeles from St. Louis. On January 12, 2016, the league voted 32-2 to approve the Rams' motion to move their home stadium to Los Angeles. Tomorrow, April 14, 2016, the Rams will represent Los Angeles in the NFL draft for the first time in 22 years. In other words, the Rams hired Lautella as a financial guarantee for their development in the California region before they selected their first rookie. Her status, reputation, and ability are evident. What Hanyi wants is a world-class business manager who can manage large institutions worth billions or even tens of billions of dollars. The Los Angeles Rams SoFi Stadium, which is about to be put into use, costs $6 billion. The entire club is valued at $6.2 billion. I know that in addition to finding a business manager for the artist management company, you also need a financial director who can take charge of the overall situation. Zhao Yaozhen explained her choice to Hanyi. So, in my opinion, Todd and Lou are the closest candidates for this position. They are not limited to the entertainment industry, and they also have a considerable understanding of the finances of large companies or investment institutions. It seems that you have considered the problem from a global perspective. Hanyi's expression was relieved, and his eyes were softly staring at Zhao Yaozhen. Is it okay? Yaozhen put her hands on her knees and smiled peacefully. Every day that passed, she spent more time alone with Hanyi, and the ripples in her eyes would become more colorful. Of course. For the second time today, Hanyi's heart skipped a beat. After a moment, he had to turn his head and open the car window a little wider. Let's do as you say. Todd will be in charge of the music group's finances, and Lou will be responsible for artist management and film and television investment. That's it for now. Let's see which business manager can stand out from this horse race. Chapter 70 Recruitment Advertisement. After finalizing the candidates for the two business managers, Hanyi's main focus for the next week was on recruiting the remaining members of the team. 3 companies, with more than 10 departments in total, not to mention filling up room 1000 of Xinhu building. At least every glass compartment must be filled with employees, so that Han Music, Han Distribution and Human Resources Management can truly start normal operations. And the time and energy required to recruit satisfactory and outstanding employees in the United States far exceeded Hanyi's imagination. Establishing and expanding recruitment channels has already made him a little dizzy. In addition to asking Jordan Bromley, Douglas Lebon, Neil Warnock, head of Utah's music department, and the 2 newly appointed business managers, Todd Gelfand and Lautella, to recommend candidates for mid and senior level positions. Hanyi also needs to pay to post recruitment advertisements in major music industry trade magazines and their affiliated websites for the remaining junior positions. In the United States, trade magazines are publications that provide targeted services to practitioners in a specific industry. Similar to academic or scientific journals, trade magazines provide the latest updates for the entire industry, allowing people to obtain timely and effective information and make corresponding business decisions. In addition to profitable users, the channels for this type of magazine to make money are various internal industry advertisements, and job recruitment is an indispensable part of it. Hanyi has placed recruitment information on Billboard, Pointbees, Pollstar, Digital Music News, and Music Business Worldwide, the 4 digital magazines with the largest traffic. Taking Billboard Pointbees as an example, the $850 job promotion package for 4 weeks supports the simultaneous release of 3 positions. If you want to increase the number of positions, you need to pay an additional $500 for each position. It is not very expensive, but considering that dozens of positions are posted on the website every week, it is indeed a continuous, stable and easy income for Billboard. After the payment is completed, the recruitment process is only the first step. What Hanyi needs to do next is to write a sufficiently attractive recruitment copy. In order to attract job seekers' attention in the advertising rooms of well-known companies in the industry such as Believe Music, Sony Music Group, SoundCloud and Cobalt, a simple and good-looking logo and a set of words that can catch the attention of Gen Z are essential. The logo of the entire music group was made by Kwaneng Zioru, who took time out from his busy schoolwork to help make it. He originally wanted to complete the transition before designing as a professional designer, but he didn't expect that Zouyeru's work really fits Hanyi's aesthetic. The entire background of the logo is a dark square. In the upper right corner is a letter H written in Playfair Display SC font, which is connected to the edge of the square, and below are two words spelled out in bold: Josephine Sands, Music Group. At first glance, the pure white letter H and the ink black square are spliced together to form a very recognizable recording studio scene. There are speakers on both sides and a minimalist microphone in the middle. The larger the company, the simpler the logo should be. From the perspective of communication, the role of a logo is to condense a company's basic information into a symbolic symbol, providing universal relevance to those who see it. Translating it into human language means that everyone can understand it, understand the key information contained in the logo through the information already in the brain, and have a deep impression. From this point of view, Zioru's design has already been a master of iconography. You are so great, Zioru. Where do you get so many wonderful ideas? In the bedroom of the Vermont apartment, Zouyeru saw the two exclamation marks sent by Hanyi, and the sweet dimples between her cheeks representing joy could not help but emerge. Zioru held the phone to her chest and rolled around on the bed happily like a kitten waiting to be petted. After several minutes, Zouyeru, who was no longer excited, sent an emoticon pack of a pig with his hands on his hips. I'm not just good at studying. Yes, our Zioru is the best. Our family? Zioru buried her head in the pillow to calm herself down. It was a normal way of chatting. Why does every word seem to have multiple meanings now? Who wants to be in your family? Dream on. After trying several times, Zouyeru adjusted her tone to a tone of disgust and sent the voice note. I'm overstepping my authority. Hanyi also replied with a voice note. He doesn't understand the etiquette of chatting at all. He just left the words hanging here. How to respond? What are you going to do next? As soon as the message was sent, Zioru sighed and buried her face in the pillow again. This time it was depressing. It's all your fault. I have to find topics myself. Such a lame reply is very annoying. This week I'm mainly busy with recruitment and then the promotion of the new song. As for the rest, I have an appointment with Dre and others next week. Don't forget that you have to attend. After all, it is the Han couple's foundation. The principal knows that you are a student and you are still pretending. Zouyeru, with half of her face still pressed on the pillow, laughed cutely like a can. After a moment, she propped herself up on her elbows and frowned slightly in a strange way. She obviously didn't eat anything sweet for dinner, so why did her chest feel a little greasy? If he doesn't say anything, I'll continue acting. Oh, yes, and I'm going to New York at the end of the month. With whom? He was so anxious that he forgot to re-record the stuttering part. I'm alone. Hanyi thought about it seriously and felt that it was indeed a bit inappropriate to bring it up like this, and then he added, how about together? Anyway, you haven't been to anywhere during the spring break. Okay. Forget about the spring break. I was already greasy, and now I'm starting to feel bored. I'm okay with it. After all, I'm graduating soon and have nothing to worry about. Can you really do it? So many classes. Sure. I've only used my absence once this semester. After writing this, Zouyeru looked back at the half-open closet. Wait a minute, let me see if I have any clothes suitable for New York. Is this the first time you go out alone? And it's a place you've been to with that person. You must not lose. Okay, take your time to find it. Don't rush. Yuzun, help me look at this. After provoking Zouyeru, Hanyi clicked on Zao Yuzun's avatar in the chat list. Zioru's WeChat avatar was a picture she took with her phone, showing a perfect smile without any flaws. Her 8 dazzling white teeth always reminded Hanyi of the goddess Anka in her previous life who posted her makeup photos for work on Instagram almost every day. As for Zao Yuzun, her avatar had nothing to do with goddesses, or even women. Ever since Hanyi added her WeChat, Yuzun's avatar has always been in Giant Smoke Temple and Dusk Bell, and it has never changed. This must be an old cadre from the Ministry of National Security in the north of South Korea who was sent to the United States. Every time he entered a chat, Han Yi had to complain in his heart. What? Did you get this document? I saw it. The dialog box was silent for about a few minutes before a new white bubble reappeared. It feels a bit bland. Revise it? Okay. Conversations with Yaosun are always so direct and effective. In less than 10 minutes, the girl sent the revised recruitment copy. Company, Han Publishing. Department, Artists, and Repertoire. Work location, Los Angeles, United States. Work mode, offline office. Salary, competitive. Recruitment closing time, April 30th, 2016. Han Yi opened the document and read it carefully. Company description. Han Music is a comprehensive record company with surging development potential. Founded by Han Capital, the largest institutional shareholder of United Artist Management Company. We are a global collective of music producers, music lovers, technology innovators, inspired entrepreneurs, game-changing creatives and passionate and hard-working team members. Here, we know that every talent makes our collective more visionary. We are guided by 4 core principles that underpin everything we do in all our diversified businesses. Music is everything. Music is the passion of Han Publishing, and we will never be satisfied. Tastes, trends, and technology change, but great artists and songwriters will always be our driving force. Global, local, music is a global language. Through communication and collaboration, our success can come from anywhere and translate to anywhere. Innovation and insight, pushing boundaries requires the best information and the boldest imagination, and we combine the two to create the future. People first, just like the artists we serve, and the music they create. Our differences make us stronger. This is a place where every talent can feel a sense of belonging and build a career of their dreams. We are unreservedly committed to creating a diverse, fair and inclusive work environment. We know that such an environment will cultivate a corporate culture where you can fully engage, contribute, and grow. We encourage candidates of all ages, gender identity, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, religion, belief, disability and any other protected characteristics and status to apply. Click the apply link at the top of the page, or apply directly through your LinkedIn. In the latter case, we will directly import all the information you have entered in your profile, and of course, you can still upload your resume and cover letter. Don't be discouraged if you don't hear from us immediately. We are taking the time to review all resumes and find the most suitable candidates for HMP. Thank you for your interest in working for HMP. We love it here, and we believe you will like it too. Yaosun, what's your SAT score? 2360. What about the writing? 800. What's wrong? I can't stand it. Zioru scored 2300, and Yaosun simply approached the full score. Han Yi threw his phone on the bed, pinched his nose with a bitter face, and after a long time, he came to terms with himself who was a step behind an IQ. Why didn't you think of going to Ivy League school? What is Ivy League? Ivy League. I was admitted to the University of Pennsylvania, Cornell University, and Columbia University, but I don't like the weather on the East Coast. I can't exercise outdoors every day. Okay, my head is starting to hurt again. Your copywriting skills are so amazing. I want to apply for the job after reading it. Did you really write it in 10 minutes? Yes. There was only one word in the text box, which obviously had nothing to do with Zhao Yaosun, who was curled up in the lazy sofa by the balcony of her bedroom, with her hair tied up high, wearing a pair of black framed glasses, and her plain face could not hide her pretty nature. Even Zhao Yaosun herself did not realize that as the corners of her mouth rose, her facial muscles were raised higher and higher, pushing up her glasses a little. Look below. I also wrote a detailed introduction to the R&R position. If possible, I will also complete other jobs according to this template. Okay. Han Yi exited the chat interface and continued to read the document. Why is this the next explosion point in your career? With strong industry influence and artist resources, we operate like a boutique studio. Cooperate with the most sought after talents in the industry and turn them into absolute hits in the music industry. Join a winning team, work with the best songwriters in the industry, and embark on a journey to the top of the charts that will never be repeated or boring. Here, you can find and develop unsigned talents and turn them into signed songwriters of Han Music. work with existing songwriters on the HMP client list, and further develop their careers. Find producers and other collaborators to help artists create hit songs. Conduct business negotiations with potential clients such as record companies, advertising agencies, and publishing companies. Conduct research on artists and brands to provide accurate information and strategic thinking for our R&R decisions. Build strong, reliable, and dynamic partnerships with our artists and colleagues. Travel regularly to explore exciting copyright distribution opportunities in the United States and around the world. Rockstar candidates need to have music industry experience working in the R&R department, experience in business cooperation with major record companies, experience in working with songwriters and producers in the music industry to create hit songs, strong organization, hard work attitude, and good business thinking, skilled in getting along with people and networking, building rapport and fully understanding the challenges of developing an artist's brand. Genuine passion for music, branding and culture. Bachelor's degree, preferably in music industry / music business / music management. How is it? Have you finished reading it? I can only say that I can't find any faults. Clicking the push notification and returning to the chat interface, Hanyi entered the information with a sincere heart. Just follow this general direction. I feel that a lot of the information in this recruitment copy can be directly applied to the positions of the record company. Yes, that's what I hope to achieve. Wait a moment, I will make all the job descriptions before 1 o'clock. Yazan. Yes. Why should I recruit people? Isn't it enough to have you? Seeing this question from Hanyi, that did not need an answer, Zhao Yazan's toes exposed in the air curled up a little proudly. She stretched, squinted her eyes slightly, and glanced at the bright moon hanging in the night sky of Los Angeles tonight, and then continued to reply. Because you didn't pay enough. Does it have to be paid? What else? Zhao Yazan stuffed a cheese ball into her mouth, tilted her head, and typed with one hand. Ever since she came back from New York, she has been starting various experiments to see if she can really eat and drink as much as she wants without getting fat. Of course, no one would believe her weak excuse. Zhao is just greedy, nothing else. I have treated myself badly for so many years, and I should make up for it while I'm young. Can you still cook? Thinking of the funny scene of Hanyi wearing an apron and smoking half of his face in the kitchen, Zhao Yazan couldn't help laughing and accidentally spilled a few crumbs of cheese ball on the lazy sofa. I can't cook, but I can treat you to a meal. You forgot that I will go to Las Vegas with Diplo to inspect the venue next month. Ms. Zhao, I believe you have been in the United States for so long, you must have never eaten a buffet, right? Along with Hanyi's deliberately low magnetic voice, several pictures were sent over. The Bacchanal buffet at Caesar's Palace Hotel has everything from snow crab legs longer than your face to deep fried southern chicken breasts to Cantonese dim sum. Most of the things that are considered delicious in the world are all available here in unlimited quantities. Zhao Yazan has never experienced this scene in person, but has watched it repeatedly on Google and YouTube. It's the stuff of dreams. Stop talking. Yazan didn't have time to type and sent a voice message directly. When the voice message bar appeared on Hanyi's phone screen, the Korean girl had taken off her glasses and was typing on her MacBook. I'll send it to you now, and don't go back on your word. And, have you been to this place? Describe it in detail. What's delicious? Chapter 71 The Demoness of the Record Company. As Hanyi said, recruiting employees became his top priority for the next week. The recruitment copy written by Zhao Yazan was attractive enough, and the salary offered by Hanyi was also the standard of the three major music groups. In addition, mid-April was the tax filing day. After paying last year's taxes, many American citizens would always have a stronger desire to change jobs in search of higher salaries and better job opportunities. In addition, there were less than 1 or 2 months left before the graduation day of major universities. Seeing that their peers who had prepared in advance had already received job offers, many students would suffer from graduation anxiety and frantically submit resumes through various channels. After all, if you wait until the summer after graduation to take action, the competition will become extremely fierce. Most of the 1.02 million associate degree recipients 2.04 million undergraduate graduates, and 773,000 master's graduates will flow into the domestic job market. In other words, every year, there will be fresh graduates equivalent to 1.2% of the US population joining the ranks of job seekers. Although the unemployment rate has dropped by 0.7% throughout the year, it was still 5% at the end of 2015. No one wants to be one of the 7.9 million unemployed people who are easily drowned. In this case, even startups, such as Han Music, Han Publishing and Renai Management, have received unexpected attention from Han Yi. There are even Twitter accounts and personal blogs dedicated to guiding American graduates in employment, which list these 3 companies in the list of emerging employers that are most worth paying attention to in the spring and summer of 2016. Why? Take the R&R manager position opened by Han Music as an example, with an annual salary of $65,000 to $75,000, 25 days of PTO, and 100% matching of employees' 401k plans. With an upper limit of 10% of the employee's annual salary. In other words, Han Music will deposit a guaranteed amount of $6,500-7,500 into employees' retirement accounts every year. In the federal territory, the average salary of people working in the music industry is $52,100, equivalent to a monthly salary of $4,341. The salary package provided by Han Yi is already the standard of the top 20% in the entire industry, and this is just an entry-level position. In addition, the United States does not have a public health insurance system, so for every employee, the medical insurance opportunity provided by the company is one of the benefits they value most. After all, according to the high price of medical care in the United States, if there is no employer insurance, an appendicitis is enough to clear the cash account. At the recommendation of Jordan Bromley, Han Yi chose the Blue Cross Blue Shield Association, which has business operations in 50 states including Washington, D.C. Through Blue Cross Blue Shield, Han Yi's 3 companies will provide employees with medical insurance benefits, basic life insurance, basic accidental death and disability insurance, supplementary life insurance, dental benefits, mental health benefits, disability insurance, and even free gym membership. Han Yi, who rented room 1000 of Xinghu building for $1.3594 million in full, received a series of gifts from JMB Real Estate Group. 23 reserved parking spaces for 1 year and 30 24-month memberships to Equinox Fitness Club are part of the gifts. These are all classified by Han Yi as onboarding benefits for new employees. Other convenience services within the company, such as unlimited snacks, coffee, tea, and soft drinks, pre-tax commuter accounts and flexible spending accounts for tax avoidance, as well as relaxed dress codes and flexible working hours, are of course not to be mentioned. Although there is still a certain distance from the most generous benefits in the greater Los Angeles area, such as Tinder, EA, NBC Universal and Fandango, the newly born Han Music, Han Distribution and Renai Management are undoubtedly one of the best choices for job seekers in the music industry. Of course, in the United States in the 2010s, a diverse employment commitment is something that every company that wants to gain a good reputation must insist on. Zhao Yaozhen, who studied political science and is quite sensitive to this aspect, did not forget to add these commitments to the recruitment copy, and Jordan Bromley, who is experienced and has fought many labor management lawsuits, would never miss them. What documents are necessary in this regard? First, the diversity declaration must be placed in an important position in the company's articles of association, and then Jordan Bromley needs to serve as a lawyer to clearly record the equal pay policy for equal work for the 3 companies. Next, the company must ensure that the composition of the management team also meets the requirements of diversified employment. More importantly, not only should there be no difference in salary and benefits between races, but the salary gap between different genders must also be within 10%. Note that non-binary gender is also included, such as asexual, bisexual, demisexual, pansexual, heterosexual. Although California will not officially pass a law to recognize the existence of non-binary gender throughout the state until 2019. As a famous Democratic iron vote bank and a liberal base, if Los Angeles wants to operate in a long-term and healthy manner, every large company must relax its cognitive requirements in terms of gender. Although I have traveled through time, but it seems that I haven't traveled far enough. This is a sentence that Han Yi repeatedly said in his mind during the 10-hour employer unconscious bias correction training course that Jordan Bromley arranged for him. Welcome to Hollywood. No, you are welcome to Hollywood regardless of race, gender, cultural background, orientation, or eating habits. In this increasingly radical environment, it is almost impossible to achieve fair recruitment in the true sense. In the 1960s, it was unfair to be right, and now it is unfair to be left. However, Han Yi still tries to make the team composed of capable people, rather than I'm weak, but you are not allowed to think I can't people, while meeting the most basic diversity needs. Under the guidance of this policy, the first employee welcomed by the three companies was Karen Guo, the R&R director of Han Music, an outstanding female practitioner recommended by Jeremy Zimmer. This Asian woman born in Koreatown, Los Angeles, is very compatible with Han Yi, the founder of Han Music, in terms of cultural background and spiritual characteristics, but not completely the same. Karen started her R&R career as an intern at Modern Records, and was appreciated by the famous producer and music entrepreneur L.A. Reid for her outstanding work ability. A few years later, she went to Atlanta and became the vice president of the R&R section of the latter's LaFace label. However, Atlanta is not Los Angeles, let alone New York. Even though it is already considered one of the top metropolitan cities in the United States, people there still can't help but pick up some old habits of the allies. Karen Guo, who is always casually called Ms. Lee and Ms. Jin when she goes out, can't stand these stereotype southern country bumpkins, and has never regarded Atlanta as her home. So, after several negotiations with L.A. Reid, the music mogul transferred his most trusted deputy back to New York to continue working for him at Sony's Arista. In 2004, Sony merged with BMG, and L.A. Reid also left Arista with a full termination fee due to the company's restructuring. With deep connections in the music industry, he doesn't need to look for a job at all. When he learned that he was unemployed at home, offers came like pieces of paper. Soon, Louisiana Reid decided on his next destination, Island Definition Jam Group of Universal Music Group. In February 2004, L.A. Reid became the chairman and CEO of IDJ, and Karen Guo, as his right-hand man, became the senior vice president of the R&R operations department. At Island Definition Jam, Karen was able to manage an entire R&R department, and her abilities and talents were truly spread throughout the music industry at this time. Mariah Carey, Jennifer Lopez, Big Sean, Frank Ocean, Rihanna and Justin Bieber, these pillars of IDJ, all had her personally in charge of music and artist image affairs. Seeing this, you should understand why Karen Guo's recommender was Jeremy Zimmer. Mariah Carey's most trusted performing agent was Marty Bauer, and Jeremy Zimmer happened to be Bauer's most capable assistant at the time. There are only so many people who can get to the top of the music industry, and almost everyone knows each other and has a certain degree of business connection. The successful music careers of the above-mentioned superstars are deeply related to her, especially Rihanna. The song Umbrella, that made her soar to the sky and won the Grammy Award, was personally selected by Karen Guo for her. Later, a series of Billboard champion singles that helped her maintain her status as a top singer, such as Only Girl in the World, which also won the Grammy Award, were also Karen's creative products. For Rihanna, who can't create, Karen Guo's R&R experience is as important to her as a reborn parent. After working at Universal Music for 12 years, Karen Guo, who was in her 40s, originally decided to set up her own R&R consulting company to take her career to the next level as a music entrepreneur. But Jeremy Zimmer's text message, the subsequent telephone conference with Zhao Yaozhen, and the final meeting with Han Yi in room 1000 of Xinghu building made her completely change her mind. Why? First of all, Jeremy Zimmer's personal letter as the head of the 4 major performing arts agencies not only made Karen feel flattered, but also made her pay attention to the Asian tycoon, who bought 41% of Utah shares for $190 million. Next, as a compatriot, Zhao Yaozhen communicated with her in Korean in a friendly and enthusiastic manner, which made her begin to have a sense of cultural identity and ethnic belonging. Finally, she was surprised to find that Han Yi, the head of Han Music, was actually her schoolmate. However, she majored in business and marketing, while Han Yi majored in music industry and communication. Layer upon layer of ties, coupled with the generous salary offered by Han Yi and the high degree of autonomy promised to her in the R&R section, made her finally determined to contribute her own strength to this rising record company. Not only because of the employment agreement of $350,000 plus various benefits, which was 34% higher than her time at Island Definition Jam Group, but also because of the vision that Han Yi had drawn for her about the Asian music power occupying Europe and the United States. You need me to help complete these plans. Only I can do it. After seeing Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen's 5-year plan, Karen Guo, who has always been hot-tempered, outspoken, and always swearing, pointed to the name in black on the document. BTS. I fucking know, sorry. I know better than anyone how to make them as popular as Justin Bieber in Europe and America. The same goes for this little baby named Billy. Look no further. I'm the shit. As one of the conditions for signing with Karen Guo, the entire R&R department of Han Music needs to be led by her. The first helper Karen brought was Christopher Stewart, the record producer and R&R manager who made Rihanna famous overnight. He is not only the producer of Umbrella, but also the songwriter and producer of Beyonce's single Ladies, Put a Ring on It, Mariah Carey's Touch My Body, and Justin Bieber's One Time and Baby. Such a big shot, naturally, cannot be bound by a conventional contract. Christopher Stewart signed a non-exclusive employment agreement with Han Music, which means that he can still work as an R&R in other record companies during the contract period. In addition, there is no doubt that he certainly cannot transfer the copyright distribution contract to Han Music. First, because he signed with Han Music as an employee, rather than a music creator or producer, and second, because his distribution contract was firmly locked in Universal Music Group, and some of his songs were also jointly distributed with Sony Music Distribution Group. With the contracts of the two major music distribution giants, Christopher Stewart, as a creator, is definitely unable to escape. However, no matter what, being able to lock in a legendary producer/R&R at a price of $250,000 per year and let him provide lyrics, music, and production services for the artists that Han Music is about to sign is already a good thing for Han Yi. But that's not all. Less than 2 days after taking office, Karen Guo showed Han Yi her terrifying work efficiency and persuasiveness. Ray Romulus, 26, and Abu Tham, 35, have signed non-exclusive employment agreements with Han Music. The former is the producer of Bruno Mars, Mariah Carey, Justin Bieber and Kanye West, while the latter is Eva Akin's younger brother and Kanye West's most trusted music consultant. The price of $220,000 and $200,000 is not a staggering figure compared to the professional guidance they can provide to artists. Finally, Karen Guo found 2 fresh graduates who met her standards from the resumes that flew in from various channels at a price of $65,000. As junior managers of the R&R department, they will help her deal with the daily trivial record company and artist management affairs. Emma Morris, a pretty blonde girl majoring in art management from Florida State University, and Maya Sullivan, an enthusiastic redhead who is not far from the former school, and obtained a bachelor's degree in contemporary artist development and entrepreneurship from the Frost School of Music at the University of Miami. It is not that Karen Guo deliberately wants to improve the gender equality index of Han Music. In fact, in the media industry, at least from the average performance of middle and low-level positions, female employees are always better. Being emotionally delicate, sharp-minded, and having a deep insight into works of art are workplace advantages shared by many girls 35 plus 25 plus 22 plus 20 plus 13. The salary of the R&R department of Han Music Records alone has reached $1.15 million per year, and this is just the starting stage. From any perspective, this is a salary level that an ordinary entertainment startup company cannot match. In other words, any boss who sees this salary bill when the company has not made a penny will have a heart attack. Fortunately, Han Yi's situation is different from that of ordinary people, and his troubles are naturally different from those of ordinary people. He does not need to worry about whether the $1.15 million remuneration will be converted into a huge loss on the account book. On the one hand, because he has a unique consumption reward mechanism, the office rent of $1.3594 million can be turned around and returned to his cash account intact. What is there to worry about with a salary of only $1.15 million? Another reason is that he has advanced information gap, so he does not need the R&R team to help him judge which artist can succeed and which artist has no talent, nor does he need to cast a wide net to sign hundreds of newcomers and let them continue to prove the 19 rule of the music industry. Knowing which people can shine in the world in the future, it is enough to equip them with the most professional team to ensure that they can embark on the road of conquering the music industry step by step. In terms of team professionalism, the R&R lineup of Han Music in its early stage, if described by the NFL, is the all-star of the Pro Bowl. Except for 2 junior managers who do odd jobs, everyone can find a position as a senior vice president in the 3 major music groups. Christopher Stewart alone can hold Rihanna with his left hand and Bieber with his right hand. So, what about 4 big guys of the same level together? How brilliant can the future superstars handled by them shine? When a top craftsman encounters inferior materials, it is difficult for a good cook to make a meal without rice. When high quality materials meet clumsy newbies, it's like a pearl covered in dust and wasted. What about when top craftsmen meet high quality materials? What kind of a match made in heaven will it be? We'll see it soon. In the large conference room at the entrance of room 1000, Han Yi, who was holding the first meeting of Han Music Records, looked around at the people who were listening attentively to the post-production version of Ocean Eyes by Serban Ghana, and thought to himself, can the already dazzling stars become even more dazzling in his hands? Chapter 72 First Order Online. Not bad. I mean, it definitely won't win the Billboard chart, but it's still a good song. In the large conference room of room 1000 of Xinghu building, Karen Guo, who had not yet played the second chorus of Ocean Eyes, crossed her arms, leaned back on the leather chair, closed her eyes and listened carefully, and made a decisive conclusion. The arrangement and instrumentation are simple, but Serban's post-production ability is indeed incomparable, bringing the whole song to a new level. The top line is also good, very popular. Christopher Stewart took off the brown sunglasses hanging on his nose, sipped a sip of black coffee in front of him, smacked his lips, and looked for the right words. He sounds like a novice, but he is very talented and knows what the current audience wants. In 2 or 3 years, the production level and creative ability should be able to reach a good level. Mr. Han, have we signed this creator? Over at Han Distribution. Christopher cast his eyes on Han Yi, who was sitting in the chairman's seat at the end of the conference room. Not yet. Han Yi smiled and shook his head and answered, we are now signing the agreement for this single, the record contract, and the publishing contract. If the commercial performance of Ocean Eyes is good, they will definitely be in our pocket. Don't worry. Oh, I'm not worried, Mr. Han. The personalities of the entire R&R team are similar to Karen Guo. They are all straightforward and outspoken. Although there are always 1 or 2 words that sound harsh, Han Yi prefers this straightforward style of doing things. A company, especially a startup, is not afraid of such capable people who dare to speak out, but is afraid of those useless people who are flawless in their dealings with others, but can't do anything. It's just that this agreement sounds strange. Phineas and this female singer named Billy don't seem to be artists with such negotiating power. In Christopher Stewart's impression, it seems that no artist can be treated like this. Justin Bieber can't do it, and Mariah Carey can't do it even more. They should feel honored to have our services, not the other way around. Christopher tapped his chest with his finger and said teasingly with a smile, if you were there, they would feel very honored, Christopher. Han Yi smiled nonchalantly and cleverly turned the topic of whether to sign a contract into a compliment to the new team. Don't say anything else, just leave them to me, boss. Karen Guo sat up straight and tossed her hair in a very cool way. I can handle any contract that these 2 kids want to sign. There's no need to wait until the song is officially released and the report is received. That's great. I admire your passion, Karen. Han Yi nodded in appreciation and smiled. The fierceness in Karen Guo that can split the Red Sea in front of her is a strong temperament forged in more than 20 years of professional career, and it is also the spirit that Han Yi hopes to see in a department leader. For the young, immature, but smart and cautious Phineas, although Han Yi had the two glittering titles of billionaire and Utah shareholder, he had not even registered a record company when they first met. It was normal for Phineas to have some concerns and not immediately agree to sign a full contract. But nearly 20 days have passed, and the situation is completely different now. Han Yi is not only about to leave for New York to discuss the investment of a new $399 million cash with the Carlyle Group, but also has built a star-studded behind-the-scenes team in the music business group. This time, let Zhao Yaozin take Karen Guo to talk to Phineas and Billy again. Han Yi can't think of any reason for the two kids to refuse the invitation of Han Music. The R&R master who created Rihanna and Jennifer Lopez is standing in front of you. Who else is more qualified than her to plan your future? Yaozin, let's make an appointment with Phineas and Billy and let Karen talk to them, okay? Han Yi turned his head and whispered to Zhao Yaozin on his right. Also, sign the management contract as well. No problem. Zhao Yaozin nodded in response. She has a close relationship with the two artists, especially with Billy. The two are very close in private, and the latter even treats her as her own sister. According to Billy, she has always wanted to have such a sister-like close friend who can talk to her in the boudoir since she was a child. But perhaps because of their good personal relationship, Zhao Yaozin has not been able to find a suitable entry point to persuade Billy to sign the contract in advance. Of course, Yaozin herself is also very clear that she is just a rookie manager who has just started out and has not yet led any artist seriously. Even if she has thousands of plans and calculations in her mind, when things really progress to the point where action is needed, Yaozin will always be a little worried that she will show her weakness. Like Han Yi, Zhao Yaozin is very optimistic about the future of Billie Eilish and Phineas. She does not want to miss these two future superstars because of her lack of negotiation experience. Therefore, Zhao Yaozin is naturally happy to have industry veterans like Karen Guo willing to take the lead in the negotiation. This can not only effectively promote the progress of personnel management, but also give Yaozin a valuable learning opportunity. She can observe carefully and seriously from the side to see what shining points are worth learning and drawing lessons from this top Asian R&R manager who is scrambled for by the three major music groups. This may be the reason why Han Yi has always admired and trusted Zhao Yaozin as a partner. She has more than just a strong and a drive to win and prove that she can do it. Her mind has remained absolutely clear from beginning to end. Who is she? What can she do? What can't she do? What are her shortcomings? And how to learn. The coexistence of humility and pride that spurs herself makes such a fighting Yaozin who is more courageous even in adversity. A very simple example, when everyone bullied her because of her fat body, Zhao Yaozin chose not to hate the world, but to face up to the differences between herself and the mainstream aesthetics. Frankly admit that there are places that need to be corrected, and then grit her teeth and work hard until everyone's eyes are completely changed. A small number of extreme feminists who want to change the society's definition of beauty and put a filter on everyone's mouth are not difficult. After all, they are just doing superficial work. They can't make themselves better, and they don't have the ability to really change people's hearts, so they find a way to make everyone shut up and live in an illusory shell of peace and quiet. And a girl like Zhao Yaozin, even if she has suffered a great injustice, even if she has suffered bullying that ordinary people can't bear, she will never take a step back, let alone shrink into the thorny armor. Her choice is to make unimaginable efforts, whether it is bleeding or sweating, to make herself strong and beautiful bit by bit, every minute and every second, and finally get everyone's sincere praise and recognition. In Han Yi's view, the latter is the real feminism. It is not I don't allow you to say I can't do it, but no matter what you say, I can do it. Emilia Earhart, Lucy Stone, and Maya Angelou are all like this. Use yourself to change the world. Karen, after the meeting, I have to trouble you to let me know a convenient time, and I will arrange a meeting. Next Tuesday is a good time, Yaozin. Facing her equally neat and capable fellow Peninsula compatriot, Karen Guo's voice is 2 points softer. Okay, April 26th. Check. If there is no problem with this single. Seeing that Zhao Yaozhen wrote the date on the MacBook calendar, Han Yi raised his voice slightly and reminded everyone to continue to focus on the topic of promoting the single of Ocean Eyes. We can release the single at the end of this month, right? Yes, I'm thinking. Maybe it can be online on Friday. Karen Guo replied, this is a single that has been released on SoundCloud. The singer is also a newcomer. There is no need to pre-embed links, and there are no extra materials to prepare. Everything is ready. Okay. Have you seen Yaozhen's playlist promotion plan? Han Yi pointed to the iPad screen in front of him. It has been sent to you via email before the meeting. I see. I think it's a very innovative way of promotion. Karen Guo's eyes met with Zhao Yaozhen, and she gave a faint smile of approval. In fact, we at IDJ were discussing the role of playlists in promoting music 2 years ago. Before I left, there was already a project team specifically working with playlist owners. However, for large groups, all kinds of processes have to be followed countless times. Karen shrugged helplessly. So, I'm actually very happy to see you doing this. A company of our size should have a vision that's ahead of the times and the flexibility to dare to try new things at any time. Han Yi listened carefully to Karen Guo's analysis and understood it. He didn't return to the internet barbaric era of NASPTA and rampant piracy, and the music professionals living in 2016 are definitely not fools. The power of playlists should have been noticed and experimented with by someone a long time ago. As for why it has not been promoted on a large scale, in addition to the fact that platforms such as Spotify, Apple Music and Tidal have not yet tilted official traffic towards playlists, the tedious internal work processes of Universal, Sony and Warner are also an obstacle that cannot be ignored. Budget approvals must be approved, and contacting external contractors such as song list owners requires the signature of the vice president. Even when making a PPT, one must follow the company's rules and cannot use unauthorized screenshots and music examples. This bureaucracy is no less than that of pharmaceutical companies such as Johnson & Johnson, Bayer, and Roche. It is a miracle that new technologies and new concepts can be promoted quickly. However, in other words, for giants such as the 3 major music groups, their current work goal is not to continuously innovate, but to steadily increase the stock price, while ensuring that the annual revenue target can be achieved. Progress and conservatism are not subject to the will of a few people. When an organization develops to a certain stage, it will inevitably tend to be in a lawful state. Most of the epoch-making innovations and changes started from startups, and this is exactly the confidence that Han Yi bets that he will be able to compete with the 3 major companies in the next few years. Did you come up with this idea, Miss Zhao? Abu Shaim raised his hand and asked from the far end. I'm the executor. Zhao Yaozhen would never take credit for this. Mr. Han was the first person to come up with this idea. He said that large-scale song list promotion would be more effective than the platform's homepage recommendation. Yes, that's what we observed. Karen Guo took over the conversation. Fewer and fewer people will browse the homepage. Our user survey shows that most people think the songs recommended on the homepage are not cool enough because they are mass products that everyone can see. Now, especially the younger generation of users, when they open the streaming platform, they either go directly to their own collection or browse other users' playlists. That's why Yaozhen and I want to bet on the playlist. Han Yi set the final tone for this strategy. Nothing can make an independent musician stand out more than a playlist. I thought you were just any billionaire on the street. Karen Guo glanced at Han Yi, using her best skills, with a normal expression, joking as if she was talking about serious matters, hiding the subtle compliments in a humorous tone. Which street can you find a billionaire? Han Yi spread his hands and accepted the good-natured joke amid the laughter in the conference room. This, here are everywhere. Karen's index finger circled in the air. Seriously, I really agree with your tactics, Mr. Han. Next, I will arrange for Emma and Maya to work closely with Victoria. Victoria, they are yours. You got it, girl. Victoria White Mason, who was sitting opposite Karen Guo, snapped her fingers. From her voice to her accent, she was rich and flamboyant, which is unique to African American women. This black girl was recommended by Jordan Bromley. Before she joined Han Music, she had just been promoted to junior director of Sony Music Group's Universal Digital Music Department. In her previous life, this 2015 graduate of Harvard Law School, who combined political correctness and entertainment law knowledge, was promoted in the music industry as fast as a rocket. In just 6 years, she was promoted by Sony Music Group as vice president of marketing for its main label, Columbia Records. However, in April 2016, it was not as difficult to attract Victoria as it would be in the future. A salary package of $260,000 was enough to make her leave the large group and switch to Han Music. There are many marketing managers who jump back and forth between independent labels, streaming platforms, large music groups, and performing arts agencies. They are quick-witted and know how to seize every opportunity to make their income spiral upward. At only 26 years old, she still has a lot of time in the entertainment industry. Using Han Music's generous salary and the position of head of the marketing department as a springboard to a higher level is a sure win deal for Victoria White Mason. According to Mr. Han's plan, we should initially release the 30 playlists with the largest traffic. But in my opinion, we should be bolder. Victoria White Mason glanced at the densely packed contents on the notebook and suggested, 80 to 100 is a better number in my opinion. We must accumulate data on monthly trial listeners as soon as possible in the early stage so that we can find better streaming and exposure opportunities on Spotify, Apple Music and other platforms. Just as Victoria said. George Alfaro, a full-time streaming media operator in the marketing department, agreed. He is from California State University, Long Beach, and was the customer relationship manager of Deezer in the United States before joining Han Music. The streaming platforms need to see some convincing enough numbers before they can help us make Ocean's Eyes will add fuel to the fire. They always hope for singles that are already popular, not those that are about to become popular. No problem, do as you think. 80 to 100. Han Yui put his left hand on the table, roughly pointing in the direction of Todd Gelfand, the chief financial officer of Han Music and Han Publishing, who had just accepted the commission. Todd will provide you with assistance. Aha. Todd Gelfand held the pen cap in his mouth and quickly listed a combination of numbers on a piece of white paper that made people dizzy at a glance. Come to me, I'll allocate the budget. James, remind me again, what is the budget for radio promotion? It only costs $12,000 at the moment, sir. In George Alfaro's right hand, James Warner, radio publicity manager of Han Music's marketing department, answered. Believe it or not, this 2011 graduate from the University of Texas at Austin is the only Caucasian male in the entire conference room. We will first send the master tapes to mainstream radio stations such as iHeartMedia, Odyssey, Beasley, and Hubbard through conventional means for them to select. At the same time, we will also buy some exposure slots. KIS FM in Los Angeles and WHTZ in New York are our main targets. Do you have connections in iHeartMedia? Karen Guo asked bluntly without any concealment. The two radio stations mentioned by James are not only the top 10 in the national radio profit rankings, and the champion radio stations with the largest number of listeners in New York and Los Angeles, but also wholly owned subsidiary radio stations of iHeartMedia, the overlord of the radio industry. Ah, yes, I'm very familiar with the person who is responsible for arranging the playlists there. Hearing this question, James Warner did not show the slight discomfort he felt. Although this practice is strictly against the law, because in theory, record companies cannot bribe radio station managers or music directors to add their music to playlists. But in reality, who can control it? As long as it is done covertly enough, who can know which song was added by money? Our idea is to get heavy rotation for 2 radio stations for a month. If the song is ranked high on the charts, it will help with the conversion of streaming media, and then we will add some more. Our core strategy is to use radio as an auxiliary to other exposure methods. If you want to be on the charts, you can't do it without radio play. But if you buy too much, it won't help Billy's current level. It's no longer the era when radio is king. Victoria White Mason concluded the topic of radio promotion. It used to be that a song couldn't make the top 10, even if you spent $300,000 or $400,000. Now, we can't even find a record company willing to spend $100,000 on radio promotion. I think that radio should really focus on free promotion in the future. It's okay if there is, and it doesn't matter if there isn't. Han Yi pondered for a while and said slowly, however, we must do our best to consolidate the relationship with iHeartMedia and Audis's contacts in live events. After all, they have many music festival indicators every year, and this sector will be more helpful to our artists. Yes, I'm contacting the person in charge of the live event department through RUI. I'm contacting my contact. James almost let slip the name of his radio contact and bit his tongue quickly. We should be able to get Billie Eilish an opening spot on the Daytime Village stage at this year's iHeartRadio Music Festival. It shouldn't be a problem. Not just Billie Eilish. James, don't be too sure yet. Han Yi reminded, there are still many new artists to be created, and the music festival is in September. Let's see which artists can gain popularity during this period. Understood. Okay, last order of business. Victoria White Mason crossed out a line on her notebook after completing each meeting topic. Now, only the last reminder on the 5th page remains to be discussed. Mr. Han, you mentioned the meeting with Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre before. When is it? On April 26th. They are going to hold a workshop at the Iovine and Young School at USC. I will attend and meet with them there to discuss the issue of official traffic diversion for Apple Music. Han Yi glanced at the time on his phone and reconfirmed it. When he raised his head, Zhao Yaozen's expressionless stare was facing him. Obviously there was nothing to be afraid of, and maybe Zhao Yaozen's gaze didn't mean anything else, but Han Yi still shrank his neck, coughed dryly, and turned his head away from Yaozen. Tot. Mr. Han. You may also need to come to USC with me on the 26th. You need to be there to confirm some details of the charity fund. I'll arrange the time. After hearing Han Yi's words, a lively expression began to reappear on the Korean girl's face. She took a big sip of iced Americano and stopped only when her tongue was slightly stiff. Zhao Yaozen certainly knew who would attend the workshop with him that day. Xiaoru had already introduced it enthusiastically to her sister Yaozen. Yaozen also wanted to go, but that day, there was an important meeting with Billy and Phineas, which could not be missed. Fortunately, there were other people present. Zhao Yaozen bit the straw flat and thought absent-mindedly. It should be fine, right? No, even if there is something wrong, what does it have to do with me? More importantly, what does something mean? This is a really troublesome situation. I'm most afraid of trouble. What on earth am I worried about? Chapter 73 Graceful Appearance. What are you worried about? Han Yi turned around and looked at Xiaoru, who followed him closely, and asked with a smile. On April 26th, the weather in Los Angeles was as good as ever, with a pleasant temperature of 68 degrees Fahrenheit, coupled with a gentle breeze blowing from the bay at 3.7 miles per hour. Anyone who stays in such a comfortable climate for 3 or 4 hours will inevitably lose their fighting spirit and just want to spend time on their porch with a glass of freshly squeezed orange juice from Valencia. Unlike the strong and dry Santa Ana monsoon that blows from the depths of the desert and can ignite the California forests, the sea breeze sweeping in from the Pacific Ocean can make Han Yi and Xiaoru feel a hint of moisture, which is a rare experience in Los Angeles. Therefore, Han Yi was in a very good mood today, and even the pitch of his humming was raised by 2 points. However, Xiaoru did not seem to share his happiness. Instead, she walked slowly behind Han Yi, looking at the hurried USC students passing by on Figueroa Street from time to time, sneaking around like a mouse stealing oil. Don't worry. Hearing Han Yi's question, Xiaoru hurried to steps and walked side by side with him. The main thing is that I pretended to be Mr. and Mrs. Smith in front of President Nikias. I still feel a little guilty when I return to campus. What is there to feel guilty about? Han Yi spread his hands. His tone was quite surprised. I just finished class and now I have to pretend to be a lady who donated money to my alma mater. Xiaoru pulled the hem of the milky white longman sweater on her body to show Han Yi her bare face. Although she wore beauty contact lenses and put on some light makeup, Xiaoru, who had classes all day, obviously could not appear in the classroom in an evening dress. I didn't dress up at all today. I can't meet people, and without a long dress, Xiaoru couldn't find the feeling of acting. She couldn't pretend to be Mrs. Han like this. First, Han Yi turned sideways and raised his index finger to his chest. What else do you want to look like? The little fairy from Taiwan who defined a generation said in front of him with a bitter face that she was not to be seen, which was really unconvincing. Even with a little macup, Zioru was the most eye-catching person on the entire Figueroa Street, including the drivers and passengers of the passing vehicles. Second, he raised his hand half an inch higher and extended his middle finger. This event was originally a creative workshop in the college. Whether it is the principal or Dre, they are all wearing casual clothes like us. Finally, Han Yi showed his index finger, middle finger and ring finger in front of Zuyuru. Third, who said that you can't continue to perform in school, which university prohibits students from getting married. That's right. Han Yi's 3 reasons, especially the last one, were like an elephant that suddenly went crazy in a porcelain shop, making Zioru's heart clang. The girl pushed aside the fingers blocking her eyes and smiled at him with a dazzling smile that made the blue zircon like clear Los Angeles sky pale in comparison. Then I'll do my best. Come on, Zioru. Han Yi held open the front door of 3131 South Figueroa Street for Zuyuru. The main teaching building of the Jiawan and Yang School broke ground only last month, and it will not be officially put into use until 2019. Now, all teaching activities of the school are carried out using the academic facilities of the School of Communication, the School of Music, and the School of Film. Today's creative workshop is at the new venue of the School of Film, the Robert Zemeckis Digital Arts Center. After you. This newest teaching building of the USC School of Film has the world's top immersive media laboratory, the Digital World Construction Laboratory, and an indoor studio that can fully meet the requirements of most 3A commercial film shootings, as well as an entire IMAX theater. You know what? Although this place is called the Robert Zemeckis Center, he is not actually the largest donor. Walking slowly in the cramped, quiet, and even dim corridor of the teaching building, Han Yi stepped carefully on the soundproof carpet and spoke to Zuyuru in a low voice. Here, behind some closed door, students' works were being filmed. Although the soundproofing was good enough, as soon as they entered the Digital Arts Center, everyone would unconsciously move more gently, as if this was a way to show their respect for the world's #1 film school. I thought he donated all of it. Zuyuru shook her head and replied, $25 million, isn't it? I heard about it from my classmates at the Film Academy. He only contributed $5 million, and the other $20 million was transferred from the endowment fund by the Film Academy. Be careful. Han Yi considerately blocked the sharp protruding wall at the corner for Zuyuru. The Film Academy is like this. If you want to replace the nameplate on the building with your own name, you must be a world-renowned director. Steven Spielberg Building, George Lucas Building, and this, Robert Zemeckis Center. Zuyuru counted on her fingers. There shouldn't be anything else. Nothing else. The Film Academy has only these 3 buildings named after them. The others are still waiting for great people who can really leave their mark in history. Han Yi stood at the entrance of the 20th Century Fox studio and took a deep breath. Even a tycoon like the Metalman family, whose companies have annual sales of over $1 billion, investing with George Clooney, donating to USC, and trying every way to squeeze into the circle. In the end, he only got the naming rights of a college garden. This circle, after all, is a place where money is exchanged for fame, and then fame is used to make more money. Han Yi gently pushed open the door and extended his other hand to Zuyuru. We are here to exchange fame for the 2 of them now. Outside the door was a dimly lit corridor, and inside the door was a brightly lit studio. This scene was too symbolic, but Zioru had no time to sigh. The warm atmosphere that came over her forced her to be fully alert to cope with the upcoming social scene. As I said before, the reason why we call these 2 graduation courses ACAD 475A and 475B the garage experiences, because we regard you, yes, every one of you, as entrepreneurs who can change America in the future. Jimmy and Andre agreed to meet with Han Yi at 4:30 p.m., and the latter arrived 10 minutes early. At this time, Andre was standing in front of the set of the 20th Century Fox studio, looking up at the first batch of students of the Jovan and Yang Academy, and speaking generously with ups and downs. Jimmy's career began in Murray Hill on West 44th Street, just one street next to Times Square. Hearing the long-drawn surprised sound in the audience, Dr. Dre crossed his hands with satisfaction and nodded. He knew that these Gen Z kids had keenly captured the mark of the times that he wanted to highlight. Yes, Times Square in the 1970s. Think of it as described in Midnight Cowboy, a gritty, dark and desperate place. Jimmy had to survive there, risking bullets and becoming one of the 500 murders a year, day after day, to complete his mission. Now he is the founder of this school under your feet. Give him a round of applause, guys. Very warm applause rang out, mixed with one or two cheering whistles. Sitting on the sofa in the bedroom setting behind Andre, Jimmy Iovine pulled the corners of his mouth and waved to everyone. And me, oh god, don't let me mention myself. Andre paced, lowered his head and shook it constantly in the laughter of the students. You all know where I come from, the biggest and dirtiest garage in the city. So, you see, each of our lives is a huge lane that stretches into the endless future. Andre retracted his left hand, stretched out his right hand, and made a bolt-like posture. Every minute and every second, we are racing. With others? No, with ourselves. And what do we need to build a high-speed monster that can beat ourselves? Garage. Sporadic answers echoed in the studio. I can't hear you. Andre frowned and put his hand to his ear. Garage. That's the spirit I want. In the uniform and loud answers, Andre swung his fist like a professional boxer. This is also the safe space we want to provide for you. Before leaving college and heading for the fast lane of life, we must carefully polish our driving tools in the garage. In the next week, Jimmy and I will provide you the first batch of students graduating from the Joan and Yang College next year with a 1-week dream bubble. Please note that this is not your graduation course, and the real course will not be available until the second half of this year. But our workshop this time can be said to be a preview. Outline your career blueprint in advance, and leave the rest to us. Jimmy and I will ensure that these blueprints become reality. Hey, maybe we will become your angel investors. Who can say what will happen in the future? He can rap, and has good eloquence. Han Yi, who was sitting at the end of the audience and listening quietly, moved closer and whispered to Zooyeru. If it were me, I would also want to accept his investment and guidance. Really? Why do I think you are better? Zooyeru turned her head slightly and looked at the man beside her with a smile. Don't forget what you are here for today. You are here to invest in them. Zooyeru gently poked a small dent in the fabric of the right arm of Han Yi's casual suit and said softly, Dr. Dre may be a Compton hip-hop legend admired by the world, but in Zooyeru's heart, her Yi is the best one. Of course, we also have to thank President Nikias for making our ambitious plan for 2013 bear fruit today. We also have to thank the creative entrepreneurs who have supported the rapid development of Joan and Yang College along the way. Although Han Yi and Zooyeru's voices were very low, no one else could hear this conversation. But their whispering still attracted Andre's attention. Standing in the center, he could see any movement from left to right and from front to back in the audience. Today, two of them have also arrived at our site. Yi, Grace, please come to the stage. Han Yi and Zooyeru looked at each other and saw some surprise in each other's eyes. Coming to observe Jimmy and Andre's workshop in advance was not something they had planned, and being invited to the stage by Dr. Dre was even more unprepared. However, the two, who had polished their social skills to a shine at the Wan couple's charity dinner and Utah's welcome party, hesitated for only a moment before standing up gracefully, walked down the audience to the applause, and stood next to Andre. Han Yi, who was not carefully groomed, looked like an ordinary college student with a hint of handsomeness. But Zooyeru was different. From the moment she stood up, the noisy whispers in the entire studio suddenly increased a lot. Wow, look at her. What a lovely girl. Grace, right, I heard it right. I think I've seen her on campus before. The last Asian boy who whispered, said to his friend very confidently. He was 100% sure that he had seen Zooyeru at school, although he couldn't remember where or when. But, who could forget this face? Welcome. Jimmy and I are very honored to introduce to you that Miss Han and Mr. Han, two outstanding Trojans standing here, will donate $10 million to the Joan and Yang College and all the young people in the college. Andre folded his hands in front of him, looked back at Jimmy Jowan who stood up from the sofa and was walking towards this side, and said loudly. After Dr. Dre's voice fell, the studio fell into silence for a moment, and then, undisguised amazement and uncontrollable gasps of cold air rang out before the applause. 10 million. Look at them. I mean, how much bigger can they be than us? Dre, are you talking about donation or acquisition? Don't you think the latter is more outrageous? The noise in the studio was already within Dr. Dre's expectations. In fact, he wanted to use a student's eyes of surprise and awe to give Han-Yi and Zhu-Yiru a welcome gift from Jowan and Young. Han-Yi did not specifically ask for anonymity, and more importantly, both Jimmy Jowan and Andre Young had already figured out what Han-Yi wanted. What he needed was just a small favor for the two, but the gift was generous and sincere enough. Therefore, Andre did not mind expressing their gratitude and friendship again in this way. After all, after a while, the college and the entire USC will also issue a press release to announce this donation to the whole society. Instead of letting Maxim and Nikias take the lead, it is better to send this favor first, so that they will be remembered by the faculty and students of Jowan and Young College. Next, I think, Ms. Hun, maybe you can send some words of encouragement to the professors and students of our college. Andre spread his hands, looking from the professors of the Department of Art, Technology, and Innovation Business standing on the far right of the studio to the 24 first-year students sitting in the audience. Andre. Hearing Dr. Dre's invitation, Han-Yi quietly took a step towards him and stretched out his hand, trying to get Andre to change the person he invited. Han-Yi knew very well why the former wanted to start with Zhu-Yiru. In the United States in the 2010s, when two guests were present at the same time, it was not only respectful, but also customary to ask women to speak first. But Han-Yi was a little worried whether Zhu-Yiru, who was unprepared, would feel uncomfortable with this public speech. After all, less than 10 minutes ago, she was still worried about her makeup today. However, Han-Yi's action to stop him stopped abruptly when Zhu-Yiru gently pulled up the corner of his clothes. It's okay, Yi. Zhu-Yiru put on a perfect smile that would only be worn on her face in etiquette occasions. Her lips moved slightly, and she comforted Han-Yi with an imperceptible voice. I'll do it, don't worry. After saying that, she took a step forward, lowered her head, and took a shallow breath to adjust her breathing, then raised her head gracefully, and looked at the audience without fear or avoidance. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished faculty, staff, and students of the USC Jowan and Young School, and Jimmy and Andre, two supporters of education and technology, good afternoon. First of all, I want to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to stand in front of you today. It's not every day that I get to speak in a room full of creative geniuses, future entrepreneurs and revolutionary innovators. It is with great honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I, along with Mr. Han, stand before you to announce a donation of $10 million to the USC Jowan and Young School. We are honored to be part of the future journey of this outstanding institution as it continues to cultivate and inspire the next. Education is the foundation of our society, shaping tomorrow's minds and paving the way for a brighter, more prosperous 21st century. We greatly admire the unique interdisciplinary approach of the Jowan and Young School, which provides a one-of-a-kind educational experience and fosters innovation, entrepreneurship and cross-industry collaboration. In my opinion, you are attending a school that has established itself as a beacon of progress, not only in academia, but also in technology, design, entertainment, business and the arts. Through this gift, we hope to contribute to the continued success and growth of the school. We hope that the support provided will enable the school to continue to provide students with the necessary tools and resources to explore the frontiers of creativity and knowledge and develop groundbreaking solutions to shape our world for future generations. In addition, we believe that education can break down barriers and promote social mobility. That is why a large portion of this donation will be used for scholarships, especially special scholarships for minorities, to ensure that the doors of opportunity are open to everyone, regardless of their economic background or cultural background. I have always believed in the words of Nelson Mandela, who once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world." The Joan and Young School embodies this principle by empowering students to become tomorrow's change makers. Through the passion, dedication and innovative spirit imparted by our outstanding educators, I have no doubt that you will leave an indelible mark on the world. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the leadership of USC and the Joan and Young School, especially Presidents Jimmy, Andre and Maximum, for their excellence and unwavering commitment to education. Except for Zuyeru's sweet but magnetic voice with an inexplicable persuasiveness, the studio was silent without any other noise. Everyone, including Hanyi besides Zaoru, was completely attracted by her superb eloquence and graceful demeanor. Zuyeru didn't need to tell some cheesy jokes like American speakers, nor did she need to rely on a tall wooden podium to cover up her uneasy movements. She only needed to stand there to create an elegant aura that made people convinced. Hanyi stared at Zuyeru in a trance. At this moment, Zaoru's charming figure in 2016 overlapped with the gorgeous Anchor in the previous life in 2023. Hanyi still remembers that in February 2023, after broadcasting the 7-day Spring Festival news, Zuyeru, who had not had a vacation for a long time, embarked on a journey to Europe with her mother for a rest. In Paris, the originally scheduled tour itinerary was interrupted by a strike protesting the increase in the retirement age. At that time, Dangson's permanent staff in Paris could not arrive at the scene in time. Zuyeru, who happened to be in the city center, did not even have time to prepare, so she directly wore black framed glasses and a red woolen hat to act as a temporary on-site reporter, and began to broadcast. For more than 2 hours, my mother used an iPhone as a camera, and Zaoru used the small bee she carried with her as a microphone, and thus transmitted a complete and smooth report on the French general strike to Taiwan. This broadcast miracle has pushed Zuyeru's popularity and fame to a higher level. Not only the media in Taiwan, but even AFP has paid attention to this talented female anchor who can interview and summarize 120 minutes without any preparation. I have been back for too long, and I have forgotten what kind of monster Zuyeru is. Worrying about her ability to respond on the spot. There is no need. When Yasin does things, she never has to worry about distractions, and now it seems that Zaoru is even more comfortable in the scene. In this way, it can actually be. Oh, no, I thought about it wrong. Let us continue to break the boundaries of human potential together, because only through our collective efforts can we truly change the world. Thank you. Zuyeru took a half step back and bowed to the audience, ending her impromptu message. If Zhao Yuzin's capable and sharp style of doing things is a sharp sword that can sweep away all obstacles, then Zuyeru's elegant and restrained social style is a pair of scissors that seem delicate and small, but can trim any branches and branches. Although it is unfair to say this to Zuyeru, because the roles she can play are not limited to this one. However, this kind of Zaoru is the image of a housewife that all wealthy families dream of. This time, the cheers and applause in the studio were even louder than when Andre finished his speech. Not only that, at least half of the 24 students took out their mobile phones, wanting to record Zuyeru's outstanding and eloquent appearance. People rarely realize their own mediocrity, but they never lack the vision to discover excellence. Even so, the nature of the entertainment industry is to leave mark in the hearts of the audience with great performances. From this point of view, Zuyeru's speech just now was undoubtedly a wonderful performance. After finishing the performance, Zaoru just nodded slightly to thank the audience, and then immediately raised her eyes upwards and looked at the male companion beside her with a smile. Without words, Hanyi could understand the meaning in Zuyeru's eyes. I didn't embarrass you, Yi. Of course, Hanyi's response also did not need to be translated. Our Zaoru is the best. Chapter 74 Apple Streaming. Please pull over. Don't take pictures. Thank you. The workshop ended today. Since the main campus was only 2 blocks away, there was no need for everyone to drive to the Bovard administration building in the center of the school to meet with President Nikias. Andre Yang and Zuyeru talked in a low voice, while Jimmy Yan and Hanyi walked side by side, with 4 bodyguards clearing the way. Hanyi would never bring Fimu Devasi or Kyan Griffin with him during class. He was taking notes in class, and there was a retired special forces soldier sitting next to him. He was not the urban dragon king of Los Angeles, so there was no need to make it so exaggerated. These 4 bodyguards were the long-term security guards of Andre and Jimmy. In most cases, celebrities would not encounter any extremely dangerous situations. After all, in Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world, especially in the core teaching and research base of the cultural industry such as USC, ordinary people have already developed antibodies to Hollywood stars. You can meet Oscar winners while queuing to buy coffee, and the person who competes with you for a temporary parking space in the parking lot may be a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Han Yi still remembers that when Miley Cyrus was dating Patrick Schwarzenegger, she would appear on the campus of USC almost every day, and she was inseparable from her Trojan boyfriend. They could be seen at every football game. Would anyone bother them? Of course, but rarely. Students from prestigious schools are all proud and don't want to be seen as fanatical fans, especially for the new generation of celebrities whose reputations fluctuate with TMZ reports. After all, as the students themselves joked, 50% of USC students are celebrities, both now and in the future. Taking out your phone, secretly taking a Snapchat, and telling your friends that you met Millie today is the greatest respect for her acting career. However, the attitude of USC students towards celebrities will be an exception for a small number of people. Those legendary superstars who have already achieved success and fame and are just short of a Lifetime Achievement Award or have already won it are the memory of an era in the spiritual totem that all Americans are eager to follow. When you meet them, no matter how excited you are, others will not treat you differently because they really deserve it. Who are they? Tom Hanks, Jackie Chan, George Lucas, and Dr. Dre. Looking at the entire hip-hop music industry, who dares to say that their status is higher than Dr. Dre? When NWA raised the middle finger to LAPD on the stage, Jay-Z was still driving around Brooklyn selling pirated CDs. Therefore, Andre Young was surrounded by the crowd almost as soon as he appeared on South Figueroa Street. If it weren't for the bodyguards who worked hard to fight their way out of the crowd, it would be hard to say whether they could get out of the University Gateway this afternoon. When taking pictures of celebrities secretly, everyone still knows to put the phone on the waist or chest, pretend to check the message, and then press the shutter inadvertently. When it comes to Dr. Dre, no one cares about those etiquettes. If the bodyguards hadn't stopped it in time, several phones would have been stuffed into Andre's mouth. However, Dr. Dre, who has been in the industry for 30 years, is used to such small scenes. Despite the screams, cheers and camera button sounds outside the protection circle, Andre Young did not change his expression at all. He still smiled and chatted with Zuiru about the soul food of Los Angeles. Don't underestimate Zuiru's affinity. No matter who you are, you will take off your noble mask and become talkative when facing her strong social power that makes people feel like spring breeze. So, what exactly do you want Apple Music to do for you, Yi? Zuiru was responsible for chatting with Dr. Dre to get closer to him, while Han Yi was negotiating with Jimmy Yan about the business of the music group. Looking at the increasingly handsome Asian man beside him, Jimmy Yan asked, "If I want to put it in a grand way, I hope that my music company can be deeply tied to Apple Music, both in copyright distribution and record sector." Han Yi paused, sorted out the words in his mind, and then continued, "If possible, I'm also interested in doing some extension projects of the streaming platform together, such as live concerts or music festivals led by Apple Music, and some interesting online music programs, such as James Corden's Carpool Karaoke." "How did you know?" Jimmy Iovine raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Yi with a hint of surprise. "Know what? We are negotiating with Corden to separate the Carpool Karaoke segment from CBS's late night talk show and make it a separate online program on Apple Music. The agreement with James Corden has been negotiated and is only waiting for the official announcement." Jimmy Iovine has nothing to hide in front of Han Yi. "Oh, sorry, I accidentally disclosed the trade secrets." Han Yi shrugged and smiled apologetically, "But I really didn't know that you were negotiating. I just thought it was really suitable for your promotional style. It seems that you have done a deep research on us, Yi." Jimmy nodded in response. This is what anyone in the music industry would do. Apple Music is about to become a streaming platform with profitability that surpasses Spotify. This is an indisputable fact. How can you not be optimistic about Apple Music? Backed by Apple's entire ecosystem, from mobile phones, tablets, watches to notebooks and Apple TV, Apple Music, which is about to replace iTunes and be embedded in every Apple product, has only been in operation for less than a year, but it has already shown its dominance. The strength of Apple Music lies first in the fact that its entire business segment is directly under Apple, and it has not been split separately, so it does not need to be self-sufficient. Therefore, even if there are losses during the rapid expansion in the early stage, they will be offset by the huge profits of Apple's other product lines. As for Spotify, this unicorn company from Sweden has only one product to show off. If it wants to expand, it must rely on secondary market financing and large-scale debt. The high debt and continuous losses caused by expansion will also greatly reduce the company's valuation. You know, even in 2023 when Kanye was reborn, Spotify is still in an embarrassing state of losing 400 to 500 million euros a year. Secondly, the business model chosen by Apple Music is also more competitive than the path Spotify is exploring. Spotify's users are divided into 3 groups in total: free, ad-supported and paid. Free users can listen to songs on Spotify, but there are major restrictions, including the sound quality of listening will be worse than that of ad-supported users and paid users. Ad-supported users are easy to understand, that is, watching ads in exchange for longer time and higher quality streaming services, while paid users pay monthly in the form of individual, family or student packages. In contrast, Apple Music, wisely, directly cut off the entire free trial section from the beginning. If you want to use Apple Music, you must pay a monthly subscription. Of course, in the early promotion, Apple Music will provide potential consumer groups with free trial rights ranging from 1 to 6 months to quickly expand users. This is exactly what is so scary about Apple. The first trillion-dollar company in human history can spend money on promotion in ways that ordinary people can't imagine, and subtly cultivate the music payment habits of Apple's ecological chain users. The emphasis on paid business model makes Apple Music's ARPU many times higher than Spotify. In 2022, Spotify's global paid users will be 205 million, generating 10.25 billion euros in operating income for the company, accounting for 87.4% of total revenue. The 295 million free users only contributed 1.47 billion euros in advertising revenue, accounting for only 12.6% of total revenue. The average revenue per user in 2022 is only 4.52 euros. On the other hand, in 2022, Apple Music has a total of 88 million users, generating $8.3 billion, equivalent to 7.7 billion euros in revenue. In other words, Apple Music's average revenue per user is an astonishing 87.5 euros, 19.35 times that of Spotify. The user scale of 88 million means that Apple Music has at least twice the growth potential compared to Spotify in the future. The extremely high payment conversion rate also allows Apple to allocate more funds to artists entering the resource library. Spotify pays artists $0.04 in royalties per listen, while Apple can give $0.0076. Therefore, whether in terms of enterprise scale, business model, future development or royalty tax rate, Kanye's choice to cooperate deeply with Apple Music is a better choice, especially at this point in time in early 2016. The newly established Apple Music is in the stage of burning money and urgently needs high quality resources from all aspects and levels. Kanye has more than just a forward-looking vision. His bottomless treasury allows him to establish an equal and mutually beneficial partnership with Apple Music on many projects. Prioritize cooperation at the music level and get a higher tax rate. Sign an exclusive strategic agreement at the artist level to allow Han Music's musicians to receive strong promotion from the Apple ecosystem. At the performance level, they took the lead in making arrangements so that Apple Music could help its offline business. This is Kanye's cooperation plan with Apple Music. Compared with this, the $10 million donation to the college is indeed just a stepping stone. Not everyone thinks like you. Many industry critics say that free broadcasts and advertising revenue are the future trends. Then these critics may soon be out of work. Han Yi sighed exaggeratedly. Just like movies, no matter which medium, music must be paid to reflect its value. You already sound like a record company boss, Yi. Jimmy Iovine's eyes wrinkled a few more times. That's exactly what I'm working towards. Han Yi leaned forward and smiled. So, what resources do you have currently for music copyright? Seeing the green light on the pedestrian walkway on West Jefferson Avenue, Jimmy Joven waved to Han Yi to follow. After the two of them crossed the busy expressway, he continued to complete the sentence. Apple Music welcomes any content provider, and Andre and I will ensure the effectiveness of your promotion. However, what kind of copyright agreement and royalty rate we can get for you in the end actually depends on the situation of your copyright library. I just negotiated with Mad Decent and will acquire 55% of its shares. Mad Decent? Jimmy Joven frowned slightly. He felt that the name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember the specific information for a while. Diplo's label. Seeing Jimmy's still blank eyes, Han Yi added, it's the label that released the song Lean On. DJ Snake has worked with them. Oh, it's them. Of course, he is familiar with the artists under his own company. In addition, Lean On has been a streaming phenomenon single that has been hotly discussed in the music industry in the past 6 months. Jimmy Iovine finally connected the fragmented memories in his mind into a line. You acquired Thomas's label? When did it happen? Jimmy Iovine suddenly found that he was always easily surprised when talking to Han Yi. And this is not an experience that can be easily found for him who is already over 60 years old. It was as novel as meeting Andre for the first time in 1988. 2 weeks ago, to be precise, we reached an agreement on the acquisition. Han Yi glanced at the time on the standby screen of his mobile phone. The agreement will be drafted in about 2 days, and the entire transaction process is expected to be completed in mid to late May. By then, we can talk about the entire label entering Apple Music. We welcome this kind of high quality label, including the rest of your record company. Jimmy Iovine patted Han Yi on the back. He originally thought that this young man was just on a whim and wanted to support one or two of his lovers and use the influence of Utah to fish in the muddy waters of the music industry. What Andre and I need to do is to give him a little traffic so that he can have some face in front of his girlfriends. Unexpectedly, this young Chinese tycoon came prepared. And the favor from Jimmy Iovine was actually one of the key factors for Han Yi to mention Mad Decent to Jordan Bromley when they first met, and to spare no effort to promote the acquisition plan in the following month. There are stepping stones in any industry, and a lever is needed to pry resources. Just like the Middleman family who donated to the University of Southern California, if you don't have a foothold in a certain industry, then even if you invest a lot of money, insiders will treat you as an outsider. Diplo's Mad Decent is a lever that is neither too big nor too small. It is not so big that Han Yi can't afford it with his current financial resources, nor too small that he has no influence in the industry. Bringing this high quality electronic music label under Han Music is Han Yi's clarion call to the music industry and a declaration of power to Jimmy and Andre. It is definitely not as big as your business, but it is definitely not a rookie who can be dismissed at will. When you come back from New York, I will arrange for my people to meet with your people and sign a strategic cooperation agreement for the label. As for the external tax rate, our internal cooperative labels can now get a threefold settlement discount. Even if the $10 million donation is not mentioned, Jimmy is also interested in winning over Han Yi and Mad Decent, which will soon be his. In terms of pop music, Apple Music is pushing Taylor Swift. Not only is it the only online release of her concert film The 1989 World to Live, but it has also secured the exclusive streaming channel for Taylor's next few albums. In fact, 1989, which is only available on Apple Music, is the reason why many people choose this streaming platform. In order to satisfy this 1 in a million superstar in the music industry, Apple Music even urgently revised its royalty settlement policy before the launch, and included all users who listened to songs through the free trial plan in the settlement category of paid users. In one sentence, Apple paid hundreds of millions of dollars in royalties to musicians out of its own pocket, which not only reflects Taylor Swift's extraordinary influence, but also further proves Apple's desire for high-quality original content. In addition to Taylor, Apple Music has a deeper layout in the field of urban and hip-hop. Drake, Frank Ocean, and Chance the Rapper, who signed an performing contract with Utah and performed at 864 Stradella Road, all have exclusive streaming channel agreements with Apple Music for one or more albums. Now, what Apple Music lacks is precisely the electronic music content that attracts ravers around the world. Han Yi, who appeared at the right time with Mad Decent, will definitely attract the attention of Jimmy Iovine and the entire Apple Music department. This is the importance of timing. In another year or two, even Spinnin' Records will not get the extremely favorable triple settlement policy for record companies during Apple's early days. In terms of the development plan of the music industry, Han Yi is so simple and direct. With his deep understanding of this circle and a huge information database for 7 years, he takes the most righteous path and makes the most positive plan. He does not need to use any means or schemes. He grasps the pain points and development context of each top player in the music industry and cuts in time. At least so far, his strategy has not encountered any obstacles. As for what will happen in the future, that is the war that will happen after he can truly enter the vision of the three major music groups. Okay, Jimmy, we are happy to sign such an agreement. I'm not going to tell you to remove all your content from other platforms. We've done that before, and we've had enough trouble. The Department of Justice and the Trade Commission are now investigating us for suspected cartel formation. Jimmy pouted and drew double quotation marks in the air with his index and middle fingers. However, if content providers voluntarily provide exclusive content, it does not violate federal law. I understand what you mean. Han Yi nodded slightly and smiled, indicating that he had received Jimmy Iovine's message. What Apple Music wants is valuable exclusive content, not just the first album of any new artist. After acquiring Mad Decent, he could have taken out a few albums or singles of well-known electronic music artists as a token of his loyalty, and then let Billie Eilish and other new artists' music be released simultaneously on the entire network. Want these people's exclusives? Let's talk about it when Billie Eilish grows up to be Billie Eilish. Speaking of Billie Eilish, Platoon, which Apple invested in, still holds her R&R agreement. We must take advantage of the opportunity of full cooperation with Apple Music to insert the clause of abolishing the Platoon agreement into the contract. Han Yi silently added one item to his to-do list. Not just music, as I mentioned just now, we also hope to do something interesting with Apple Music in the field of live performances. In fact, I have a project that I want to talk to you about. Han Yi has long mastered the ability to do 2 or even more things at once, and his calculations are very fast, which did not affect his conversation with Jimmy Jovan about further cooperation. What project? Concert? Music festival? Han Yi leaned close to Jimmy's ear and whispered 2 or 3 words. Are you sure? Jimmy's surprise at hearing Han Yi's plan made him unable to restrain his eyes widening. He stepped back a half an inch, looking at Han Yi, and his voice tone rose a few degrees. Sure. Apple Music doesn't have that much money to do offline activities for the time being. Our funds are all tied up in digital promotion projects. Maybe Han Yi's idea was too bold. Jimmy Iovine even felt that the light around him was a lot brighter, giving him a headache. Jimmy took out sunglasses from the back pocket of his jeans and put them on, shaking his head in disbelief. Even if there is, I'm not sure it can be done as you said. I definitely can't do it myself, but with your support, Andre, and the support of Apple Music. As they were talking, the group had arrived downstairs of the Bovard administration building. Looking up at the flags of all nations flying in the lip-shaped corridor, Han Yi seemed to see the spectacular scene of the performance venue being packed with people, and every fan waving their own flag. Maybe we can leave a good story of Live Aid to the world in 2016. Chapter 75. 3 people in New York. Thank you, Sophia. Feeling the cool and sweet sour liquid entering her throat, Zhao Yaozhen smiled and thanked Sophia Ortiz, who was cleaning the coffee table in front of her. This is the best iced lemon tea I have ever tasted. Harold taught me. Sophia pointed in the direction of the kitchen and smiled. I should thank him. How many cups of iced lemon tea have you had? Han Yi, who was sitting on the single sofa in the salon area, put down the glass in his hand and asked mischievously in Chinese. Not long ago, someone was a little rabbit that ate nothing but grass and water. No, that's not entirely accurate. Recalling the life of abstaining from all worldly desires and practicing asceticism 2 months ago, and the ultimate indulgence of wanting to eat 8 meals a day now, Yazin felt her face getting hot again. When I was traveling in Hong Kong last year, iced lemon tea was the only sugar I allowed myself to consume. That's why I say that you need to go again to any place you've been to, because you haven't experienced their essence at all. I'm done, Sophia, thank you. Han Yi handed the plates to Sophia. After the latter cleaned up the remaining snacks on the coffee table and took them away from the salon area, he turned his attention back to Zhao Yazin. So, you just said that Billie Eilish and Phineas have already signed the contract, right? Full contract? Yes. They will first sign a 3-year contract with us, and then after Billie Eilish comes of age, the contract structure will be changed from an ordinary artist agreement to a partnership agreement, and Billie Eilish Incorporated will be established to coordinate her performing arts work after the age of 18. Zhao Yaozhen nodded and responded, actually it doesn't take too much effort. Even if we don't go to them, the O'Connors will bring them to Xinhu Avenue in the next 2 days to talk to us about signing the contract. So that's the case. Han Yi raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. In fact, their hesitation almost disappeared after attending the Utah welcome party. Anyone who sees so many Hollywood stars and sees Dr. Dre greeting you warmly in front of you will be moved. After that, the advance payment of $100,000 arrived as promised, which made the O'Connor family realize that all this was not a fake trick. Zhao Yaozhen patted the non-existent scone crumbs on his body, stood up, walked to the junction of the salon area and the outdoor lawn, looked at Century City under the morning sun, and said softly, I can only say that we think too much, and they think too much too. I know what we are thinking. 2 new artist managers are afraid of missing out on a talented superstar. Han Yi's index finger moved between the two, but what are they worried about? As guardians, the O'Connors are very relieved. The ones who are worried are mainly Billie and Phineas. Zhao Yaozhen smiled with a hint of relief. They are not concerned about other things, but the R&R agreement with Platoon. They signed it carelessly at the time because they were ignorant. They are afraid that it will affect us. 2 silly children. Han Yi shook his head, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Compared with those wild people who think their music is invincible, and you are lucky to be willing to cooperate with you, Han Yi still prefers Billie and Phineas who may not have much confidence and are worried about gains and losses. For artists, the most important condition for success in the circle is not their own efforts, but the help of others. And those who are willing to lend a hand do not value the so-called musical talent and creative talent the most. Those who have been working in this industry for more than 5 years know that character is the key factor that determines everything. Doing things is like being a person, and this is true in any industry. No one wants to spend all their energy to cultivate a venomous snake that will bite them back at any time. Therefore, Billie and Phineas' hesitation gave Han Yi a reassurance. We will take care of the contract with Platoon, and that can reassure them. I told them, and so did Karen. Karen is indeed. Zhao Yaozhen took a deep breath, searching for the right words in her mind. A very motivated person. As soon as she met with Billie, she called her acquaintance at Platoon to talk about this matter. Does she know someone at Platoon? The vice president. Zhao Yaozhen nodded slightly. Karen has made an appointment with the other party to meet next week to see how to terminate the contract peacefully. If there are any problems, remember to tell me. Han Yi reminded seriously, I have other ways to solve this problem. Putting the clause of terminating the R&R contract into the strategic cooperation agreement with Apple was the strategy Han Yi had originally prepared. According to Han Yi's personality, he would try to avoid direct conflicts with others as much as possible, and slowly decompose the difficult problems in a roundabout and flexible way. For a coach like him, having a capable and energetic general like Karen Guo under his command is also a thing that has more advantages than disadvantages. Many times when he is not convenient or unwilling to take action, Karen can do it for him. Okay, but there shouldn't be any obstacles. It is said that the vice president was brought up by Karen at Arista. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a while and said, and Billy is just a newcomer with one original song on SoundCloud. I don't think it will be too difficult to terminate the agreement in advance through friendly negotiation. If things can develop in this way, it would be the best. Having said that, Han Yi also stood up from the sofa and walked to Zhao Yaozhen, who was leaning against the black marble column and enjoying the warm breeze of Bel-Air. This also reminds us, many things are not as complicated as we think. Han Yi looked at the perfect profile of the Korean girl that even Antonio Canova could not carve and said softly, being afraid of losing will only make you lose more in the end. Let go of your prejudices and burdens and try to reach for everything you want. Even if you can't get it, you won't have any regrets. Yes. Hearing Han Yi's words, Zhao Yaozhen's eyes seemed to be filled with mist and her thoughts were hidden in them and couldn't be seen clearly. Obviously, there was a deviation between what the former wanted to express and the information received by the latter. So why did I? Yi. Here I come. The heart that Zhao Yaozhen wanted to confide was dispersed by a sweet voice full of vitality, excitement, and expectation, and shattered all over the floor. There was no need to look back, just by the name, you knew who was coming. Just yesterday, she accompanied Han Yi to confirm the specific details of the USC charity fund, and today she was going to New York with him again. She had a lot of time, after spending a few seconds, to adjust her emotions in her heart and put on a restrained but friendly smile on her face. Yaozhen turned around and made eye contact with the stunned Zhu Yiru. What? Zhu Yiru was so surprised that she forgot to close her mouth. She had never expected that Zhao Yaozhen would appear at 864 Stradella Road at this time. Today was the day she and Yi were going to New York together, right? Good morning, Zhaoru. This was Yaozhen's calm greeting. Zhao Zhu. This was Han Yi's warm greeting. You're here so early. No, not early anymore. Zhu Yiru let Corey McIntosh take over the pink Rimowa suitcase and put the Loro Piana bright brown seizure leather handbag in her hand on the sofa and murmured in reply. Very early? No matter how early, it's not as early as her. Come for breakfast, Sister Yaozhen. Zhu Yiru gathered her thoughts and soon returned to normal. She walked up to the two of them, trying not to think about why they were admiring the city view side by side when she entered the door, tilting her head and smiling brightly. Well, I have to catch a plane, so I came here first. Zhao Yaozhen folded her hands in front of her and looked at Zhu Yiru very naturally. We have to catch a plane. Let's go to Lax together, right? There was no emotion, and the curve of Zhu Yiru's mouth became more exaggerated. Where are you flying to today, Sister Yaozhen? New York. Zhao Yaozhen held back the laughter that almost came out of her mouth and answered calmly. New York. Zhu Yiru controlled her smile and adjusted her position slightly, looking at Han Yi with a kind face. I just found out this morning. Han Yi spread his hands and said, Yaozhen said Madison went back to Long Island and they agreed to meet there to discuss the contract. Madison Beale? Yes, Zhaoru. Zhao Yaozhen rarely changed her concise nature and uttered a few more words. You told me before that you would go to New York with Yi in the next 2 days, so I thought that maybe we could keep each other company and Yi would also want to talk more with Madison. If we can finalize the contract in New York, it would be killing two birds with one stone. Well, it's still my own problem. The superficial smile still didn't change, but Zhaoru had already slapped her forehead hard in her heart and sighed to the sky. Why are you in such a hurry to show off? I'm really stupid as a representative. Thinking of this, Zhu Yiru raised her eyes and looked at Zhao Yaozhen. The Korean girl narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at her softly. No matter how outsiders speculated, it was impossible to see any delicate thoughts in the former. Only Zhaoru herself knows. This Sister Yaozhen, how can she be a little white rabbit that only eats grass? She is obviously a cunning flower fox. Zhu Yiru's inner complaints only subsided a little after boarding. Han Yi did not choose to catch the DAL 575 flight that had to board at 6 o'clock early in the morning. After all, he did not have to rush to the Massa appointment at 5 p.m. this time. The transportation after arriving at Kennedy International Airport was also arranged in advance by Corey McIntosh and Olivia Rodriguez. the concierge manager of Chase Private Bank. Therefore, DAL 562, which departs from the west coast at 11:30 am and lands on the east coast at 7:55 pm, became the best choice for the three of them. There is no need to get up in the early morning and waste energy. You can leisurely find the right time and enter from Terminal 3, which is only used by Delta Airlines and Aeromexico. There were not many people in the first class dedicated channel on Wednesday, and it took less than 10 minutes to pass the security check. After spending about half an hour in the Delta 1 VIP lounge, Han Yi, Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen finally received the boarding notice. The seat arrangement was exactly what Zhao wanted. Sister Yaozhen was in 2A by the left window, while she and Yi were in 2B and 2C in the middle aisle respectively. Perfectly separated. It seemed great. But what was the reality? By the way, I forgot to ask you. Han Yi propped himself up from his seat, looked past Zhu Yiru and cast his eyes towards Zhao Yaozhen. Did Paramore reply? I replied to an email, but it was from their manager Mark Mercado. Zhao Yaozhen stuck his head out of the aisle a little and spoke in a low voice. Although there were no passengers in the row behind them, it was basic courtesy to keep talking in a low voice on a means of transportation. Oh. Han Yi frowned, revealing an exaggerated expression, as if he was hit in the face by a fist. I guess it's not something nice to hear. It's not the worst I've ever heard. Zhao Yaozhen curled her lips indifferently, but it seems that all their public contact channels are controlled by their managers. Even Yuta doesn't have Hala's personal contact information. We have to find a way. There must be a way. How about going directly to their performance? Zhao Yaozhen searched for Paramore's tour information. They don't have a performance next. I told you before about internal turmoil, remember? I see. Zhao Yaozhen turned off the screen and sighed lightly. Then what should we do? Awards ceremony. Han Yi pondered for a moment and gave an answer. The Billboard Music Awards ceremony will be held in Las Vegas next month. Let me ask Jeremy Paramore if he will attend, and then ask him to give us some backstage passes. If we want to go there, we can just check out the venue as well. Good idea. And, you, Sister Yaozhen. Zhu Yiru glanced at the MacBook that had been in front of her for half an hour, and the newly created document on the screen without a single word typed in, and breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, come sit here with me. It was true that she wanted to sit next to Han Yi and chat, but this trip was originally to ask for leave from the professor. There were still 2 weeks until the end of the semester, and unlike Han Yi who was about to graduate, she still had 7 courses with A or A+ to get. If she didn't seize every fragmented time to catch up on the paper, she would never be able to finish it. Zhu Yiru knew very well that if these two people continued to chat about work like this, she would never make any progress. It's okay. Han Yi stretched out his hand to stop Zhu Yiru and Zhao Yaozhen who were about to get up. Turning to look at Han Yi, Zhu Yiru's eyes softened. Ah, he is still. I'll switch with you. We are close. So stupid. Giving Han Yi a fierce look, Zhao packed up the things in front of her and sat down at the 2C seat. Looking up at the combination of numbers and English letters above her original seat, Zhu Yiru suddenly remembered the mainland buzzwords that Han Yi had popularized to her. It was a bit like her current self. Do you need headphones? Han Yi took out a mess of white wires from his pocket, and the original Apple earphones were buried in it. I'm afraid I'll disturb you later. He pointed at Zhu Yiru's MacBook, with a serious look of concern on his face. No, thank you. Zhu Yiru smiled and tried to take out the B&O play she brought with her from her handbag. Unexpectedly, she found nothing. Did she put it in the suitcase, or didn't bring it at all? After sighing for the 27th time today, Zhu Yiru took the earphone cable from Han Yi's palm. It seems that you still need it. Sitting back in the seat, before Zhu Yiru could sort out the earphone cable, an old female voice that was warm and friendly to the point of being a little deliberate sounded in her ears. Sir. Ah, Ms. Zhu. The sturdy and strong middle-aged female flight attendants are a gift from American Airlines to the world. They can bring every first-class passenger a warm and rough service experience, just like going back to Grandma's house on Thanksgiving. The female flight attendant glanced at the VIP list in her hand and asked, "You have switched seats with the gentleman, who is now sitting in 2B, right?" "Yes." Okay, great. Ms. Zhu, welcome to our flight from LAX to JFK today, and experience the distinguished cloud experience brought to you by Delta One. The flight attendant spoke very quickly. Even J. Cole could not be so fluent without 2.5 years of practice. Before taking off, what would you like to drink? We provide a variety of sodas, juices, mixed juices, coffee, tea, mineral water, sparkling water, as well as beer and alcohol soda, red wine, spirits. Automatically blocking the American-style running mouth of the female flight attendant, gradually transitioning from J. Cole to Eminem. Xiaoru looked at the drink list in front of her, and then looked at Han Yi, who was chatting enthusiastically with Zhao Yaozhen, and suddenly wanted to order every alcoholic drink and drink it all. However, before she opened her mouth, Xiaoru remembered two things. First, she still had a 5-page single-spaced paper to write. Second, she was not yet 21 years old. A cup of hot tea, thank you. Great choice. We have a full range of hot teas, provided by Thrive Farmers, Egyptian chamomile, Indian milk tea, Pacific mint, thank you. Hearing the first kind of tea that could be drunk, Xiaoru hurriedly placed the order. Excellent choice. The flight attendant casually drew 2 strokes on the notebook. Please take a comfortable seat. The hot tea will be here soon. Thank you very much. After smiling and greeting, Xiaoru's eyes quickly emptied. She leaned back, buried her whole body in the not so comfortable leather seat, and stared at the ceiling expressionlessly. Today, I'm really possessed by the god of bad luck. What kind of nightmare will it be for 3 people in New York? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.